Why can't you just please? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Stop. Oh. Can't stop.
another one bites the dust. You better run while you can. Careful who you trust. I don't wanna touch no more, no more. And I don't wanna start. I leave me for you. I'm running from
an amazing player by the name of Victoria, so being able to basically shout call my own name over and over again, you know what? I got used to it, and it's gonna be a good time. So now you get to say your own name out loud multiple times while we go back and forth here as we get set up for our first series of the day. It's gonna be Xoxo versus Pursuit.
Yeah, both teams that we haven't actually got to see on broadcast yet, but I'm really looking forward to this because looking at these team sheets, Pursuit's coaching staff, they're kind of stacked.
Oh,
We've got Shrugger on board, who actually coached the Washington Justice from 2018 to 2019. But not only that, you've also got Quite, who comes from Shu's Money Crew. And as someone from the EMEA region, it's really nice to get to see that European representation coming.
Oh yeah, and I was doing some research. Sabo Tabby out here after getting second place, I believe, in the National Esports Uni League just in 2020. I mean, overall, Pursuit is looking really scary here. They are going to be facing off against Xoxo, and I just have to know, I love how the team sheets have these little notes next to each of the individual players, and it was just so funny because I had a good laugh looking at Xoxo's lineup and seeing Mistel having a note right next to the fact that Mistel had changed roles from support to tank after being a quote-unquote dirty Moira main, and who would in the world would ever main Moira? Oh wait, it's me. Anyways, so seeing that had me dead because I was like, yeah, very much relate on this. But it's been so great to see this tournament kick off the way that it has been. Yesterday we had so many donations, and with those donations we could pay out top 8 here. I believe if we had hit 6K, so it's looking fantastic to see the support that we've been able to get for tournaments like this.
Yeah, not only the support as well, but getting to connect all of these sort of marginalized genders with everyone in the community. We're seeing that they really can have these amazing pop-off moments, and I'm hoping that a lot of the talent that we saw yesterday especially, and hopefully that we get to see today, are going to be picked up and taken further in the professional scene, because from what we've seen, there's been some pretty big plays coming through. I'm talking about Sempiternal yesterday, who full held on Havana, and that's pretty darn hard to do.
Yeah, I've been looking at Sempiternal actually as being one of those teams that could come out on top here. I mean, easily, especially with the talent on that roster. And looking back on day number 1, actually, as we did just touch up on it, it was Swiss rounds. It is best of 3 as well for that first day. But going into day 2, it is going to be a little bit different. We have the knockout stage with a mix of best of 3s and best of 5s going on later down today. And a total of 58 teams in total signed up. So it's just been amazing, and I have to give a shout out to Bite Ramen for being able to host something like this, because it's great to be able to notice a lot of this talent just coming up out here and quite literally swinging their way to victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely wonderful to get to see all of the support coming through on Twitter, and huge props to Chase as well for coming up with the entire thing that Bite Ramen did then pick up. I've got my fingers crossed though heading into day 2 that we get to see Mochi versus Sempiternal. I think that matchup is going to be absolutely gargantuan.
Especially since we got to see both those teams just pop off yesterday on stream alone. I mean, I'm excited to get started here. Day 2, the top half of the placing teams from the Swiss round will advance to the upper bracket, and then the bottom half will be advancing to the lower bracket. So both brackets will occur at the same time throughout the day here as teams compete in both the upper and the lower bracket. So that's just something to note as we go on throughout the second day. And sorry for any interruptions. My younger sister, you know, we're talking about Overwatch. She's actually playing Overwatch in the back. She's playing rank right now. So I do have my younger sister in the back. If you're wondering what is these limbs moving around behind me, yeah, that is my younger sister.
Well, I mean, we're just hearing word from Prod that Lijiang is going to be the first map, and this is interesting because in the setup call before we even got into stream, the producers were like, well, maybe we won't see Lijiang pop up, but it is an Overwatch broadcast, and if you're going to pick any control point, Lijiang is definitely one of the ones that you really want to kickstart things off on, just on how diverse the compositions can be for each of these maps that we get to see, right? If you come into Gardens, first of all, you can run things like Gafara, go for that stall composition with the Hammond coming through, which never really dies as long as you have that point in your possession. It's pretty much a 0 to 99 for whoever wins that first team fight. And then you compare it to something like Control Center, where everyone just picks a Reinhardt and a Junkrat, and sometimes the Mei, and just goes for that choke dom.
And something else that we usually see a lot is that Symmetra coming out, which makes me excited because we talked about these team sheets and looking at these slight little notes next to it, everybody's name. And I do know, looking at Team Xoxo, they do have a one-trick quote-unquote sim. Apparently, there's a lot of one-tricks here on this team. I love the friendly banter, but a one-trick sim main here going into this first game, which is going to be very beneficial, looking that we are going to be moving on to Lijiang here. We've seen some pretty incredible sim plays come out of this map, especially when we usually get to see a pharmacy come out sometimes as a comp duo here on Lijiang. So I'm excited to see what we got in store for us for this first map, since we are going to be moving on to Lijiang.
I mean, I'm just excited as the color caster, right? That I can point out a sim in the compositions and not have to just put the immediate little asterisk of, yeah, but it's only going to be for the first 3 seconds so they can get an initial teleporter out of spot. No, they're going to stick with it!
Yeah, no, now we basically are going to be able to go through that play-by-play too. I'm going to be able to go in crazy with the just absolute destruction that we're going to be seeing here on Lijiang. I'm excited. You talk about Junkrat too coming out for that second point. We've seen sometimes on Lijiang, and so I'm excited to see what we got in terms of composition. I believe the first seed, or rather the higher seed, does get to choose the first map, so that means that Pursuit actually wants to take Xoxo here to Lijiang for this first map.
It's definitely going to be very interesting to see the different compositions. Sometimes you can go for dive. I'm always a big fan of the Winston Zarya coming from the Chinese contenders scene. That is most of the things that we get to see. They don't really like running the Reinhardt because Lucio doesn't really exist in that region, but sometimes we do get to see the Deathball composition with the Lucio and the Reinhardt coming in onto Control Center, where you just grab the shields, grab the speed boosts, and get into those fights as quickly as possible.
And I know we touched up a little bit earlier on at the top of show, Moxie, just the donations that have been coming in. And just to reiterate, we're currently at $4,180 right now. So thank you guys so much for your contribution, for all the donations. Make sure to use the ! donate command in the chat so that way you guys could see where you could donate for some support here, because these ladies have been killing it right now since yesterday, been putting up that competition. And you know what? If we get to 6K, I believe we get to be able to pay out all of top 8. So that would be fantastic here to show that support over to the ladies who deserve it, especially with the effort that they've been putting in. And now we're going to be able to start game number 1 here, our first series of the day. Again, Moxie, I'm so happy to be here and be able to see all the support that we have the community rally behind these really talented ladies.
I'm so excited to see the composition that Pursuit's teasing right now. Not only do they have the sim, but they also have Emmy coming in on the Reinhardt with Ginger going for the Lucio. This is just going to be pure deathball composition. The one thing I'm a little bit worried about, right, is that Pursuit are going to be very mobile themselves. If they go for this dive style composition, you're going to have a lot of peel. Sky coming with the Zarya, the bubbles to keep Marigold safe. Neuer is up there with Hot with Jason. Who's the deathball composition really going to be up to actually deathball onto?
Let's see. Especially with these quick rotations already from Xoxo, but losing blue already off the start is not how you want to start off your first game here. And they were able to get into position so quickly thanks to Ginger being on that Lucio.
Hot Leaf Juice does go down, and unfortunately is in a position where you can't really get a clean res off. So Xoxo should now be able to pull out of side room and onto point, which is where they want to be. Now it's going to be a lot harder for Hot Leaf Juice to sideline this Cassidy and actually have an impact in the fight.
With the flank though, Xoxo are able to come back around. They're going to be able to claim this point here. Pursuit though, they need to get something started here. They've already lost Marigold, which is not the first pick that you want, and it's already going to waste some time away from Pursuit to try to approach the point.
The really big danger is trying to get this far back into the fight. You're going to have a lot of time fighting really long rotations, hopping out around the back, trying to shoot the centaurs, but the bar herself goes down. So no Barra is going to be trying to open up the door for Pursuit to come back through, and they're going to have to find something else to get them through.
Moxie, I love how we were touching up on the sim too, and look how the sim pick is helping out Xoxo so much. Not only is blue enabled here by Doka's turret setup, but now because they were able to get on the point first, look how difficult it is for Pursuit to actually try to get onto this point here with all those symmetric turrets.
Dice is coming into this fight with a grab on. That could be absolutely huge given that Ginger has not been able to tank and they're not bringing back. So you can't cheat ultimate economy, and there it is. Grab combined with Parrish. They're all coming a little bit too late. The time's are already gone, and not running them into
And now they can reverse the situation here. They still find some trades though with Blue not going down without a fight, but they had to use up those 2 ultimates to be able to change the course of that fight here. So Xoxo, on the other hand, they're going to be moving in. They have the Shatter. They're about to get Sound Barrier and grab themselves.
They're also going to have a Deadeye, which is going to be huge for Zoe when it comes to keeping Hotly Juice out of these fights. The problem is you're trying to come in very quickly, so the bar can
the nano boost and Pronovo going, actually getting to sleep in the middle of that primal from Inzo, from Emmy. They're going to be able to trade here. There's that Deadeye that you were talking about, though, getting put to sleep, but not before the trigger was already pulled. But you see Pursuit, though, with that Mercy, that's the change-up that you were talking about before. Having that res is really allowing Pursuit to still elongate this fight.
I mean, it's huge because if Blue is on this cast, he is able to find a sort of entrance pick for Xoxo to just group force their way and springboard from choke onto point. The Mercy can just immediately res it back up, and Blue has had enough. It comes to the Comfort, the casty's not working. They're going for the Tourbillon, they're going for the double turret run. The problem is you're going to be trying to set a turret up once it's still in control of that point. That turret's not going to last long.
So true, but with this pulse bomb too, they're still going to be able to claim their defense on this point. There's that Sound Barrier, but you've already lost 2 members here from Xoxo. They want to kind of capitalize off of this since they already used up the Sound Barrier, and they've lost Blue now in the process. So the Torb swap now isn't going to be able to build up that multi-kill like you want to see for this possible last fight here, considering Pursuit has now already surpassed Xoxo on this control point.
And you could see they really committed ultimates, even though they lost Bunny so early on in that fight. They wanted to oust this pharmacy from the point, because that's when you really do struggle to get a pharmacy back in. And unfortunately, you weren't able to kill the Pharah, you weren't even able to pull the barrage out. So the second you try and even see the point,
and you won't even be able to have out that full time. But now you can see that setup from the spawn here. But Hot Leaf feels down here, but it's okay. The rest of Pursuit stay on this point. You see Emmy swinging away, needs that Shatter, but they've lost Ginger. They only have Bunny for that sustainability. And the reverse already, the moment that Pursuit got set up on this point, it's nearly impossible to boot them off. Xoxo, they finally find that Mercy that you were talking about, and now is that opportunity to try to at least flip this here from overtime.
Is just doing such a good job with their primal rage, buying Pursuit and time, not even back in on the loser. Hotly Juice is back in this action, and it's really quickly falling apart for Xoxo, who, without that initial burst of momentum that they had to kickstart the fight with their ultimates, just ran out of juice.
I feel like they just kind of trickled in as well. You saw them use up 2 of those ultimates, even though they had unfortunately lost 2 members from Xoxo in that initial part of the fight. So Pursuit, they were okay with just rotating through their own ultimates. They were able to claim back that point, but the moment they did, Xoxo just couldn't take it back from them.
The big difference as well is Pursuit are running a very stall-heavy composition, right? Bonobo on this Winston. The second that you hit Primal, you're going to be buying so much time for your team to come back through, and that's why they're more than happy to just keep running this composition, because even though Xoxo should be feeling a lot more comfortable on this map, right? It's Night Market, this is the staple Symmetra where you don't just keep it for the initial teleport around the spawn, you use it to get through the window and onto point first, and there they all go dropping through the turret set up. But who deals with Hotly Juice?
I mean, so far, with Noya being right at the side of Hotly Juice, it's going to be difficult. I mean, we really have Bunny here, but Bunny needs to pay attention with that Immortality Field to help sustain Xoxo. There's an Immortality Field right there. It's going to save Blue, it's going to save Doka, but now Doka's already set up, and look at the amount of damage getting put out by Doka alone. The turrets have been set up too, and this is the point where when you have that pharmacy set up, it's going to be difficult to try to enter this point with the symmetric turrets already set up, other than those windows that you kind of see Hotly Juice kind of poking from.
Yeah, and this is why Xoxo aren't going for that stranglehold of choke either. They're more than happy to play on this point, use those symmetric turrets to really funnel in how Pursuit are able to enter through. Hotly Juice is going to have a barrage in their back, so they do have to be a little bit more careful. It's not just a stray rocket from the top. Uses the you have to get a little bit closer, uses the barrage, and that's absolutely huge!
You can't ignore the Pharah. We've seen this time and time again. Not only did they set up for a sandwiching situation, but that was amazing on Hotly Juice to recognize that Bunny had already used up the Immortality Field. There was nothing to protect Xoxo from that barrage.
Oh, even worse. It was when Amp Matrix was up for XOXO, so they don't really have an ultimate to try and brute force their way through this choke and push Pursuit away. Yes, they're going to be coming into a blast zone, but again becomes pressure. Pursuit are going to be so split up. How many of these people are you actually going to be able to
We have to see here. This Hell Barrier is going to be probably used for this entry from XOXO. The Immortality field himself, but he needs to do something about Holly's news, which is huge. Crap keeps everybody stuck in XOXO. Look at this. The bounce on from Pursuit with that pulse bomb too from Sabo. I mean, everyone got cleaned up from XOXO right there, and they only used up the pulse bomb and the grab for that.
Yeah, it was really quick from Pursuit as well, which is massively painful for XOXO because they were really hoping to either A, win that fight, or B, get an entrance that lasted long enough for Missile to come in with a grab ton of their own. But it's now coming up, edging towards the next fight. He's having another barrage, the grab ton comes through, and the barrage is
oh, you talk about the barrage! Not again! It's found Bunny, it's found Blue, and Pursuit are just capitalizing off of this. They're gonna have Primal here too, and we highlighted the sound barrier by Ginger earlier on, but that sound barrier was used up to try to protect XOXO in that grab, which we saw what happened afterwards. So we're gonna see some swap ups from XOXO because they gotta do something to stop forcing themselves through that window that's not working out for them.
Not only are they going to swap off the Zarya, they're going to put Missile onto the Diva so they can use Defense Matrix and Blue things on the hit scan. They're doubling down on trying to counter.
Gotta do something here. There's a Shatter though, right on top of that Buffalo and the Snake on the pulse bomb here. Sabo is on their behind here, and then you have Hot Leaf Juice off from the skies. Here comes Bonobo though with the Primal. You were highlighting how amazing Bonobo's been doing so far with these Primals overall. I mean, just clear some space here because Bonobo is here to stay.
No, it's gonna be final fight. In fact, it's not even going to be final fight. And even if XOXO were able to get that touch going on through, unfortunately, with those two swaps coming in so late in trying to counteract that Aura fight, they kicked themselves in terms of the ultimate economy, right? They reset to really quite important attack and DPS's ultimate economy. In this final fight, they had nothing in reserve, nothing to get into that choke, nothing to be able to actually try and counteract how Pursuit would just jump on them as Dive loves to do. You separate those targets. The Pharah is the one thing, that little bit of chaos. And the second that someone becomes vulnerable, the rest of the team just capitalizes. The Winston goes in, uses that Tesla cannon, and absolutely wrecks what little HP there is left.
And on Legion, that's so usual to see that Pharah too. So just the fact that you had Hot Leaf Juice in the back line, splitting away some of that attention while the rest of your front line is just diving on and isolating these opponents that you were mentioning before, it's so difficult to try to take control while splitting your attention in two different directions. So Pursuit just did that beautifully there, essentially forcing XOXO to split a lot of that attention, not only into their back line, but in the front line too, which is kind of what left Hot Leaf Juice in the back, just kind of harassing them with this poke pressure.
I mean, it was a catch-22 as well, right? You either control the point and you're forced with the 360 degrees Pharah just poking and knocking every single second, being like, I'm still here, you still have to worry about barrage, or you don't control the point and you get stuck in choke and you lose all control of the sight line. So there isn't really anything keeping that Pharah from just opening the door, slamming it in your face and saying, hello, goodbye, this is Li Zhang, it's on.
Almost a little bit like the Sepaternal PTSD that I'm seeing after that action from yesterday. I mean, we basically have a replication here from Pursuit, but that was only map number 1. Yeah, they take it on Legion, but what are you expecting here, Moxie, from XOXO? What adjustments? I mean, we saw those quick swap-ups, maybe, you know, throughout the middle part of that game, but it really wasn't working out from them between swapping from the Torb to the Cassidy. Obviously here, something needs to be changed up.
Unfortunately for them, right, it does feel like you need something that counteracts this Pharah and this dive, and I'm gonna fight for Ashe. Because Ashe is really good. She counts as a hit scan, so she can still hit the Pharah. But if a dive comes through, she has the coach gun. So she doesn't really dip into as much reserves as you would trying to keep a Cassidy safe, who the second that you use up that flashbang is sort of a sitting duck for that dive to come a-calling. You can use that coach gun, you can then divert the resources that would have gone to helping your DPS survive, to perhaps keeping someone like your support alive, because that was another thing, the big difference maker that we were seeing, right? The supports kept going down for XOXO because it's an Ana. you're vulnerable. The second your sleep data is out, that goes through on comms. I'm an anime. I felt the pain the second that they see, oh, nade's used up, sleep data's used up, jump the Anna, she's going to die, and there's nothing that you can do. You could be the best Anna in the world, but if an entire team decides that you're going to die, it's very much like Zen 1.0. You're gonna die. There's nothing outside of some massive heal from your team that's actually going to stop.
And usually, you
But
had Bunny
if
there
you're
too.
a Mercy, You're just gonna fly away. You're just like, oh, hello, goodbye, guardian angel, right away from whenever the dive comes in. I think that's probably the most enjoyable thing about a Mercy, right? When a Winston or a Genji tries to use their ultimate to chase you, and you just play hopscotch with all of your teammates. You're just like, okay, someone be here so I can guardian angel off you, and then ping pong on to the next one, and then ping pong away, and then you get the super jump up just as they're dashing.
Yeah.
It's absolutely good.
I love it. I love seeing that too. Maybe we're going to see a change up in that support lineup as we go on to map number 2. We are going on to Havana. You were highlighting Ash, and I feel like that would be such a great pick here with the initial sightline just being opened up to you. On Havana, especially at the very start there, we see a lot of teams loving to hold up in that spawn. We saw it just yesterday too with Sempiternal. I mean, we're going to have to see now as we get it started, we get into the game. You were highlighting Ana. I also was noting here that Pursuit was very communicative over the cooldowns of the Immortality field that we had Bunny set up a few times, and the moment that Immortality field was used up, you saw immediately Hot Leaf Juice just get into position with Noya right behind them, so that way they could be able to utilize that Rocket Barrage. So that was a really good call there from Pursuit to also track that down. But we talk about some swap-ups, and it doesn't look like that's happening here. Oh no, it actually does here. Bunny is sticking to the Baptiste. You were talking about those gotcha games here in the spawn. I mean, we have to pull that out once or twice here, but Xoxo, they're gonna have to be the ones trying to force their way out of this spawn because Pursuit's already getting set up with the Symmetra.
Yeah, this is really mean. This is the spawn ult, but unlike with the Mabel where you just block everyone off, you use the Sim teleport so you don't actually need the Lucio to make sure that your team is still mobile. Sabotage does actually go down pretty early on though, which means that Blue can just fire away from who is hugging that and getting slowly healed up by Noya. Losing the line means that the pharmacy is just going to be looking for some entry.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to reset right here so that way they can spawn quick enough to be able to hold that next corner like you can see Xoxo pressing all the way up with. And this is a really good call here too because with Emmy moving all the way up, that's gonna allow them to control that next space. That's gonna allow Doka to get set up with these turrets.
But we've already seen what happens when you reset ultimate economy because you're forced onto swaps a little bit too late in a fight. And Pursuit is massively changing up that composition. And that means that Xoxo is going to be hitting ultimate fast.
Oh, here goes the Nano Boost though. Now Hot Leaf Juice can press forward here, trying to delete Xoxo. They find the trade, they take out the main tank already. Bunny's gonna go down here too. They won't have that Immortality field anymore. That's 3 down for Xoxo. And this is that next corner that I was highlighting. It's gonna be so important to take control over because it's going to be difficult to get to that first choke point now once you have that control over this corner.
Emmy's going to be coming in with a Shatter as well, which could be absolutely massive, knowing that Pursuit are running the Winston, the no-boost bubble being really quite telegraphed when it goes down and Shadows letting you know when the hammer is safe to put into the ground. If you even need to bait the bubble out, that Winston's falling so low, but again, this just comes back to buying Marigold that
oh my goodness, and so many ults in favor for Xoxo as they come back here, they come swinging. Emmy does get that pick. Blue though popping off, taking care of the tank lineup of Pursuit. And what I love here is that they only use that photon barrier, so they're gonna go into that next fight with 5 ults.
It's really, really heads-up play from Xoxo because Havana can be a pain the second that this payload slows down. If you lose control of high ground, especially if Blue wants to stick with this Cassidy, you need to make sure that you have control of that space so the dive cannot safely come through and eject you out of the way. So Xoxo have to cycle the ultras that they have to constantly.
Oh, huge shatter though! It's found both of the supports! The Fire Strike is gonna claim their heads, but still, you have Xoxo falling down with Emmy and Blue going down, even though they don't have that sustainability. Absolutely insane how Pursuit is gonna be able to go toe-to-toe with Xoxo when they didn't even have these supports available at the start of that fight.
It's absolutely tragic. The shatter is massive, but no one's with the Reinhardt. And Xoxo aren't really running a very mobile composition when the Lucio's not around to speed boost everyone into position. So yes, you managed to get free into the ground, but there isn't enough follow-up from the rest of the team, and you've already lost the point.
Oh my goodness, now we have the sound barrier here too from Ginger, but Blue goes down, not even able to utilize the Deadeye here. See Marigold now, claiming Doka. Trade for trade here. You want to get that coalescence up, but Marigold's going to go down after that jump here. Emmy's going to be able to get that Fire Strike behind Bonobo. We're going to have these trades going back and forth, but Xoxo, they have the number advantage. The spawn is right behind them too, so they need to give them some space here.
Yeah, Pursuit getting a little bit over-aggressive and putting themselves in a place where there's a roof above their heads. And Dying doesn't really deal well with ceilings. It means that your mobility is quite hampered. And now you can see Xoxo again moving into really small spaces, making sure that they can use the mobile composition.
Oh, the coalescence flies through Emmy there with the coalescence. Voice that counter Marigold is going to be the right Emmy back hole. And now the Deadeye is going to be able to be utilized, but not before the grab cannot be used by Mistle, as Mistle goes down right before being able to put the trigger on here. I like that decision from Blue to hold this high, going to control that space, but the number advantage is going to go in favor of Pursuit here. I do.
Yeah, and unfortunately you've lost the Deadeye now, so you've really lost a lot of that aggression that you can show when the Graviton comes through. And I'm worried, if we see the Graviton before Hot Leaf Juice uses this ultimate, last time we saw the Barrage as a defense for when it got when the Grav got thrown in. We could very well see a repeat of the same player using their ultimate. Players sort of bounce the bodyguard and make sure you can't capitalize on your
And maybe to be able to actually get the follow-up here too, we have to see, but Noya goes down, only leaving Marigold up here for the sustainability. You have 3 ultimates at least up here for Pursuit, but they're claiming 3 members already of Xoxo without having to use too much. Here comes the grab though from Mistle to at least try to even out these trades, but Blue coming in is going to fall. The Death Blossom from Hot Leaf Juice is going to be the one to come out on top to control that payload. And look at this defense too, and with only a minute and 35 seconds, Xoxo, they've just been essentially trickling in. They're finding these picks, but they're not really able to capitalize off of the positioning.
Yeah, Grab came through, but Hot Leaf Juice is the Death Blossom. And Xoxo just couldn't move forward into it, otherwise they would have run right into the Reaper. And yes, they're going to have a shatter to move around, but it should be able to land on a couple members of Pursuit, but Pursuit are in firm control. Not only do they have the space, they're forcing Xoxo to go the low ground, wrap around in the inside of these basements, actually be able to get onto that payload safely, and bait them into being able to do that within the range.
It's just the fact that they're sandwiching Xoxo like we had seen them sandwich them on Lijon, just in different ways. Just essentially hanging out on the overhead, waiting for Xoxo to trickle through to the back. And this time bank is just dwindling away. Less than a minute now left on the clock for Xoxo to even touch a toe on that payload.
Time to raise my APM.
And the payload started to move even further back, which means that overtime actually starts. Because it's going to have all of the ultimates necessary to make sure that Xoxo have to leave it. Yes, the shadow is huge. Yes, they're finally able to get out of spawn, push the payload in, but they still have to win the Delta fight because the payload's moved so far back.
And they still haven't been able to kill Marigold. The Fae just to get out of there to contest for extra long. You saw that 15 seconds left. Anything to contest while waiting on the rest of Pursuit, but that's a really good pick here. Losing Bonobo out early in this fight is going to allow Xoxo to have that number advantage for this next round.
And there's the Death Blossom from the top. Oh, this is gonna be a hard contest.
Yeah, Marigold won't be around this time to fade into the payload to contest as long as Pursuit may need them to. Losing Noya now too, that means both supports are coming right back to the spawn. Doesn't look like many people here can touch, but they're just waiting for the opportunity to jump down to the balcony.
Guys, use that self-destruct. Almost gets a rematch kill. Remember, this is overtime, so if any of Xoxo actually leave that payload, we will see the Cyclops come through. So it is just going to be an absolute scramble to get this kill.
Which would have been absolutely amazing if we could have seen that Primal come out earlier from Bonobo, but Pursuit are dropping like flies. Xoxo, they have another chance, they have another opportunity, and they have another shatter in the pockets of Emmy.
Yeah, but this map is not over yet, Vicky, because this is Havana. This is Havana Point C, and this is Havana Point C where you have under 2 minutes to get that payload pushed through. This is one of those really hard points in Overwatch where it just feels so far into that defensive favor with how this point is set up. you have such a good line of sight from that high ground right to where that payload is going to be.
And I like the creative angles that we're currently seeing from Xoxo with Doka being on this sim, the teleportation, and maybe trying to take that fire from here. Here comes the shatters though. Emmy's just been on fire with the shatters with the sound barrier. The test from Noya. It's not gonna help out Noya for long as Noya goes down, and Xoxo, they're building up that momentum. They're building up so much damage with Doka being on this sim. It's gonna be a hard reset here for Pursuit because they want to be able to hold them at this next choke point.
Oh, this is mean though. Hot Leaf Juice is swapping on to the Paranoia, going to accompany on the Mercy. They know that Xoxo aren't running the hit scan. Mistle is going to be the only one who can actually use those Diva boosters to get up close and try and keep the Sparrow away.
And Moxie, you were highlighting point C here on Havana, which allows the Pharah to pop off the photon barrier, though great placement to try to contest Hot Leaf Juice. Big anti-2 onto Emmy. They need to capitalize off of this here, but less than 10 seconds. Now Xoxo, they need to stay on this point. They have the Dead Blossom. It's up to Blue here to be able to clear that space. But the way that Pursuit is holding their ground, they're holding their distance. Sabotabi still gets caught off guard, but Hot Leaf Juice now claims to. They go straight here, 5v5, but the sound barrier is going to allow Xoxo to have the advantage.
Zenobo using that Primal Rage to displace everyone from Xoxo as well. Hot Leaf just getting so close to that barrage. No one is going to be able to turn the deal with the fire. And there's the pulse. This is Pursuit stopping the payload at the last possible second.
There's no way the rocket barrage and the pulse on top of it. Look, Xoxo, they were winning the numbers with Pursuit, keeping their distance, and with these swaps, managed to hold them back right before the finish line.
Pharah just thrives in those moments where you can only focus on what's going on in front of you. Because if you turn and deal with the Pharah, you lose the payload, the map stops. You have to just focus on the payload and hope that either someone else is going to be able to deal with the Pharah, or you've matrixed enough of the Pharah damage to not have the barrage coming up into your backside. And unfortunately, both the barrage and the pulse bomb are there, and Xoxo just don't have the hit scan to keep the fire in check.
It was an insane swap at the perfect time too, because not only are you on point C on Havana, you have all that open air to be able to wrap up behind Xoxo, but Xoxo also made a swap at the very end there too, where you saw how Mistle was narrowing down that focus on the Pharah, but the space and the distance that Pursuit gave over to Blue, the respect of that Death Blossom. I mean, you had Pursuit with the spot advantage too, so they were just able to trickle in a lot quicker than Xoxo could have really been able to stay on that point.
Well, Xoxo aren't taking any chances. They just saw how effective Pharmacy can be on this map, and Blue from the get-go is going to be on that hit scan, making sure that if Hot Leaf Juice does come out on this pick of the Pharah, you do have the hit scan already in place. You don't have to sacrifice a team fight loss to be able to stunt his growth.
Going on round 2 here, Pursuit's turn to attack, and Hot Leaf Juice is back on the Pharah. The Pharmacy coming out as well from Noya. We saw what this did, how lethal it was on Lijon, and with Sky being on the Hawk, okay, taking a note out of little Hawk champs here. Gonna be able to find Doka first. Great first pick here for Pursuit, and just gonna be able to put on, keep that pressure up in the air where you really only have Bunny and Blue to do something about this, but they're both dead, Moxie.
Oh, this is where you see Pursuit's composition really come into full force, right? Because they're not just running the Pharmacy. If they were just running the Pharmacy, Blue would be able to set up and deal with it as that hit scan. They're getting it in this Cassidy's face. The Tracer is making sure that you have to use the flashbang a little bit too early. That lets Sky come in with these hooks that actually connect and guarantee you kills, because the crowd control isn't there to prevent the dash from coming through after.
That's such a good point there too. You're just waiting. It's about those cooldowns that they're also just keeping track of. Pursuit just so on top of that. As you see Xoxo trying to take a different position, but that direct hit from the rocket is dealing so much damage. Doka's eyes are watering a little bit. He's gonna build into that sound barrier here for Ginger, that nano boost that Bunny's gonna be looking for. But the way that Pursuit is playing is so spread out. It's essentially pulling that attention away from Xoxo's backline, like we had seen on Vito. Oh, the rocket!
I mean, they've seen the Pharah, but no one! They take their eyes off the party! And the Pharah gets free!
All right, Hot Leaf Juice, you're definitely sipping on the hot tea right now, because these hot rocket barrages are something else, and we have to also highlight the way that Sabotabi is working alongside with Hot Leaf Juice to be able to keep that pressure up with these pulse bombs. I mean, I've seen so many pulse bomb picks from Sabotabi alone that it's just so it's complementing the Pharah here too for Hot
Contesting the high ground as well. They've only just left the ledge, so Blue hasn't been able to use the Deadeye. Everyone from Pursuit away, letting Xoxo completely back into this recontest. Deadeye comes through, but the Mercy is still up and around. Worse, the Pharah is still in the air. And you haven't won the fight yet.
There's no way. There's no way. After that Deadeye clearing all that space, Hot Leaf Juice is there on a terror run. They claimed 4 heads here. I cannot believe this. You won't be able to have that sound barrier because Ginger went down. You won't be able to build up that nano boost now that Buddy goes down. And the fact that they still were able to clear off this point when Xoxo had the advantage is insane.
And I mean, Bonobo as well is going to have a Primal Rage to go in and just mess with Xoxo's composition. They've gone for the double shield. They've had enough of the Pharah. They've tried the hit counter it. They've tried the D.Va counter it. And now they're just going to put 2 shields that Hot Leaf just has to shred to get through it. But Sabotabi can just use the Tracing ability and blink past them. You still have to worry about this crossfire that the have been so effective at setting up in each of these engagements.
So many quick swaps too. I like the decision from Xoxo to go with that double shield. You're about to have that nano boost already here. The sound barrier is going to help them out, but they're going to need it to counter because Rocket Barrage that Hot Leaf Juice is fishing for, trying to go in for the flank. You see the opportunity here, but the sound barrier was calling first. Forcing up that sound barrier is so good here, but Bonobo goes down here too. Noya had that Valve to try to sustain everybody, but now since you don't have that sound barrier, what's going to protect you from the Rocket Barrage?
I mean, not only was the sound barrier gone, but so was the Sigma. And that's another thing that you have to worry about, right? Because even though Sigma's kinetic grasp only comes up every 12 seconds, it can still ruin a barrage.
Absolutely insane.
But the Sigma is gone in Xoxo. Like, you can see that they're playing hero roulette at the moment. Ginger teased the Brigitte and then immediately went for the Zenyatta. The comms are in different ways. They're trying to figure out a way of dealing with the Zara, but we're trying to get some speed. And the forest is still open.
And while these swaps are happening, and you could try to test up to see what you feel more comfortable with, the time is ticking, and they're getting progress on this payload. They clear out the payload one more time, the whole hog, allowing Sky to be able to clear that up. You see Blue trying their best, but Hot Leaf Juice is just so difficult to deal with when you have Noya pocketing Hot Leaf Juice on this Pharah.
And Blue is going to have a Deadeye to come through, and you should have a lot of space that you can buy with it, right? With how open Pointsy is when it comes to those skyboxes. The problem is, you've given it up! You swapped! You gave up an entire ultimate to go for the soldier to have a little bit more self-sufficient, but no one is guarding the Zenyatta, and Ginger almost going down with a kill from the team is there.
And that's why you see Sabo just trying to isolate Ginger. Great steal from Xoxo to keep Ginger alive here, but that's going to be necessary to build the Transcendence, but not anymore. Sky with these hooks. We saw Sky almost hook Blue out of that Deadeye earlier on that first point in Havana, but so far it's just been non-stop, no breaks allowed for Pursuit to get this progress on the cart. They're pulling all the way up to prevent Xoxo from setting up on this double shield.
Emmy's going to have the Sigma Blood Zone. Pursuit aren't running the Baptiste. They don't have Immortality Field, so it should hurt when they hit the ground. But again, Pursuit are just staying in Xoxo's face, not giving them any chance, any break, any time to be able to set themselves into competition, which is what Double Shield needs to feel safe.
This is so scary here. They finally have been able to hold them by this section here. This Rabbinic Flux now coming out from Emmy's going to be able to find Sabo and Squids here. They don't have any Mortality Fields to really contest that Rabbinic Flux. But look at these angles now that they're forced to take up. On the high ground though, they claim has to go off to the side. The Immortality Field helping them out here too, but they're trading that they've lost Carissa. They've lost Boca on the Sim. So now it's going to be forced to play this out as a 4v4 now. As Sabo goes down, Hot Leaf is going to come back from the spawn. You see Noya with the Valk. Noya's been so good at also just staying alive, which is really difficult to come back this far.
I want stats on Noya. I want to know how many times this Mercy has died. But what you really need to worry about right now is Immortality Field. We've seen Pursuit bully it out of Bunny every single time they want a barrage to actually land. And now they've got a Nana to put on top of the barrage. They're going to be looking for that back head.
Look at the turret setup too by this choke point from Doka. They are prepared to take these different high ground angles. I love the fact that they finally have been able to slow down Pursuit here too. Because you can see Pursuit trying to approach this slowly, but with the full bomb and Bunny going down first. The Hot Leaf Juice is moving all the way up. The Nano Boost to enable Hot Leaf Juice. Everybody first on. If you hear the truth, and there's no way that's going to stop them.
Oh, it's the catch-22 between a Pulse Bomb and a Barrage. And unfortunately for Bunny, the Pulse Bomb comes through, it's teasing. You either use the Mortality Field and the Barrage comes through afterwards and still kills everybody, or you go down to the Pulse Bomb and you'll lose the ability to throw the Frisbee and save your team for when the Barrage comes through. Pursuit, such cohesion, such chemistry coming from this team. They make the pharmacy work, but it's not just the Mercy enabling the power, it's every single member on the team.
Just being able to see the Tracer from Sabo just take away a lot of that attention. I mean, we saw that right there too. And just seeing play of the game and seeing the fact that you are forced to utilize that Shatter just to leave your own spawn room. I mean, for a while there, you saw Pursuit and you saw how Pursuit were just clearing out Xoxo teamfight after teamfight. It wasn't until the very end that they were finally able to hold back ever so slightly, but not before that Nano Boost into the Barrage came out. And that is such a strong suit for Pursuit to have here in this in their composition.
I mean, I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen a team more aptly named. Not only do they get to make so many cat puns, but they really do just pursue their prey, don't they? The Fire is the one that really spots out who's vulnerable. The Call goes through the comms, and you can almost see the trickle of communication just going through all of these members. And I have to say, I feel really bad for the Xoxo support lineup. We've all been that. We've all been the support line who's just been absolutely bullied there and back again, stuck in your spawn room, not getting to really play Overwatch. And it really does come down to just that team play coming through from Pursuit. Everyone decided if the BAPS Immortality Field had to go, then the BAPS Immortality Field had to go.
And it's the fact that we saw Xoxo basically try everything in their power to combat that pharmacy. And we saw the change-ups on the support lineup. We saw the Zen at the very end. We saw the BAP at the start too, but just the way that Pursuit were able to track those ability cooldowns kind of put in so much pressure onto the support lineup that we saw the Ana come out. We saw the Nano Boost attempt here to actually push off Pursuit, but none of these attempts were really working out. Even Blue being on the Cassidy wasn't really able to get put into position because you had Sabotabby in the back pressuring you, forcing out that stun, and not really able to do much about the Pharah because you're too busy trying to help peel for your backline.
I mean, the one thing that we didn't really see, and I think the one thing that was sort of putting the DPS at a disadvantage, was the Mercy with the damage boost, right? They tried to run the Zen with the Discord and use the Discord to make sure that the damage would stick on the Pharah, but the problem was no one was able to get near on the Mercy out of the way. So even if Blue was able to hit the shots on the Cassidy or even the Ashe, without that Mercy damage boost actually making sure that it really does hurt when the bullet impacts with the Pharah's helmet, Neo just heals the Pharah right back up to full and gets to convert it into ultimate charge. And so yes, we saw a little bit of the dip in the Pharah's HP, but we never really saw the big old plummet that the mashed potatoes, the Mercy, and the Ashe combo can be.
Yeah, I'm excited now after being able to see that being our first series, Boxy. I'm super excited to see what else we got in store going on through the rest of the bracket for today. I mean, right now, the competition, it was already heating up yesterday, but just being able to see these strong suits for these individual teams have been super entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we've already got pretty big names for Pharahs, right? I kind of want to just have a separate tournament where every team just feels a pharmacy and then they go at it in a death match. That would be absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what else we got in store here as we just wrapped up our very first series. Again, it's first to 2 until later down the line, later in the day, we are going to have first to 3 coming up. But that's going to be great here because that's going to provide a longer time for some of these teams to make those adjustments like we had just seen at the very end with Xoxo making those swap-ups to combat that pharmacy, because you're going to need some of that time there to kind of figure out what's going on, especially when you have that nano boost into the Pharah, just push all the way up, get that rocket barrage set up tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's really scary as well when you see teams that really can just jump on those supports and punish the cooldowns, because that's the really punishing playstyle about things like the Zen and the Baptiste, right? The cooldowns. If you think about Transcendence, the Zen has to be alive to be able to actually get that ultimate to build, and the Zen isn't really alive for very long in Overwatch if you're losing team fights. But you also have to think about the Baptiste. And this isn't first release Baptiste, where you get to throw those immortality fields out twice in every single fight. No! I think we all remember that, right? When Bat just comes out and he's just like, you get an immortality field, you get an immortality field, everybody gets an immortality field. And it just, every single time you try to get any ultimate, any team fight, you would just see the HP and they would drop and you'd go, lower, and then would stop. And you'd be like,
Nope.
No one went for the Bat first.
Nope.
No, this is current Bat. And that means that if Immortality Field comes out, it's not going to come out again in the fight. And we really are seeing the Bats getting a little bit played around.
Yep, we're gonna have to see how many more of those combats that we're gonna have just to contest a lot of these picks here. We got our next series underway, though. Don't go anywhere, because that next series is coming to you on the other side of this break.
I don't stay the night, I feel bad about it. That's a woman's love. Give it all, don't get none. I'm the one who's always gonna be there. Make it feel fine even when it's not fair. I play my part. Why can't you just play yours?
This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never forsaken enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Stop. Oh. Can't stop, stop, stop.
I think this event is really helping set a stage for similar tournaments like it. I think, for example, Valorant has a great VCT, or the Game Changers League, that provides a lot of opportunities for teams, for women and other marginalized genders to compete in. And I think just having these tournaments and events just helps create the space and the community behind them. I think without the tournaments and the focus on it, it's very easy for these communities to fall to the wayside and for people to struggle to find them. I think something that is really beneficial is just having a very high profile event for these groups, because that helps bring it together and helps people find it. Something that I've always experienced is I've known a lot of people, especially in this event, who are competing for the first time on a team or in a tournament. And I think that's wonderful because it just shows that normally in the general competitive environment, they don't feel comfortable joining just due to a ton of factors, which can be varying for everyone. But with this specific tournament, they feel very comfortable and empowered to just get involved and to compete. And giving people that first step is always the most important part of their journey in anything. And being able to provide that is just incredible. And I think it's a great stepping stone for everyone moving forward.
My simple hope is that this tournament gives everyone that's participating a safe place to have an experience beyond what Ranked has for Overwatch and develop new friendships. I've been so lucky with my team that I've had a chance to scrim and play in tournaments that I otherwise would not have if I was on my own. And just coordinated team play is it's really the next level of Overwatch, and everyone deserves an opportunity to have a good experience with it.
Personally, I played in a few tournaments like this with some of the people that are on my team for this tournament, where we come together to compete in a safe place, you know, and it gives us some publicity and like people would recognize us. For me personally, having tournaments and like teams, this are the reason I got into the tier 3 scene, and like I was able to make a name for myself just through like tournaments like this, you know, placing well in them, showing, you know, I do have some worth to myself. Tournaments like this, you know, will shape the way for many people, like even if they don't feel like competing in like tier 3, you know, having tournaments like this gives them a place to compete where they feel safe to do so. We've all been in the place of like ranked where people will be toxic towards you and flame you just for, you know, being yourself, no matter how you identify. It's just people go out of their way to make fun of you and be toxic towards you just because of how you are or who, like what you identify with. And so hopefully tournaments like this will make people recognize that, you know, there are good players, as well as, you know, giving people a platform to make a name for themselves. And hopefully this will make other people in rank, you know, stand up for people like me or others when there's one other person, you know, flaming us for just being who we are.
So this event actually opened my eyes to how many women there are that play Overwatch, women and other marginalized genders. I was actually extremely surprised at how many play at like a top tier level. A lot of people that I've met actually don't play as much ranked as I do, so I wouldn't have an opportunity to meet them. And the reason being is because, I mean, I've also met a bunch of toxic players. I've discriminated against in rank because of my gender. It's affected me personally, and most of the time it does affect the gameplay. I try not to let it. A lot of people that might have played this game, all this type of, they don't feel comfortable using voice chat or even text chat just because they're afraid that someone might call them out because of their gender or the way they sound, the way they talk, instead of just their performance or gameplay. So I'm like, it's just like insane how many people I've met because of this, where I normally wouldn't have. We should just be promoting more events like this.
Great. Adaptive circuits engaged. Orisa. Adaptive circuits engaged. Sigma.
back, everyone, to the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined by the one and only Moxie, Vicky times 4. That's been so great here to be able to cast our first series, and now we are moving on to our second series of the day. We have all the action coming to you guys soon, but it's been so great to watch a lot of these teams face off, and the next teams that we're going to have face off against one another are going to be Squids versus Nightshade.
Yeah, it's Victoria squared at the moment, but it's pretty soon going to be Victoria cubed. Because we do have Victoria Rose. Like I said to Vicky during the break, we're just every single match that we have, we're slowly just going to keep adding more Victorias and then form a team of our own. Yesterday was too many Emmas. You know, poor Sam was trying to cast me like Emma 1, Emma 2, Emma 3. No, we're going to be too many Victorias, and we're just going to be an absolute nightmare. No differentiation, like no capitals, no exclamation marks, nothing. Just everyone block capital Victoria, 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 Victoria.
I'm living for it. I'm not complaining. I'd love to see something like that go on. And if you guys are wondering, how many Victorias are there? I mean, not only am I here, Moxie's here, but one of our players actually in Squids versus Nightshade are going to have a Victoria on their team too. And while we get set up, looking at the teams that we have coming up shortly, I mean, Nightshade is looking incredibly scary, Moxie. You and I were talking a little bit about it during the break.
Yeah, like we just saw with Pursuit, right, how good a really effective and experienced coach lineup can make a team. And this is no different, because they've been able to grab Amir, who's Uprising Academy and Young and Beautiful's coach. So that's a pretty terrifying thought if they're coming in with those team strategies in mind.
And Violet coming out on the support after the amount of work that Violet has been putting in on ladder. I mean, I'm super excited to see this team come together. Squids is ready too. We were talking a little bit about Squids as well. So as we get set up though, we are going on to our first map, and surprise, surprise, Moxie, we are moving on to Lijiang Tower.
See, every single time I boot up the green screen, I always get to feel really smug because I look so smart. I'm like, I looked into the future and I saw that we went to Lijiang first. No, this is just Overwatch. This is just a staple at the moment of this gameplay. But I mean, everyone loves this control, right? You can run so many different compositions. You can run the pharmacy on it. You can run the dive on it. If you want to keep a Reinhardt in the mix, you can absolutely get the good old German hammer swinging.
I'm excited here. We saw a lot of the Pharah before. We saw the sim coming out, and it looks like we are sticking to our tried and true composition. The pharmacy coming out on Lijiang. Not surprised here. Reality is on that sim, though, so they are going to be able to utilize that portal through the window quicker.
Nightshade as well running the Mei, so they really want to get onto this point and set up and then use that Mei wall to corral how Squids are able to get onto this point. But the bat going down a little bit too early on with no immortality field and no hit scan to try and keep Fifi from just going absolute ham.
Oh, very good point. Then you only have Violet really there to be able to help sustain Nightshade, but look at Fifi right now popping off with the Pharah. Remember what happened in our last series, Foxy. You can't play Ignore the Pharah here on Lijiang.
Well, there's the swap coming through. If Nightshade had been able to capture that point, that sim would have been here to stay. But unfortunately, reality sets in, and reality is forced onto the hit scan. Unfortunately for them, Fifi is already going to be that with a barrage. And it's going to be up to Rose to keep the mech so that that Matrix can come through and mitigate a lot of its impact, because you don't want to use Immortality Shield on an engagement! Oh!
Look how close! I love how handsome you immediately what was coming, and the moment that they came out of that doorway, you saw the crowd freeze just coming in and just oh, you can't go anywhere! Something needs to be done about Fifi right now! Fifi is just absolutely continuing on this pressure all the way on the other side, forcing them to just stay on their spawn.
Well, Handsome's going to go onto the Tracer, so you can maybe try and split the Pharah's focus, right? The Tracer goes to the point, draws Squid's attention away, letting Nightshade move through this choke and into the courtyard where they'll have a little bit more space for reality to use that 6 trigger to try and find the pharmacy. But the problem is you're resetting your comp yet again, you're resetting your ult charges.
I like the decision there to keep up the pressure on Handsome. Didn't want to utilize that recall just yet, but in the meantime, though, the rest of Nightshade being cleared and cleaned up, even though that Shatter had such high impact with Diamond Dog, you were losing 3 of your members all at the same time here. So now Squids, they're still going to be able to control that point. Look at this, already 70%, and they're holding forward. It's a Nightshade spawn point.
Nightshade are going to be coming into this with ultimates, right? They do have the Deadeye, but Squids are just not going to give them the respect to actually be able to set this Deadeye up. Because the second that Cassidy pops their head up, you're going to have a Diva in your face. You're going to have a Hammond dropping those mines right over you and making sure that even without Matrix coming through, there's the flashbang able to get the kill onto the hamster. You still haven't got the Deadeye up.
Yeah, that was beautiful there too. You see how they're trying to wrap around to approach this point differently. They need to, but somebody needs to contest the point. Overtime taking away. Look how quickly Gideon was to be able to try to push in here, as well as handsomely forces it into overtime. But they've lost Gideon. They've lost Victoria. That just leaves 2 Victorias left on the board, and they're on the mic right now. So Victoria's gonna have to come back from this on here to go in for a reset. But a great way for Nightshade to flip the tables here on this point. So at the very last minute.
And keep an eye on that Immortal field as well. Hijma's gonna have it up for this next fight, but you can tell that Squids really want to draw either the BAP out of the fight or that little bit of cooldown gone so that PP can drop in with a barrage.
Has the pulse bomb ready. Talk about some of these ultimates here. Diva bomb already utilized with PP in the back still with the rocket barrage. Still fights two huge picks. They do finally find Fifi here, but Pageville is going to have the Ant Matrix so that way they can try to keep themselves on the point they need to here. Just the Ant Matrix coming out and going absolutely crazy. That point.
Ant Matrix invested onto point. Nightshade still holding on. And they should be able to get the stagger onto the motor, right? Opalite is going to go down. Thankfully not getting out of that one. We should buy a little bit of time and maybe a composition swap coming through. There we go. Kitten off the Tracer. Going to be onto the Cassidy. Fifi giving up, knowing that the Pharah is going to be a lot harder to get back into the fight now that Reality can sit back and shoot from afar before the Pharah even pops out. It's going to go for the main and try and wall Diamond Dog off from the team.
There's no way from the wall. We were talking about these swaps and it's really working out. Fifi's absolutely on fire. Scott does have fire in the main too. They're getting their revenge. They're clearing this point. They've been running on 2 from Nightshade. Huge Fifi on the Ragebow and Rose here. Rose going to be taking a lot of that pressure here, but Fifi with these walls and just dominating so much space. And this is exactly what Squids needs to solve right now. Squids are already at 99% into the flip this 1.
Oh, it's so painful. Because Squids, they see a lack of Lucio on Nightshade's pod. And they know no one can actually use the speed boost to get away from the Mei. If Diamond Dog gets caught alone on the Reinhardt, you have nothing to get a clean disengage. They brawl it up onto the point, and the Mei just freezes. It's not Overwatch 2 yet, I'm afraid. That gun still puts you in position. And it's just a game of musical statues where Squids get absolute dominance.
I wanna be the Mercy to Fifi right here because Fifi is just on another level. Not only with those barrages at the very start here, but I just cannot get over that wall to contest that
God,
shatter.
we gotta see it again.
Crazy!
No.
That was insane. That has to be my favorite play in a long time right there. That was beautiful. The timing and the call for that, you have to imagine how the comms also sound here for Squids. But moving on to round number 2 here, I like the swaps that we're seeing. We're seeing Fifi still stick to the Pharah, even though we had that last minute exchange on the Mei from Fifi before. But this is going to be fantastic here on this point for Legion.
Nightshade were really hoping that it was Control Center. The second that they saw us garden, there was a groan going through those comms, I can tell you right now. Because who deals with the Pharah? They're running Reaper and Sombra. That's not hit scan.
No. I guess if Fifi falls close enough to the ground, you got Pageville out here trying to latch on with that DPS, but reality here on the Sombra too. So this means that Nightshade are going to be approaching their composition slowly. They want to rely on the EMP, but that's going to be so hard with Anaki actually getting to sleep over the map, but getting the Diva. Rose is not going to be in this, but still Squids have just carrying on this momentum from that first round.
The big problem, right, is Reality is on the Sombra to try and deal with Lyrol's Hammond. You hack the Hammond, then you just convert the Hellfire into EMP charge. It's 42% to an EMP. Fifi's already got barrage. Fifi's going to be looking to drop in the second that you move through. Lyrol is actually going to fall off of the map, but you still have to worry the Wisdom Bubble down. There's Defense Matrix, but you've already got a kill.
Okay, Anante, I'm looking at you. I got my eyes set on you. That was a huge anti at the start of this engagement. It was a 6-man anti. That's the reason why Reality couldn't build up that EMP as all the way down was in the potential fight here, as Squids now losing on K here. They were all down that support. They only really have Upper Light here to help keep that sustainability, but you know that Upper Light is going to be right beside BP. Nightshade having the number advantage now, clearing out the tanks, clearing out that space. They are going to be able to clear out this point shortly, and they're going to need to here, because Squids, they can't afford to lose this next round.
Well, Nightshade are actually where they want to be, right? This is a stall-heavy composition. If you're in control of the point, you're going to be able to convert that point percentage easily to 53% within one team fight. Unless Squids can get in really nice and fast and drop those hammer mines and stuff up all of your mobility. But reality is holding on to this EMP, making sure that the hack on the Hammond comes through, and the Hammond is gone.
And that is why we see these swapples from Nightshade. I love this play here, because not only are you going to negate Lyra here on the ball, but you're also going to negate Fifi, you're going to negate Kitty here. It's going to be huge here with this EMP that they have at the ready. They need to hold on to it. That's why Squid is trying to approach it slowly. Nightshade's going to be able to answer back with a good amount of ultimate himself. 6 ultimates on board. Full Lens is now coming in. Donkey Guts take it down though, so now you won't have that nano boost either. It's really up to Fifi with that sustainability from Overlight with the mouth to at least try to keep up the pressure, but they cleared up the point with so much space. Those minefields, and Fifi is still racking up enough that percentage here. 4 down though, huge Steve up on finding both of the supports from Squids here as Nightshade are finally able to fend off the opposition on this point.
There is so much trust in this team. They didn't use the EMP to cancel out those hammer mines. In fact, they're still holding on to it for when Squids properly try and contest into these fights without ultimates in their pocket. And it's honestly really good for them in the long run. The second you group up, you're all going to get hit by EMP. And there's the death blossom stabilize off the back. You have no abilities, no way of running away from this fight.
You got the wobble combo too after the EMP had hit 3. Where are you gonna go away from that Death Blossom? I love what I'm seeing here from Nightshade, and they've utilized this ability to now cycle through those ultimates because they held on to that EMP and that Death Blossom for so long. Now you're gonna have the sound barrier soon. You're gonna get that coalescence in that next fight, and that's gonna be huge for this defense.
Mirror comp. Squids are off the fire. The Hammond is gone. They know. If reality is sticking on this Sombra, you have to try and go for counter hacks to get into this backline and deal with them on the outside.
So the Diva Bomb here, you got the bubble to help Squids clear up some of that space. Nightshade though, they're playing around this blue pillar so amazingly right here. Controlling so much of that space, and Anki and Lyra get taken out though. 3 picks now out for Squids. They're outnumbered, and Nightshade, they reclaim this point, and we're gonna be going on to a round 3.
This is huge for Nightshade, because they've been able to deal with the Pharah on a map where the Pharah is most favorable. Now we're moving over to Control Center. They were the ones who were playing the Mei first of all. They were the ones who were running the Sim first of all. This should be Nightshade's map to take if they can win that first fight.
That's such a good point there too. It's gonna be important. Now that we're moving on to Control Center, I don't see the Pharah being utilized as much there too, so the Sim is going to be super important. The Mei, though, that we had seen, like you were mentioning before, is going to be important to control a lot of that space. But I'm not over that Death Blossom into that EMP wombo combo on the bridge. I mean, that was exactly what they needed. That's why they were able to utilize that, because they didn't go through all those ultimates in that fight right before the end.
Well, it's not going to be a Mei, but it is going to be Junkrat. And whew, Junkrat in Control Center in those claustrophobic little corridors. Yeah, that's a lot of damage that comes through. That's a lot of tire ultimate charging. Both of these teams going to be running the Diva with Defense Matrix. No sickness here. 1 second cooldown to make sure that you can eat as much junk damage as you can.
Gotta bring these close corner fights to talk about that damage. Hanson is putting it down here right now, but they've traded both their Baptiste for both of these Junkrats who are putting in so much of that pressure. Although with the Symmetrus too, as we see this mirror coming out here, both these teams are going to be able to get to the point quick here. You can see Reality just kind of hanging out by the pillar, trying to actually hold up, right? So that way those shields can charge up in time here. But being able to claim this point first is going to be important for the Symmetrus to set up those turrets.
Yeah, the big difference in that first engagement is that Victoria actually lost the mech before Rose. And so gone was your defense matrix, which allowed Nightshade to get this point percentage converted first of all. However, they are actually losing the fight now. And Squid should get a very quick flip.
And you can see just how basically they just push off Nightshade off of this point, and now Fifi is gonna have the tire to match that with Handsome. But the ult economy in favor for Squid is just much higher here than Nightshade, as they're really only gonna have the Amp Matrix.
Yeah, what's worrying, right, is that Squids are now on choke. They're going to be able to control how Nightshade enter into this fight, especially with this tire. It should just bait out Immortality Field from Pajamo, but at the moment it's buying them so much time to get themselves set up. That's why the tire only now goes through. There's Immortality Field. It still gets the pick onto Violet. The Lucio is gone, and this should open the floodgates. Now you have no speed boost to try and escape, and that's why Nightshade are just having to wait for the respawn.
And even more important too, you wanted to have that sound barrier here going into this fight, and now it's going to take extra long for Violet to be able to build that up, but they have that sound barrier here. They have those other ultimates. The Riptide, big shatter going out though from Lyro, an Immortality Field from a Donkey to keep everybody from the Squids up and alive. Victoria's going to get the next here, but the Immortality beautiful here, but now they don't have the back out there. Nightshade put up in until finally Lyro said, not today. I'm going back to the team. And look how they're sandwiching Nightshade. Very similar to how we basically just saw this series in the last one with Pursuit versus Xoxo. They're taking the page out of their book.
Well, they saw that Anake was out of the fight though, which did allow the self-destruct to get a pick. Unfortunately, there's not really much of a team left to be able to push. And now you're coming into a fight where Opalite is going to be the one with the sustain. They've got the sound barrier. They're going to have the symbol to hide behind. Nightshade don't have an ultimate. It's going to immediately get them a kill.
And now they've lost Violet here at the start too. Two picks out the main tank out without being able to utilize their scatter. The post carrier to be able to push back Nightshade here. Squids though, they're going to be able to sustain themselves at this point. The remake pick onto Rose after hitting got the D-Mech originally. Squids now have just turned this entire thing around, and they're going to be taking the first map in this first two.
The big difference, right, is that even though Nightshade win that first fight, which should put them in a favorable position, they suffer casualties, they don't have their Diva mech back, and so they have to play on point. They can't go aggressive, they can't hold Squids at that choke, and so the second that Squids come back, they've got the Diva mech, they've got the numbers, they bully Nightshade off of the point, pick it up practically for free, and then they get to burn so much time off of that percentage. Well, we just see everyone on the side of Nightshade. First, the Immortality Field comes out, then Violet goes down to that tire, and they get so much ult charge off of it that they're just able to cycle through all of these fights, constantly dictating the tempo and making sure that Nightshade just don't get any chance of being able to actually build up an ultimate economy that's stable enough for them to, one, get into a team fight with all members alive and still have ultimates left to actually be able to finish it out.
I really want to know how those comms are going there for Squids, because I could only imagine just the rotation between their ultimates to turn that fight around on that second round too. That was just insane. That Squids, they had, remember, they also started with Fifi dominating originally on that Pharah, and then the turnaround from Nightshade to be able to claim that first round, and then the immediate turnaround and adaptation from Squids going on to the next two rounds. I'm excited. I'm expecting the series to go all the way, Moxie.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a real long one because we are getting to see, and this is my favorite thing about Overwatch, right? The fact that you can go back and you can switch out heroes. So if one thing that a team is running you into the ground with, something like a pharmacy can come through, you do have those tools to be able to go back and sit down at that table and think, okay, how do we deal with this? What isn't working? What do we swap around? And we are seeing two teams that have a very good understanding of how to get into each other's composition and pick it apart from the inside.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what we have more in store from Squids. Nightshade, too, putting on such a good fight. You were highlighting Violet getting taken out originally from that Riptire, but then we also noticed in that second engagement, after the sound barrier was used, that pin from Lyra was insane there, too. So that took away one of your supports for that last fight that you really needed to have in that point. And unfortunately, that reset was just not quick enough. They were just staggering through, and unfortunately, Nightshade was not able to close out that first map. And we are going on to our second map in the series. We're going to be seeing Route 66.
Ooh, one that you can still run the Pharah on, what with the open skybox. It's a little bit more punishing though, because there is a lot of high ground open to the enemy, and if you do control that space, getting the Pharah back in the air can be a little bit of a tricky challenge, but it's also one of those really punishing ones, right? Where you have that early potential of a spawn hold if you all hole up in train carriage, or you have the roof of good old Big Earls, which can be so hard if the payload gets stuck right beside.
Such a good point here too, and you also are going to have those hit scans going to be able to hold up on top of Big Earls to see how this map is going to kick off here for both of our teams here, especially seeing how close it was just on Lijiang alone. Nightshade again taking that first round, Squids making the comeback, reverse 2-0 on that one map alone. That's why I'm expecting this to go the distance here between both these teams. And I just got to highlight, I love that little logo for Squids. That was so cute.
See, I loved Pursuit's logo. The little cat drawn in paint.
Yes.
I find it absolutely adorable. Squid's going to be coming out Fifi very early on the Torbjorn, so they are expecting something like either a Clara or an Echo that they can try and deal with. You put the turret down, or even the Tracer as well, which can be very good deterrent for making sure that they can't get into the backline, that they can't just bully your supports, especially if you're running that BAP. You don't see the Immortality field burned out a little bit too early, and that's good. That's something that you are going to need, because if you look at this tank lineup, there's not really a lot of traditional peel. Yes, the Sigma is going to be there with the Kinetic Grasp and the Mobile Shield, but this is a double shield composition. So the entirety of its idea is that you put so much up that reality has to burn through that the Hanzo only find shielding and not actually teammates to hit behind.
So we're actually going to get the swap up here to the Ashe, and look at the space and respect that you're currently seeing Squids give over to Nightshade. I mean, with this double shield comp, you can see that the Sigma shield is just solely protecting that turret from Fifi, and I love it. The real stake here that the turret alone gets is criminal here, but Nightshade is not going to deter them. They're going to be able to try to push this payload through. They're not going to be contested with this extra progress, but they have to split a lot of that attention to the left here if they want to deal with that turret.
Beautiful Holt as well almost gets Rose out of that mech, but the heals from that BAP is just a little bit too strong. And now all of Nightshade have actually been able to get underneath the rooftop of Big Ult and continue the payload to push, so Squids are the ones who have to drop down and give up that high ground advantage.
I have to highlight Anante with these Mortality fields have just been next level, but now something needs to be done about Kitten though on the high ground here. Opalite get taken out, so you won't have a out for this fight here instead. Nightshade now are going to be able to hold off, and it's a 5v5 after they lost Handsome, but Handsome can get back into this fight just as quickly here. The Animatrix contest at a window for a window, but that should have the number advantage and make it a 7th member here as Bob makes his stage onto the payload. And now Squids, they're falling like flies. They've lost 3 members here. They need to give some of that space over to the high ground for this next point, because Nightshade were just unstopped for that first initial push.
Yeah, they lose their healers a little bit too early on, right? Opalite goes down and then an Anki, and I think Kitten actually even tried to go a little bit away from the fight to get the Mercy taxi going on through, but they do still have control of high ground at the moment, so the Ashe is absolutely in the position that they want to take, especially with Reality trying to counter Ashe and take the high ground away from them. Uses this as a very aggressive Ashe, given that you don't have a Mercy pocket. You have to hit all of your shots to just be able to keep Kitten out of the fight, and then you still have to worry about the rest.
And you saw the Matrix 2 from Rose to help heal, but Kitten hitting these headshots and Flame Handsome. Hopefully already utilized the rest too on the piece. You got the Mortality field, but now the Bolted Core is going to be putting on so much pressure, clearing up the space right behind the military. With the weakness engaged from Nightshade, though, they block Violet in the middle of that rotation here. To be important, now you don't have a unit here. Instead, you really only have the Baptiste and the Mortality field. I like the approach here, but they're just being sandwiched by Squids here. They've also lost 3 members. The Gravitic Flux isn't going to slam down Nightshade, so they're in a pretty good position as Kitten is forced to back away.
Squids used so many ultimates. The Valk, the Supercharger, the Sigma Flux. Everything that they had, barring the Bob, was thrown into that fight, and they still lost. So huge props to Nightshade for actually keeping their supports alive through that absolute onslaught of ultimate. And now they're the ones who have control of high ground. Yes, Kitten is going to have a Bob to be able to throw onto this cart and try and stall if they choose to, but it's going to be so hard to actually unseat Naked's high ground bandit.
Exactly. Now with the Animatrix 2, it's going to be so much damage putting out, and you're going to be able to delete those shields from the double shields attempt that we had seen earlier on from Squids. Now with both tanks out and the Bob making its way from Reality here on the field from Nightshade, they're going to be able to get the second point here too. I feel like the double shield right now from Squids are just taking way too much pressure with Nightshade properly set up.
Both teams try to do that same counter tactic for the shields, right? They drop Amplification Matrix and try and shred them that way. But unfortunately, you have to, as the defending team, keep contesting that payload. And so you move away from the natural cover, whereas the attacking team can just hold up behind there and use natural cover to get away from fights that occur. And so their shield actually holds up a little bit too long, and Squids now are actually forced to go on to the Hanzo to go for extra shield shred.
Oh, that's the second time we've seen that happen. Victoria eating up that pulse bomb. Handsome getting taken out by Kidden, holding the backline there. Now losing one member though, they are gonna have that super starter damage, boosting up that damage that Reality can try to put in here. You can see them putting down the pressure. Monkey gets taken out. The Diva Bomb sent out by Rose to control that space up ahead. Now Squids are actually trying to disengage, wrap around Nightshade instead.
But what do Squids have that's really going to staunch this flow, to stop the momentum that Nightshade have to carry them through? Because yes, they've got a Valkyrie, but they've lost Kitten, so the bomb charge is actually halted. And what is going to be there to convert into kills?
And now Reality's gonna have another bomb on the board. Reality's been getting this bomb so quickly off of these dynamite pressures too. You see the res onto Kitten, and they were able to hold off Nightshade, finally put a stop to that momentum. With Fifi being on this Hanzo, you're gonna have 3 ultimates online, make it 4 actually, with the Diva Bomb, rather the Diva Remake coming in from Victoria. Want to build up into that Diva Bomb, but Nightshade though, they are gonna have the Bob going into that next fight.
This is going to be brutal potentially. If Nightshade trying to open things up with a rally to engage, Fifi can buy them the time and burn the rally out with this Dragon Strike. Especially if Lyrola is able to get an Orisa Halt to make it hurt extra more.
Here, Reality's just looking for the opportunity right now. You see the Dragons online. You see the Ant Matrix now going to be able to delete through Diamond Dog Shield here. You see Reality getting into position onto the high ground too, trying to be sneaky here as they wait out the Ant Matrix.
It's going to be just a little bit of time burned off of the clock as Reality's health is burned quite literally. There's the Dragon Strike to come through. They know exactly where Nightshade is. They all moved into a claustrophobic space. They played themselves with that positioning. The Halt makes sure the Dragon Strike sticks. And that is going to be Nightshade going back to the drawing board.
I cannot believe that just happened. Fifi got the hardest read, knew that they moved away from the Ant Matrix and knew that they were holed off to the corner there. I mean, where are you gonna go when you just conjoined yourself into that little corner?
And unfortunately for Nightshade, now they have to get back into this fight, and they're still going to face delay. The supercharger coming through immediately from Lyrola is going to force them even further back. Violet trying to drop the rally to keep this team around so they can use the Bob, and they should have enough damage to be able to burn through the Orisa, but you still have to worry, because Squids, despite losing this fight, still have 2 ultimates to throw that are going to force you to evacuate this payload.
Minute and 35 seconds here left for Nightshade, and now it's not stopping with the payload moving all the way to the finish line. But Squids, like you said, they have 2 ultimates. They can take a lot of this spawn point right now. See Handsome about to get a set of dragons himself, and that's going to be super important here. Handsome is going to be able to try to use those dragons by the spawn point. You have the immortality field that's been used up, but Violet fights Victoria. That's huge as Victoria.
Opalite goes down to the remake kill. Dragon Strike is able to clear top, but there's no one able to clear payload. And Nightshade are able to push the card all the way to the final in the midst of the chaos. And we're going to see this side swap through, and you have to get a full push on Route 66, and it feels so rare that we actually get to see this map completed.
I love it. That's a second remake kill that we've also seen today, Alo. So
no.
that's the action.
The Dragon Strike.
Goodness, that was so beautiful there too. Nonetheless, though, Nightshade had so much momentum from the very beginning, winning fight after fight, where they were really dwindling away their time entirely by that 3rd point. But overall, they were able to take control over the high ground so easily around Squids.
I mean, Squids did a really good job, though, with utilizing Point C and the stall potential you have to stop that payload, though. Because with all of the momentum that we saw in Nightshade, they didn't really stop for Point A, right? It was pretty much a straight-up push. They were able to get underneath Big Earls, they had to force Squids to go for the low-ground contest, and then they just jumped them, and it really did feel like that payload didn't stop even as it moved through B. But Squids were able to burn so much time off of the clock just by cycling through the ultimates as Nightshade came back into the door of that entrance for Point C. The problem is, now Nightshade are in the driving seat. They're the ones in defense, they're the ones who have the high ground, and so Squids, they're not going to go for the underneath Big Earl strategy. No, they're going for direct contest over the roof of it.
They're trying to dive right on top of Nightshade out here, and I like these change-up in composition that we've been seeing from both these teams so far. Fifi now on the Genji, going to be able to be on that flex DPS where we saw the mate coming out earlier too. They're going to be able to try to take control over the high ground. It's going to be necessary with the way that Nightshade is playing on top of Big Earls.
Nightshade are actually not running the Zan. They do have a lot of CC, right? The Coach Gun, the Halt, and Violet going to be there with the Break Bash. But if Fifi is able to get in and that CC's gone, there's nothing to stop this guy from actually successfully finding what it wants.
especially from the follows from these anti that we're seeing a Nunky land here. Violet is going to be able to hold up safely, and they are going to be able to push that payload right underneath the girls. Here comes DP once again trying to charge in, but these dynamites have just been so lethal too, from both Reality and Kitten alone.
Well, the big difference though is that the Dynamite hasn't found the kill, and so Ananke is 99% to a Nano, and a dive really just wants to wait for the Ana to come into the Nano before the dive actually goes through properly. There's the Nano boost onto the Winston. This is the contest that Squids were wanting, and Nightshade's already backing out.
And this is my space here, says Lyro, and you see Fifi cleaning up right behind all the damage of the wall that Lyro has basically built up between herself and the rest of Squid. So now Nightshade needs to reset quickly to try to take the high ground for that second point here, unless they want to recontest.
Yeah, Squid's able to use that res to get Ananke right back into the action. So the Nano boost comes through, the dive that Squids were wanting is set into motion. And Fifi is going to be coming in with Blade. Yes, no Nano, but you don't have to worry about Zen's Transcendence where you have to use the damage to lump through the ultimate. So it's still going to be extremely dangerous if the ult goes off.
Bob taking a quick nap on the payload, wasting away a lot of that time that they needed for Bob to contest, but Bob was able to keep the payload from taking that first point, and now Nightshade are coming and swinging the res used up on Lyro, about to get that primal. They lost Kitten in the process though, and the way that they were so close, look at how Nightshade just reversed this entire situation.
And now for Squids, you don't have the Nano boosted Winston to immediately get your foot into the door. You can throw Bob at the payload, maybe through tunnels to draw Nightshade's attention away from that high ground to set Fifi to come up, but you can't send the Genji in with Blade until CC has been exhausted.
Trying to waste some of their time and their approach from Rose, throwing out that Diva Bomb. Isn't going to have it to try to control that payload though, as you see the Blade up and ready. Nano Boost is not online, like you said, it won't be online as Handsome gets the bold one picked onto Nani. Nobody really left to help heal for Nani right there, as the rest of Squids are going to charge in. The primal for Lyro as he tries to hold everybody off of the high ground, holding off Rose as Rose somehow gets away, and Violet out here with the rally has been able to help resustain everybody from Nightshade. We only have a minute and 15 seconds to get to that first point.
We're in a game of utility chicken, and Pagemo is winning at the moment. Squids are throwing so much in to try and get this back to use immortality field. That's why the dive came through, even though the Nano boost wasn't there. They want the BAP to throw the frisbee, so then Fifi can come in with the blade and make the kill stick. But Pagemo has just been stalwart and not expended the utility.
Unfortunately, Ananke just has not been able to stay alive long enough to have been able to utilize his Nano Boost too, because you have Handsome in the backline just continuously pressuring Ananke alone. Now you have the Blade going in, the Nano Blade, with the Stun too, and the Immortality Field. There's just so much that you have to worry about all at once. Maybe not getting the extent of the Blade that they wanted, but you've allowed Kitten to open things up for the rest of Squids, essentially using Fifi as a distraction.
Look, sometimes sacrifices have to be made for the greater good, and that comes in the form of a Nano Blade and Genji, because that allows Kitten to get the crossfire to catch everyone on the side of Nightshade in that high ground, and that sets the kills into motion. There's the momentum that the dive is looking for. Nightshade have been separated. This is a team divided, and this is a team that are being sent back to school.
Now with 3 seconds left, you gotta stay on the point here too. Squids finally kind of clear up this payload, but not very easily, as Kitten is on the high ground, and Nightshade are still trickling in. They even have to use up the Bob here in this instant to guarantee that they'll clear this payload. They basically threw in everything that they had there, and they needed to because they didn't have any time left.
Yeah, and speaking of time, they need to just push for a B. They can't afford to lose a single fight if they want to get even close to what Nightshade were able to finish off in this map. And I'm worried because you look at the ultimates, they're all on Nightshade's side. Fifi's going to be coming in with a pulse bomb, and maybe if you're able to get it to connect with Pagemo on this map, you can win a fight off of the back of just spooking Nightshade into not having a main support. But you still have to worry about Nano of your own if you're not running the back. That's the pulse bomb stick, and now you build the body, leap on the Mercy the second that they try and get near that corpse, and they just can't push.
Ananke has been trying their best, but time and time again, Handsome has just made it so difficult just to stay alive, knowing well here that the support lineup just keep getting harassed by Handsome. Handsome forced a recall there, so he's going to push too heavily up ahead, but they do catch Fifi off to the side, taking that Mega Pack.
The worst thing for Squids as well is you can't even really afford to swap. Because if you swap Opalite off, then you lose that damage impact that Kitten is putting out on the Ashe, and we've seen how effective that can be on point A. And if you try and go for the Zen, you just don't have enough heals to keep the dive team alive.
is going to be so difficult here. Violet getting another rally, going to be able to control that high ground. High ground has been the name of the game here for Nightshade, and with the supercharger, he's going to be able to put down even more of that pressure here. See Lyra with a nano boost to help stay alive, to help clear up that space on the high ground here too. 60 seconds left. Like you said, they can't afford to be with health here. He gets taken out by the dynamite, and they trade that Bruce Trace is getting taken down from Nightshade as well here. Rose wins a remake now, and the mech kill though, taking out Kitten with the Diva Bomb, and a remake kill from Victoria again. This time onto Violet, trading 1-for-1 between both these squads.
Fifi's 87% to the pulse bomb and is looking for any target on the low ground. Trying to find that BAP. Saw a little sniff of page mode, but they were on the high ground, so weren't able to connect it, but they can still take the Orisa out of the way. Now you don't have an anchor for Nightshade to try and hide behind. The Orisa shield has worn its course, and you can't shield dance your way out of this damage.
Oh, big anti-mortality though is going to be able to help save 4 members. It's going to help Handsome, unfortunately, as Kitten is on this high ground with the bomb, tossing him out as another member left for Squids to worry about. Squids going to be able to clear out this payload, but another bomb now coming to reality, but Kitten is popping off here. These dynamites have just been so lethal in creating that space and pressure.
We've got to get this payload onto that finish line though, and there's a lot of stall potential available for Nightshade as they are just anti-heroes that can get out of spawn fast and keep this card in your possession. That's the res. Gonna be bringing an Anki back into the fight with that nano boost, but you want to hold on to the ultimate because this is overtime and you need to now push the card all the way through to C. With 1 minute 27 seconds, you are relying on this nano boosted Winston to buy you not just the space to be able to set up for this next team fight, but to buy you the time for Kitten to hit a bob.
Actually crazy here. With the way that Nightshade is playing, they're trying to be able to hold this defense. They have Handsome with Pulse Bomb. I think Squids just likes to be fastly late to these points here. You see the pressure still going on in the backline by Handsome too, as Handsome keeps trying to harass Ananke and Opalite, but Fifi now gets taken out by trying to sneak in.
Oh, Lyral's gone. You've still got the nano in your pocket. 51 seconds. You're going to be able to set up for another team fight. But it's going to be so hard to safely get all of your members into position when there are just halt after halt, trying to find a cheeky little pick that immediately slides advantage towards Nightshade. You've got the Primal Winston to buy yourself sustainability, but the second that the Winston uses Primal, Rose is going to be able to throw in that Diva self-destruct, knowing the bubble's going to be there not to stop it.
Ooh, the nano boost now. Lyru's gonna be able to put down that bubble, ignore that Diva Bomb. As you can see, Handsome already in the backline. So with Opalite making the swap over to Torpedo, you have to worry about that shield bash. The rally now coming in from Violet and takes care of Lyru. That's a huge pick now as Victoria sends out the Diva Bomb, gets right back into the mech. Fifi has that Pulse Bomb. Doesn't get eaten up this time, but it does take care of the Immortality field. So the Squids, they have all the members up, minus Opalite now, who gets taken down by Handsome, but a huge anti-up to the tank lineup from Nightshade. They get a capitalize off of this, but the Squids are supposed to get dropped like that lineup to help them with the ability of
Squid's not going to be able to complete Route 66 right now unless they're able to get a pop-off moment with an Anki coming in on that Lucio. But it's not going to be enough, and Nightshade are going to be able to take Route 66, and we said it could potentially go the distance. Squid's already 1 map up in this burst to 2, so we are for the first time gonna get to see the 3rd map of Overwatch coming up in the screens.
Hey, this is what I like to see. Much more Overwatch here on our screen. That was beautiful. That pull into the dragons, knowing that they were stuck over to the side there. I mean, it was so difficult here with Nightshade putting on such a good fight. We saw how close it was just in the first map alone on Lijiang when Squids was able to reverse 2-0 them on the following 2 rounds. But now this is what I was expecting here. Going on to map 3 as it's tied 1-1 between both these teams.
Oh, you can just feel the pain radiating from an Anke as that pulse just connects, because you know that there's no saving that Ana. The Daphne has been wrong, and I mean, circling back to the Ana, right? It's not an Anke's fault. You have to run the Ana. You don't really have the peel available for your team, and you can't even try and say, oh, well, the DPS could maybe have swapped onto something like a Torbjorn to play a little bit more peel, because you're running dive. And that means that all of your members that aren't your supports have to be engaged in the team fight, or you don't have enough damage to tip the scales to actually make sure that that dive converts into kills. especially if you're running up against Brig and Bat, because there is just so much sustainability in that composition that if you don't have a Genji and a Tracer and a Winston and a Diva all going in at the same time, you're going to do little tickles of damage that are very quickly going to be healed back up, and then you're going to be seeing an amp matrix right in your face as a result.
That's why we kept seeing Handsome putting in that backline pressure so frequently, because until the very end, we didn't really see a Brigitte coming out from Squids, unfortunately. So the Brigitte was right there to help peel from Ananke, but Ananke was having so much trouble at the start of that push with the payload that it was just unfortunate that you really couldn't get anything going until the very end there, and it was a little too late since they were already working with limited time, Moxie.
Well, talking of limited time, I think we're going to be pausing on the time that we have here, Vicky Kitty, because it seems like we're going to be going for a little bit of a break. But don't worry, folks, we've got a third map of Overwatch coming up right after this.
Talk to me nice, talk to me honestly. Look in my eyes, don't let it fall on me. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind, when we rewind, feels so nice. We time, you I know how to make me feel right. I can't help how this sweet talk. I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk. You need to say let's soon, babe. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way, on my way. Why you blushing? Yeah, sweet concussion. Oh, you miss my touching. You do. Show me something, give me more than one thing. I need more than less than I do. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind, when we rewind, it feels so nice. I can't help how this sweet talk. I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk. You need to say let's soon, babe. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way, on my way. We've been dancing all night long, right here with you.
Welcome back to our second series of the day. We are going on to a map number 3, and Moxie, I'm super excited because you and I, we were talking about it. We knew that this series could go the distance.
Well, we also knew that it's Overwatch, and map 3 is hybrid. So do you think we're going to Kings Row, or Kings Row?
Kings Row. My favorite map. I'm all for it. You know what? I'm all here for it. Kings Row is gonna be our third map, and this is gonna open things up here because we've seen both these teams. They've been going back and forth. We've been seeing a lot of these swaps too to be able to try to contest each other. But with these tracers harassing the backline, I mean, we were talking a little bit about it before, right before we got into break.
Yeah, unfortunately, it really does feel like Ana is just public enemy number 1, and you can really see that Squids do rely on Ananke on that Ana to be an opener of sorts, right? Not only is it so much healing put out, but it's also enabling the Winston to go in safely, because Diva's Matrix only lasts so long. It's not going to keep a Winston up and around, but you're also relying on that nano boost, that nano charge to always make sure that you can actually get that dive to connect and stay in, as opposed to all of the dives that we saw when the Ana Nano wasn't up, where it would be tiny little pokes, little pockets of pressure to push them off a little bit of space and then immediately falling back to make sure that everyone was still alive, as opposed to the dives that actually stuck around when that nano boost was up. So it feels like we see a different team from Squids when we see NIK alive, as opposed to when we see them without Diana.
Now, I'm wondering here, as we go on to King's Row, Moxie, what are we to expect now that we have more of that verticality from the map? We get to see a lot more Hanzos perhaps coming out. We saw Fifi on the Hanzo earlier on before making the swap themselves over to the Tracer. I'm expecting a lot of these adjustments to come out, especially from Squid, seeing how they were able to adjust on Lijiang to get that reverse 2-0.
So I have a little bit of a pet peeve when it comes to this map in terms of what defensive teams run. And if you don't run a diva and you hold up on the high ground on top of the point, ooh. I wish sometimes it was just like a little camera just tracking, or even a heart rate monitor tracking whenever we sort of go into actual maps, because you will just see it spike whenever I see a team go for the full high ground defense without a diva. Because attacking teams, they don't really care about high ground. They just they loop through hotel and then they move on to the point. And we saw it in that engage when I believe it was Nightshade, right? They went underneath Big Earls to make everyone on the high ground have to give up that high ground space and actually contest them, because they weren't running the diva. They were running the Orisa. So if you drop down, you can't just zip back up with your boosters.
And, you know, we highlight the high ground entirely. Reality was popping off on that Ashe, landing those dynamites, getting Bob after Bob so quickly to try to stop the Squid's engagement there too. So that's something else that I've been noting after seeing what happened on Route 66, especially since they were able to really utilize that Ashe pick to turn things around for Nightshade.
Yeah, definitely. Ashe is really strong in King's Row. Anywhere which has a lot of verticality, right? High ground ledges where you can perch on and just go for a little bit of a cheeky pick. Sometimes we get to see the Widowmaker come out. I don't think we're going to get to see a Widowmaker stick around with all of the shields that have been running around, but it's always one of my favorite things when we see just the opening 5 seconds where the attacking team pops out from clock tower doors and the Widowmaker is able to just line a shot up to get a support right in the head. Sometimes you see it, sometimes you don't, but hey ho.
It's a good way to start up the hype, hey, you know? Yeah, maybe, at least with that quick swap, but it's like you were saying though too, we've been seeing a lot of the double shield coming out too. We saw Squid actually try it out, so as we get set up here, we are missing out on a player at the moment, so we're going to toss it to a quick break, and hopefully we'll have map 3 underway for you guys on the other side.
I want to see if I can move the payload while they're all out here. I know, I love how we have the same idea. Let's keep them occupied. Everything's okay. It's okay.
Hi, I'm Alexis, but I go by Squeak Queen. I am a Twitch streamer and I'm also a freelance video editor. When I was really young, media's kind of been really just part of my life. I always found it as a great way to escape difficult situations and times growing up. I know that it was something I always really wanted to do as a career, and when I was a teen and people were asking me what I wanted to do when I grew up, I knew I wanted to focus studies around that time in college in film and new media, and around that time YouTube and a lot of things were starting to develop there. So as soon as I knew that I could start doing that, I pretty much wanted to put all of my efforts into that. So yeah, that's how it became my passion. My community has always been something that's just been really special to me, because I always wanted a safe space for people to be able to squee technically about something that they're passionate about or something that they love. I feel like a lot of the time there's not a lot of spaces for people to feel like they can be happy or nerd out about stuff that without there being some sort of backlash or someone being judgy. And I felt like this is why I wanted to make sure that I had a safe space for people if they wanted to come over and just talk about anything that they wanted, and know that there was a judgment-free zone, that's what it is. And I finally have a community where we can do that. And I like calling them the Squeedom, because the fact that you can come here, squee about what you like, and know that we will always support you for it. And I love that it's just a bunch of different people from all ages, all backgrounds, all over the world too, and the fact that we just support each other. And I finally feel like I've achieved that. So it makes me really happy.
I can't see. I didn't know that we didn't.
I stream during the week on Twitch TV /Squeak Queen. You can find me all over social media. That's TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all of it at Squeak Queen. That's Squee with 3 E's, Queen, anywhere, all over the place.
Great. Okay. Can you play in Braille?
I can try.
Oh my god.
Can someone in Morse code tell me what's happening?
Beep, 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 beep.
I knew it.
So I can't think about it. I don't stay the night and feel bad about it. That's a woman's love. Give it all, don't get none. And the one's always gonna be there. Make it feel fine even when it's not fair. I play my part. Why can't you just play yours? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never forsaken enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Stop. Oh. Can't stop. 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 Oh.
guys, thanks for waiting for us, and we are back for a map 3 here in our second series of the day. We just wanted to give some of these players some of that extra time here, but it's a tied 1-1 series, so it's time to strap up and get ready for our third map in the series.
Ooh, and it's King's Row. I mean, what better way, right, to end this series that has been so close on Lijiang and then so dominant on Route 66 than going all the way back to classic Overwatch of King's Row, where you get to see the dive come through, you get to see the death ball if you still want to run the Reinhardt with the Lucio. If you want to go back to what really worked on Lijiang, the Pharah can still be an absolute pain to unseat from the sky. But there's also a lot more options for counterplay, right? Ashe up on the high ground, Torbjorn on the low with that turret, which we did see a little bit of a teaser with a Sigma shield dedicated to a Torbjorn turret. And if that just doesn't give you the mental image of My Neighbor Totoro, where it's just like Totoro holding a little Sigma shield up over a Torbjorn turret, I don't know what does.
I love it. I love that analogy too. Just now I could just think about it being like a leaf, but it's the shield instead. But
Give
I love
Sigma a Totoro skin. Come on, guys.
Oh, that would be so awesome. I would buy
Well, it makes sense, right?
one.
Because he goes up. His ultimate
That's
is literally a Totoro bounce.
That is so true. That is so true. I would actually pay front row seat money for that. But as we get set up here, our players, they're getting set up themselves. Looks like we lost somebody from Squids, but while everybody is getting set up in the lobby here, that pause timer is ticking away, and it is our game 3 here, so we want to be able to see this series go the distance. I mean, Moxie and I, we were just talking about it at the very start of this map here, in the first map, where we were expecting this to really go to game 3, and that's exactly what we got.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see either a very close King's Row or an absolute dominant King's Row, and it really is going to come down to whether or not Squids are going to be able to keep NNK up and alive. And you can see that there is a lot of thought going in to keep this backline up and safe, because you are going to have O played on the Lucio, so if NNK does come into fire from something like a Tracer, you will have the speed boost to be able to get everyone away, but the Mei coming through also means that if a Mei wall comes up, you can just use the speed boost to make sure that Lyra gets close enough to be able to capitalize on the moment where someone is separated from the pack, and it's going to come down to who can get these Mei walls to be the most impactful.
Oh, that's going to be so good, especially by the statue to control so much of that space there too. But we're going to have to see if somebody gets caught off guard, again, someone gets singled out here in this ice cream sandwich of VP and Handsome both being on the Mei. They are going to be able to rotate through that statue so quickly here too. But here's those Mei walls. The Mortality Field saving Diamond Dog though, but not before he gets taken out. Look at the way that they're able to just completely dive right on top of Diamond Dog here. So now Nightshade comes back to the tables here, as they are going to be able to hold back a little bit and wait out on that main team.
Yeah, taking advantage of the fact that Nightshade have to actually use the speed boost to get through choke, through the gate, so they won't have it up and available unless they wait for it to come back up to be able to contest when Squids get into their face. And you still have to wait. There's the speed boost. They're all waiting for everyone to be grouped up, make sure no one gets caught out alone by the Mei wall, and then move in on the team. But again, their HP has just dropped so low because Squids are in control of the choke still.
And they're just keeping up this pressure here too. We were talking about that verticality that King's Row provides. You have to get in on the Cassidy here, but reality is the one setting it in as a Nanke gets taken out. Here comes those Mei walls though to try to block out the Ant Matrix, and they're just going to wait out on the timer here too, but they're giving all this free space over to Nightshade to already take that first hit.
I mean, they had to. They'd lost a Nanke in that fight a little bit too early on, so the speed boost is used to make sure that Squids can get into Hotel away from that Ant Matrix, and now they can regroup and contest this point.
Oh, the shatters on the top of that here too. Now it's going to be able to try to be utilized, but on top of the shield is not what you wanted. Diamond Dog actually ends up blocking it. Here comes the Blizzard to control that space, but they put down a lot just to be able to try to claim this point here. Squids are forced to reset.
They do have a shatter and a sound barrier, and if they wait a little bit of time, a D.Va self-destruct to go over the top of that, and that is the big old wombo combo, right? The classic. You have the Zarya grabs him with the Dragon Strike, and then you have the Reinhardt shatter coupled up with the D.Va bomb. It's something that you do have to be so very careful about, especially because Diamond Dog knows Larue used the shatter in the last fight. The counter shatter potential is not going to be there, and you want to win this fight so you don't get stuffed up in another choke.
And that's why they're holding forward all the way here to control that next port too, because you know that Diamond Dog has that shatter, but he gets deleted. The Mei wall preventing seeing him fully backing up for the rest of the spawn. And unfortunate now, but now fortunately for Squids, they're going to be able to control that space. The quick disengagement from Nightshade to wait out on Diamond Dog, and they're going to have their ultimates going into this next fight as well as Sound Barrier.
I mean, Royce has got to be able to try and get an eat onto this blizzard, but it's going to be so hard because Fifi can just wait around the corner, drop it onto the ground, and make sure that everyone in Nightshade gets frozen.
The ball there on top of it too, though. He tried to be a sneaky with the shatter on the other side of the payload, but a huge Diva Bomb is playing both of the supports from Nightshade. They utilize a lot of their ultimates here, and they're about to get Deadeye from Kid and Soon on board, but Nightshade trying to be more reserved themselves, but they were not planning for this.
Yeah, Squids wanting to win the fight, knowing that if they win it, they've got control of the choke again, so they can build up the ultimates once more and just cycle through this whole burn so much time off of the clock. That's why they're fine with coupling up the Blizzard and the Bomb, because it wins them this fight and forces Nightshade once again to try and re-engage through this archway where Lyral is just going to get such a good opportunity to drop that shadow across the payload.
Oh, there it goes though. The Immortality Field was so clutch right there. You see now, you do trade that for Opalite, who goes down to the Diva Bomb. Victoria going to be able to find Handsome at the same time, but off to the side it's going to be Reality with the Deadeye. Diamond Dog is getting stunned a little bit there too, though, but with this Matrix, Nightshade is putting on so much of that pressure that Ananke couldn't even put down the Matrix themselves.
Yeah, Lyral gets pushed off to the side to try and get away from that Ant Matrix, which actually forces them away from their bat. No shield, Reality gets right into Ananke's face, uses the flashbang, makes sure that the bat cannot do anything before they're sent packing back to spawn. They do still have an Ant Matrix to push up with this Deadeye though. And so for Handsome, you want to try and just start things off with a Blizzard, kickstart the fight before Squids can get a chance to push back onto that card.
Trying to block out the entrance with that Deadeye, but it was not fast enough as Kidden was able to go on the other side, get the Deadeye pick up to Handsome, and now you can see the way that Nightshade is playing off of this momentum after finally getting this payload through that second point here. Diamond Dog going to be able to push all the way up, and they still have that shatter ready for Diamond Dog to control that next fight, that next corner that we're going to need.
Yeah, and it's really going to be pushing Lyral to keep that shield up and in position, especially with Reality getting so close to this next Deadeye. They should be coming into a lot of ultimates. The Squids, they want to try and throw in a Diva Bomb and find something that then allows Fifi to come in with the Blizzard and win the fight that way, because at the moment they've got a little bit of sustain, not a lot of team fight win ultimates though, and they need to find something that can buy them the time to get those online.
He tries to go for another sneaky shatter, but you see that Lyra was ready with that shield up this time, holding back a little bit, giving them that space. The Immortality Bolt shield right there too, being able to build that up, break down to that shield, and the Deadeye fighting Handsome again. Another attempt with the wall, another one to prevent Violet from running away, but Violet does manage to get away in time.
Gorgeous communication coming out from Squids as well. You can actually see the casting assist on the death from the Reinhardt. Flashbang was used to get Diamond Dog to drop the shield, which forces Immortality Field to try and come in and deal with the bomb that way, and then it's gone. No one can save the Reinhardt, and Squids have control of the corner. They've got a Blizzard to drop down. They've got all of the ultimates that they want to win this next fight, but they still have to respect the Deadeye. Even with the wall coming through, Reality can still find a way around it and get a kill.
Ooh, huge shatter. It's found 3, so Violet's being caught up to the side allows that Sound Barrier to actually land to help protect Reality, Handsome, and Diamond Dog, but he lost Lyro and the Diva Bomb. Another huge Diva Bomb, this time coming out from Rose, finding 2. Nightshade just cleared out this payload.
It adds insult to injury as well that Diva Bomb was through an Ant Matrix. And so Fifi is going to have a Blizzard to try and get this card to be stalled on, but they're not able to touch in time. And they don't have to worry if you're Nightshade about dealing with a Blizzard, because you just roll the side swap on.
Nobody was able to touch in time. And that Blizzard would have been so big there too. You saw that Rose was ready to scoop that up, eat it up there too. Squids now, I'm loving this. I love how back and forth it's been so far within this series alone, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Squids, right, you have a clear win condition. And that's get through these chokes painlessly. If you get yourself stuffed into a choke and Nightshade are able to just go into that real painful cycle of ultimates being used to win a team fight, push you back, you lose people as you try and engage through the choke, everyone gets funneled right into the line of fire, then you're not going to have enough time to be able to stand up to the bank that Nightshade were able to put up. And oh, Do you think they're going to come out with this? They are on the attack. They can absolutely change this up, but I'm really hoping that we get to see the Bastion top hat strat where you just use that Symmetra teleporter. You put the Bastion on top of the statue and then everything is just a shooting gallery.
It looks like that's exactly what's gonna happen here, Moxie. You see Fifi on the sim. We may get it real quick to see if it works, but that will definitely be coming out of left field for Nightshade to actually focus on. Okay, all right. They had to play us a little bit too here. Actually not going with it here, and at the same time, you can see Rose's position just looking at what they could have came out with.
Yeah, the D.Va making sure that you can use the defense pitching skills. It is a Bastion getting teleported onto that statue, but no, it's going to be a little bit more traditional. And I mean, it makes sense, right, that you would come in on a composition that you do want to stick so that you don't reset your ultimate economy, knowing how precarious your time bank really is going to be.
That stun off by the crack of the wall into the pin follow-up onto Violet was insane there. Diamond with the shatter, he landed it on 4 here. It's wiped up the squad entirely. Squids are getting sent back to their spawn. But what a way to clean up that team kill.
Squids are going to have ultimates coming into this, so they will have Amp Matrix, which should force a lot of Nightshade away, or at least give them some breathing room to be able to get onto this point. They have to do it quickly though, because Hanson is about to hit that Blizzard, and that's going to allow Nightshade to come back into the fight.
Oh, that was beautiful. The Ant Matrix and then the wall on top of that, though, to try to block off some of that damage there. They're forcing the other team off to the side, and they've lost their main tank, but a flanking Blizzard has caught Victoria off guard. The Deadeye now coming in from both sides, though. Firestrike is going to claim those, prevent that reback from happening, but Squids are immediately able to get right back onto this point.
More importantly, Nightshade are not going to be able to have time to get a defense around this first choke, and now Squids can go as aggressive as we saw Nightshade on their attack, right? They want to fight in streets, they make sure that they're not going to fight underneath that arch, and this is where Fifi's Blizzard can really come into play, because Nightshade used so much in that fight. They don't have a counter Blizzard, they don't have a Deadeye to zone away, so if the Blizzard comes through, they have no defense other than Immortality Field.
So true there too, yeah, because they don't have that Blizzard, they won't be able to hold that space by the corner, by the close quarters too. Now you can see PP on the other hand has that Blizzard ready, sets himself up in an ice cream sandwich though as Nightshade is getting ready. The Immortality Field being able to help protect everybody from Nightshade and just forcing Squids to disengage on other main tank. No, Fifi can't get away either here. Unfortunately, this last straggler from Squids, as they are going to be able to disengage as well.
Yeah, Fifi not going with the team, I think was trying to play a little bit on the side so they could still drop that Blizzard in, but Rose wisely goes chasing for the Mei with that Matrix, and you don't want to drop the Blizzard when the mech is still around in case it does get gobbled up. The next Squids are forced around the choke, has to use an Ant Matrix to get through. There's the self-destruct going right through, making sure that all Ant Matrix is entirely useless. No kill still picked up, but that is a Spine Barrier and Immortality Field thrown in to make sure Squids survive.
Ooh, Squids have the advantage there, having the sound barrier second after Violet already utilized that, and because of the Blizzard, it burned through that sound barrier just as quickly. Now, Squids are going to be able to come out of this fight, taking over that next quarter here too, but Napa Fortune makes a pretty nice entrance here, as they are going to be able to pull all the way up, and they need to. They're running out of time here with 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
And talking of time, Hanson has been able to buy just enough to be coming up to this next Blizzard. And this is the position that we saw Nightshade be in a couple of fights back, right? They don't have a counter Blizzard to put in over the top. They're going to be relying on Victoria to get this heat on Hanson's Blizzard. Otherwise, that payload is going to stop right where it is.
So you gotta pay attention here as Victoria's trying to get into position, but the walls actually makes it difficult for Victoria to get set up to eat up that Blizzard, and just like you were saying there, Moxie, cleared up the payload and cleared up all of Squids, leaving Victoria just last to be able to go back with the rest of the team, wasting even more of that time from the Blizzard.
Yeah, Squids couldn't open things up with that self-destruct from Victoria to create the space because Ansem would just have been waiting to drop the Blizzard in. No D.Va mech means no defense matrix. And now Squids 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. They've got the ultimates, they will have the Blizzard, and we saw when they were on the defense, they can pair up the Blizzard and the self-destruct to make it hit extra hard.
Look at all this damage, and now Diamond Dog's gonna have Shatter as well. They've already used up the Immortality Field. You see the wall getting pulled all the way up. The D.Va Bomb on top of that, it's destroyed the shield, so now the Shatter comes out, and the Ant Matrix now on top of that to try to force Nightshade to give them that respect, to force him to get to that space. Now Squids have been able to build up some of their own on their own, and they have the Blizzard, it's found Cage, but it's found Reality, and now Nightshade are dropping like 5, losing 3 members out of that.
Lyra's going to have a shatter, and you don't have a Reinhardt to try and block it. The self-destruct being thrown into buy time, but that's not going to stop the hammer from coming down. And there it is.
The two getting hit with the shatter and the pin on top of it here, Moxie. Squids are not slowing things down. They come back swinging, even though Handsome was so quick to build up that blizzard. They were unable to use it to hold back that second point.
They will have it now, though. And this is the danger for Squids. Lose a single one of these fights, and all of the momentum that you had in that last fight is just gone. Swallowed up by the fact that Nightshade are going to have the faster respawns, and you have to be so worried, because if Victoria gets caught in the blizzard, who's going to eat Reality's Deadeye?
See, Reality is on the back end on the other side of that wall here. Hidden still finding Diamond Dog, though, who was able to get that shatter for that next fight, but Anthem still has that blizzard that we're talking about before, and holding up this next corner while negating the Ant Matrix is so important, but the crack through the wall was all they needed to take care of Anthem. Hidden popping up, flicking heads left and right.
Reality tries to stop the Ant Matrix from being impactful with the Deadeye, but unfortunately, Kitten's Deadeye is even bigger through that window. And Nightshade are still holding on to this blizzard, which is why Squids are getting so aggressive, trying to make sure that they're stuffed up in their spawn doors, and that they don't have the space for Handsome to actually get out, to be able to throw the blizzard onto the ground.
And with VP making the swap over to the Doom here, it's going to be able to clear even more of that space. Here comes Diamond Dog with the shatter, huge shatter landing on 3. Opalite will be in this fight. All 3 have gone down from Squids. Now they're at the number disadvantage. Victoria is already using up that Diva Bomb, so they're going to have to reset here with 1 minute and 55 seconds left on the clock.
Handsome still holding on to the blizzard as well. That's huge. You don't have to build up another ultimate. You just have to hold this blizzard, and it forces all the Squids to not be able to group up. But more importantly, it forces an Anki to hold on to this immortality field, and you're going to be able to do so much with the threat of this blizzard hanging over without even actually throwing it in.
Rose gets back into the mech here. Lyro's taking so much damage, though. They can't even get away in time. Immortality field saving Diamond Dog as Diamond Dog moves all the way up. He's going to be able to build more in that ultimate charge for the shatter, get the pin, and now the Diva Bomb on top of it. It's going to have to be another quick reset because they're going to have little time, less than 1 minute left on the clock for that next engagement.
Still holding on to blizzard as well. Oh, please check your corner. They're gonna let them in. They're gonna bait them into this payload, and if you don't see that the Mei is away from the rest of the team, that blizzard is gonna go right into the middle of this team.
60 seconds remaining.
Oh, this is going to be so lethal. I feel like Squids are going to know that something's up here. They're going to try to keep them by that next corner. Wait for it here. Handsome is ready to sabotage everybody here. The blizzard, you saw the thing that's coming up to as an attempt, but it's not going to be enough. Now the sound barrier on top of that from Nightshade. I mean, that was an overkill here to make sure that Squids has less time now for that next approach, and they're going to be able to move all the way up.
No one checked the Mei. No one checked the Mei. No one saw that the Mei was missing, and that is going to really cost them, because now they're going to have to cross around this corner, and yes, they've got a blizzard, but Nightshade can just back out. They've got the Lucio, the speed which to disengage safely if they even need it, because Ant Matrix through the corner is going to force Squids all the way back to this corner, waiting this out. It's going to be overtime before they can even use a blitz of their own.
Gotta touch a toe on this payload. 10 seconds left. They're gonna stay up here, but he gets knocked down. The shatter on top of it. The blizzard now coming in from the side of Fifi. They've lost Kidden, those they're playing this out of a number disadvantage. But the blizzard is gonna have such a high impact here. It's forward Diamond Dog and left Reality so low here at the same time. Squids though have lost 3 members. Still trying to contest, still trying to keep it to overtime, but something needs to be done about Handsome.
The problem is, even if you're able to get kills to stick, Nightshade's respawn is just gonna be so much faster, and without a shield around, the self-destruct is massive. And Nightshade will be able to take King's Row and subsequently the series.
That was insane. Can we talk about that remake kill at the very end too? Rose was not satisfied with just a double kill off of the Diva Bomb. It needed to be a remake on top of that too. So honestly, one of my most favorite changes that we have here, but that was absolutely amazing to see a team like Nightshade really rally together after losing that first map. That's why it's so important in a 1st to 2 to be able to build up that momentum quickly, because even though they lost that first map, they still were able to take Route 66 and King's Row.
Yeah, King's Row is just one of those where if the time bank is against you, it's so hard to recover from, especially on point C, right? And you could really feel it in Squids. every single time they try to aggress onto that point, Nightshade will just throw an ultimate that would buy them like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, force Squids back and allow all of their other ultimates to slowly start charging up as well. And if you peaked it, if you thought to yourself, oh well, it's just one ultimate and it's delay tactics and we have to still try and actually get onto the payload, then you would lose a member and you would be forced to deal with the respawn timer instead.
Oh, it's so sad it's a single elimination. This team just did so well. Both these teams just did so amazing at just adapting and turning things around here, making those adjustments necessary too. But just the way that Nightshade played, that was fantastic at the very end. Essentially, with that flanking blizzard, though, you have to check your corners. They didn't know something was up. They just basically faded them forward to go right into the line of sight of that blizzard.
I mean, it's the same energy as yesterday, right? We saw Sempiternal with the Reinhardt just waiting for everyone to walk out of that Havana spawn A. And you can see just the anticipation frothing at the knife of, oh, this is going to be a big shatter, and a big shatter it was. And a big blizzard it was today as well.
And it was a big series there too, going all the way to the end for Game 3 here. Hopefully more of our series is going to look like that going forward, seeing the competition really fire up here in the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. That's going to be our second match in the books, though. On the other side of this break, we'll be bringing you match number 3.
Touching you do. Show me something, give me more than one thing. I need more than less than I do. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind, when we rewind, it feels so nice. I can't help hide this sweet talk. I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk. You need to say let's come back. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way, on my way. We've been dancing all night long, right here with you way too long. Don't want nothing here undone, but I'm done waiting, done wasting my time. Let the sweet talk. I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk. You need to say let's come back. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way, on my way. Sweet talk, sweet
Because on the first map, they were looking a little bit lost. And unfortunately, kind of looking forward to a potential Moxie Sempiternal matchup later on potentially. But for right now,
Things are looking great right now for Mochi. They're holding strong. Ruby cleaning up those on this Sombra, very nasty. There's the two-man boop though already out of the gate. Attempt to scope that out, but didn't find what he was looking for. There it is. The whole team shattered.
because a couple members get opening the wall tonight.
Oh yeah, and the sound barrier from Yumi reinforces High Noon being channeled.
It was an aim point, and there it is. The top dog. He gets the kills. 3 members could be deadly. Ooh, right. Nominees as another amplification comes in. Again, it's an amplification that is just
pressing forward, but the res is successful. So they do manage to take down Frogfax in the end.
Getting able to shine from it right away. second time now. Wait a fight on this second round that we're able to see, and it works out perfectly with Bob with the technique. So here right now, we're going to an overtime, and mortality already committed might be a massive mistake. It seems like it was committed on both sides, but everything evens out. The flux down the last mercy.
All through the face right there. So much aggression continuing.
Colonel so close so far to get through, and opening out of nowhere that is able to be found on the sort of Moshi, but again, the Cassidy
close hold fails, it could be detriment because that allows the attackers to go.
Yeah, there's a really nice Dragonlance as well, completely unexpected.
Was attacking. Why are they in the spot of the defenders? And, like, they just were so clean about it too. Like, I honestly thought that there were so many points for the
yeah, the level of King Clark at this time. That is why we are about to find out. And losing a massive pick already, the Doomsday might have just done enough. All this not a much, he can get to the 100 to get that point control again. With Ruby going their way, cleaning up the fight into what is remaining. We'll be giving
this good.
You'll never solve my egg carton puzzles 3.
My name is Brittany Gonzalez. I am known in the community as Brixie Cakes, and I work as an investigative journalist and content creator.
Kill that, Ryan.
I actually am an old school content creator. I started streaming on Twitch back in 2014, 2015, and my very first game was Undertale when it came out. I had no interest in streaming. I had no interest in doing any sort of content creation up until then. I just wanted to play the game because my friends recommended that I did a live playthrough. And ever since then, I've been on and off streaming. And I don't see this as, just some form of income or some way to be, more relevant in the scene. I just enjoy doing it because I like hanging out with my friends. I like, in the age of COVID-19, you can't just go to your friend's house and play video games anymore. And in the case of the internet, you have a lot of friends that you simply can't see every day because they're halfway across the globe. So content creation to me is just having fun with my friends, building a community where no one ever feels as if they have to not belong, and just have a safe space for anyone who needs a place to hang around and have fun. My content is unique in the sense that I try not to tie myself down to a single game, to a single concept. I do a lot of different types of content, from cooking streams to cosplay streams to educational streams, which are very important to me. I love doing gameplay streams, but given that I would probably be considered a more casual gamer than most, I tend to focus more on the interactions I have with my chat and with my friends than I do with the actual gameplay, which is why I try to do more IRL streams. However, the one thing about my community that I do believe stands out amongst all others is that we really truly are an inclusive community. We really do care about each other. We do everything we can to support each other. There's no competition, there's no strife, there's no drama, there's nothing in that any sense of the word. And you can see that in my Discord server. We are just there for each other. We're there to support each other. And we just want to see each other succeed. We are there to build each other and not to tear each other down, which, to be perfectly honest, seems like that kind of happens a lot more these days. And it's due to people wanting to compete. And the thing is, we shouldn't compete because everybody has something they can offer. You can find me on 3 different social media outlets because I think more than 3 will probably render me brain dead. You can find me on Twitter at Brixie Cakes, and you can also find me on Instagram where I post a lot of new cosplays there at the same name, at Brixie Cakes. And you can also find me on Twitch. I tend to stream usually at night at 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific starting time at twitch.tv/Brixie Cakes.
I think this event is really helping set a stage for similar tournaments like it. I think, for example, Valorant has a great VCT, or the Game Changers League, that provides a lot of opportunities for teams, for women and other marginalized genders to compete in. And I think just having these tournaments and events just helps create the space and the community behind them. I think without the tournaments and the focus on it, it's very easy for these communities to fall to the wayside and for people to struggle to find them. I think something that is really beneficial is just having a very high profile event for these groups, because that helps bring it together and helps people find it. Something that I've always experienced is I've known a lot of people, especially in this event, who are competing for the first time, on a team or in a tournament. And I think that's wonderful because it just shows that normally in the general competitive environment, they don't feel comfortable joining just due to a ton of factors, which can be varying for everyone. But with this specific tournament, they feel very comfortable and empowered to just get involved and to compete. And giving people that first step is always the most important part of their journey in anything. And being able to provide that is just incredible. And I think it's a great stepping stone for everyone moving forward.
My simple hope is that this tournament gives everyone that's participating a safe place to have an experience beyond what Ranked has for Overwatch and develop new friendships. I've been so lucky with my team that I've had a chance to scrim and play in tournaments that I otherwise would not have if I was on my own. And just coordinated team play is it's really the next level of Overwatch, and everyone deserves an opportunity to have a good experience with it.
Personally, I played in a few tournaments like this with some of the people that are on my team for this tournament, where we come together to compete in a safe place, you know, and it gives us some publicity and like people recognize us. For me personally, having tournaments and like teams, this are the reason I got into the tier 3 scene, and like I was able to make a name for myself just through like tournaments like this, you know, placing well in them, showing, you know, I do have some worth to myself. Tournaments like this, you know, will shape the way for many people, like even if they don't feel like competing in like tier 3, you know, having tournaments like this gives them a place to compete where they feel safe to do so. We've been in the place of like ranked where people will be toxic towards you and flame you just for, you know, being yourself, no matter how you identify. It's just people go out of their way to make fun of you and be toxic towards you just because of how you are or who, like what you identify with. And so hopefully tournaments like this will make people recognize that, you know, there are good players, as well as, you know, giving people a platform to make a name for themselves. And hopefully this will make other people in rank, you know, stand up for people like me or others when there's one other person, you know, flaming us for just being who we are.
So this event actually opened my eyes to how many women there are that play Overwatch, women and other marginalized genders. I was actually extremely surprised at how many play at like a top tier level. A lot of people that I've met actually don't play as much ranked as I do, so I wouldn't have an opportunity to meet them. And the reason being is because, I mean, I've also met a bunch of toxic players. I've discriminated against in rank because of my gender. It's affected me personally, and most of the time it does affect the gameplay. I try not to let it. A lot of people that I've met play this game, all this stuff, they don't feel comfortable using voice chat or even text chat just because they're afraid that someone might call them out because of their gender or the way they sound, the way they talk, instead of just their performance or gameplay. So I'm like, it's just like insane how many people I've met because of this, where I normally wouldn't have. We should just be promoting more events like this.
Great.
better.
Hey y'all, my name is Nico and I play main tank for the gals on my team, Belladonna. During the day, I'm just an average office lady and I like to spend my evenings playing games with friends and every now and then streaming on Twitch. I really enjoy watching streamers, especially for Overwatch, and I noticed that there aren't many women or faces like mine in this space. My friends and I have a load of fun every night and we're always laughing in between hating on Roadhog and Doomfist mains. So I just thought, why not share that fun or at least record some of those memories on Twitch. My team and I have been playing together for about 4 years now. We've developed a pretty strong and trusting relationship. If you're looking for tournament play and scrims at a lower level beneath Masters, then we'd be a really good place to watch because we do get coaching and we're always trying to improve.
I can't believe you went after I charged off the bottom! We won! Oh my god, my eyes are tearing up.
Y'all can watch me play at twitch.tv/SDFNico and follow me on Twitter at SDF_Nico. If you want to keep up with my team, then you can watch us on Twitter at BelladonnaGG.
Yeah,
Nice job.
Dude, honestly, girl gamers are okay.
Thanks, dude.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. We are going on to our third match of the day, and what talent we've seen so far on this stream. I mean, Moxie, I'm having so much fun being able to cover these matches.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen some really close series as well, and I think this next one is going to be pretty darn close, if not even closer, because it's going to be Team Mummies versus Sempiternal, and I've been looking forward to seeing this team in action since I got to see them yesterday.
Oh yeah, this is the run back opportunity too, because just yesterday, I believe we saw Sempiternal play off against Team Mummies where they were able to 2-0 them, and we were highlighting how a lot of these series have gone the distance, and I do think that this gives some time adjustment to Team Mummies to bring this real close and try to get the run back.
Yeah, because, I mean, I'm pretty sure, I think it was Sam who was advocating for Team Mummies to run Farah yesterday, so we might get to see that sort of adjustment coming into their composition, especially if on second map we go back to Havana, or if we see Li Shang pop up, as I'm pretty sure, like 99.7% sure that this first control map is probably going to go there, just going off of the basis on everyone else choosing it today and yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I'm honestly not surprised. Lijian being a favorite for a lot of these teams here for our first map, so we're gonna have to see if that is where we're gonna be going to soon as we get set up here. But Sempiternal has just been on another level. I was looking just in general at both these teams and just the support that Sempiternal has between the coaches from Drifters, Revival, Wisp, I mean, Redbird Esports. This is super scary looking at this team.
And I mean, just looking at the highlights from yesterday as well, I think it was 3 Deadeyes from Kylie made it into those highlights. This is like 1 Deadeye, 2 Deadeye, 3 Deadeye. Like, having a really good Cassidy is such a boon to all of these teams, right? Because not only do you just have constant damage output when it comes to getting those picks of hit scan, but you also have so much zoning potential when it comes to grabbing up that space. You drop the ultimate and everyone just makes a beeline for the exit.
And then looking at the other side of the coin, looking at Team Mummies, I mean, they even have one free actually from Old and Board. So that actually having that experience behind the staff between both of these teams. I saw that SK was on here too on Team Mummy. I mean, this is going to be absolutely insane of a series. You definitely don't want to miss this. And Moxie, wouldn't you know, we're going on to Lijian Tower for our first map.
See, I don't need to change the green screen. It gets so much value. It's lovely. But no, Li Shang, no surprise, it's going to be the one coming up first. And it really is a good one to see how teams can handle that sort of map versatility coming in, right? Where you do want to mix your compositions up based on which map we get. Because as we've already seen, Pharmacy can be extremely strong on 2 out of 3 of these points. But if you end up in Control Center, it can be a little bit hard to pull off. And it does force teams into slightly different DPS lineups.
Yeah, we're gonna see how a lot of these teams are gonna make that adjustment. We've been seeing a lot of that far. We've been seeing a lot of the sim to be able to get it to the points quicker here too. So with that teleporter, we're gonna see how a lot of these teams try to make those adjustments, because once again, both these teams have faced off against each other already just yesterday alone, which gives them some time to kind of settle what they needed to change up here, looking at Team Mommies after they were 2-0.
Well, it's going to be Control Center up first, so maybe we do see the Pharah come through, and if the Pharah does come through, you want to take the fight onto this point, as opposed to onto the side room of it, which is where the Junkrat really thrives off of, right? Those close spaces where you can just bounce off those mines, and no surprises, Spiro is going to be opting in for that Junkrat. Najima on the Reinhardt, this is something that I really do love to see, especially with Nyansox going for that Lucio to give a little bit of extra speed boost. And it is all going to come down to which Reinhardt is going to be able to survive. I'm going to give a little bit of advantage over to Najima right now, because yes, you do have Daku coming in on this Mei, which if Najima gets walled off is going to mean end of team fight, but you're not going to have that constant damage shredding through the Rein shield that is going to be eating away at battles.
And especially in these close quarter fights here too, with that Junkrat that Sparrow's on currently, you can see as they quickly get to the point already with SK going to be able to speed boost them up here. But as much slower approach, you have to worry about these Mei walls now. Ataku's going to be able to put up here. The immortality fields from both sides have already been used up here, but the D-Meg coming out first onto Eva 8. Fade's going to have to hold back a little bit as Nijima's shield is getting absolutely burned down, but these walls have just been next level already, allowing Team Mommy to take the point first.
The difference is that Team Mummies have actually been able to take this fight to the point, as opposed to fighting in the side room. So Spirit's not getting as much damage as they want to. Yes, you're 63% off the way to the tire, but you haven't been able to get the kills to come through. And so the Amp Matrix is going to be there for Team Mummies, buying them a little bit more time, forcing Sempiternal to wait for it to be gone before they can properly engage.
Ooh, the Shatter though coming in. Shatter for Shatter though. Nijima doing the same exact thing as the bull goes down here, but it's going to find Deku. So now Sempiternal, they have the number advantage. 3 down from Team Mommies, and they are going to be able to flip this point just as quickly.
You do have to be very careful though, because even if you are able to get the flip to come through, you can't really try and hold and choke, because Daku with that Mei is going to make sure that your exit is entirely blocked off if things take a little bit or they turn for the worse. And that's why we are seeing Sempiternal being a little bit more careful, letting Team Mummies a little bit more space than you would see teams traditionally on Lijiang.
Slower approach here. They have to worry about that photon barrier that Kylie is going to have, and that rip tire from Sparrow here. The Deadeye is going to be able to be used up, but the wall is going to come down eventually here, as you see Sparrow now holding back slightly. They force them off to the side, but that was a perfect opportunity to get that boop here from Yan.
Nyansox going to be able to get the boop and still hold on to the sound barrier as well. Absolutely massive, because they are going to need it for when that blizzard from Daku does get dropped into this fight, unless you can get the defense matrix E to entirely negate the ultimate, and then you just use the barrier to combat SKs. Team Mummies should be able to come in with a lot of aggression, Soundbar to get in safely, actually force this fight onto the point, but not if they're gonna get shattered before the fight even starts.
Oh, but I love the save right there with the immortality field, and then the sound barrier on top of that to add in that extra life insurance here. Sempiternal are forced to hold back a little bit. The sound barrier, they answer back with 2 to help that sustainability. With Kylie here on this sim though, they're burning out with the damage right here, and they're gonna be able to still set up with those turrets that they've already been situated in. See Sparrow just waiting for that. This is gonna get taken out, and Sempiternal clear the point once again.
Sorry, you're not a tracer. It's just going. This isn't experimental. Your steps aren't silent. This is live. But you're still able to get the kill onto the BAP, and there goes the sustainability, just denied entirely from Team Mummies. Now we're heading into final fight territory. You've got a blizzard, yes, but Sempiternal just pulling back, widening the space that they're going to be out, so the blizzard isn't going to be able to catch the entire team in its grasp.
Oh, he kind of teleported into that trap. He had the Deadeye unlocked, but the photon barrier isn't going to let him move forward there. Overtime ticking away, and what a way for Sempiternal to be able to keep this dominating control over by the point. Now the Riptire coming out, though. You have to watch out. It's found new here, as Speedport was next. Deku gets taken down by the Riptire, and now Sempiternal, even though they just lost Hero, have the number advantage for this last fight.
And there's no Mei. Team Mummies are missing their win condition because Daku was forced into the ice block after the tire was dropped in by Spiro, and then the ice block actually expires before the tire explodes, and the Mei goes down with it. Sempertunnel putting so much focus into keeping that Mei under wraps that Team Mummies just don't have the space to actually be able to use their win condition because the Diva mech is still in full force.
Oh, I love this part there too. The rip tire, it was a double whammy here too, just because of the position where they were by the side of the map right there to get booped perfectly too. But you talk about that Junkrat and the amount of damage and space you can control there. We're not on control point anymore here, so as we go on to our second round now, Team Mommies, they were doing their best, but that made just the Blizzard was unable to really be utilized. And this is a point where we sometimes see those symmetric teleporters get set up by the windows here, so that way they can get the turret set up too.
Yeah, not only that, but you can get into this point so quickly. So even if you lose a member, you can just keep pouring in and being that unkillable stopping force. But Sempertunnel are also going for a very fast-moving composition that stays on this point. It really is going to come down to who wins this initial brawl and gets that point percentage so they can get that stall really working for them.
And this is looking good here for Team Mommies because they're going to need this advantage here with Leon getting taken out first. Now they're going to be able to get this trade, so Sempertunnel's going to be forced to disengage right here, but look at the amount of damage that we currently see the Symmetra putting in, but the boo from Yen again onto 2 says, I'm not going down without a fight here.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, you don't win the fight. And you also, unfortunately, don't win the next fight off of the back of it because Team Mummies will have that symmetric teleporter to get them from the spawn on to that point a little bit faster. But you do now have a nice re-engage, especially with a boot now that Speedspot had used that blast boost us to cross the distance.
I'm scared. Watching Xoxo scares me out here. He gets another one. She gets another one. But Bull gets taken out here by the side. That's both tanks that get booped off the map. Team Mommies, it's time for a reset here as Sempertunnel now claim the point.
Oh, worst time possible to lose control of that spacing as well because now Daku is going to try and use this Deadeye. And everyone's either just going to back away from line of sight or absolutely delete you. And you do see Team Mummies swapping up. The Symmetra is gone. They're not going to try and teleport in because it's going to be telegraphed their movement, allowing Iron Slugs to track where everyone's going to be to boop. So it's going to be the Trace to hand the back line and try and force a couple of these really precious utilities like that Moira fade early.
Now they have the Eye Matrix here, they have the Shatter, but no shield up to protect them. The Coalescence now moving in, and the Sound Barrier on top of that from the Xoxo to help keep everybody alive from Sempertunnel. You had that Deadeye coming out too, but Kylie gets completely taken down by Barcode here. Spiro is going to be able to have that EMP ready too, and a huge EMP at that, but did not find SK, who was waiting for the EMP to come out so that way they can utilize that Sound Barrier and completely counter it here. That plan, that win condition now gets tossed aside as Sempertunnel uses but they still have control over this point. So Team Mommies, they need to clear this out quickly.
Yeah, but Sempertunnel, they're running out of ultimate. They used both the EMP and the Diva Bomb combo, and unfortunately the Diva Bomb landed a little bit too far out of line of sight to have an impact despite Team Mommies getting so many of them hacked up. And Sempertunnel now, without those two big win conditions in their pocket, are running out of steam.
Bull goes swinging away. Found 3. Nichimo gets taken out again here. And it's absolutely lethal. Both these tanks are necessary to control that space because look what Bull is doing alone. Still non-stop swinging away. It doesn't even matter if you hack me.
Sempertunnel are just being unkillable cockroaches at the moment. And that's exactly what this composition really works with, right? Yes, you can win the team fight, the Team Mummies, but you don't actually have any way of booting all members of Sempertunnel off the point, and so they're still racking up point percentage. They've just hit overtime!
They've been on the point for so long that SK needed to focus down on Neon Sox, who was the one keeping that point contested the whole time.
The good news, right, is that Team Mummies were able to do it with a lot of restraint. They've got a lot of ultimates and they're going to need them because they are going to have to chain these fights together. And it is going to be absolutely vital that SK doesn't get caught in this EMP.
Oh, explosion! The center, and then a huge EMP on top of that! You can't go anywhere! It's now 4 up on the house. The low but Bull gets hacked again after that EMP. Ghost gets taken down, and that's 4 out for Team Mommies. And they needed to hold on to that point for as long as possible because now 99% after contesting on the point, you have no bodies left to try to keep this actually being turned, but the Sound Barrier is going to prolong this.
I mean, the sign barrier prolongs it, but the flip's already come through, and now you're going to be reaching into your pocket to stall this fight out long enough for Pulse Bomb to find any sort of kill potential. Pulse Bomb comes through, doesn't actually manage to get anything aside from the Winston. You still have to worry about the Lucio and the Moira and everyone just throwing themselves onto this point.
It's just the contention that we've been seeing from Sempiternal is just wasting so much time. Even though Team Mommies, they're winning this fight again, but it's still being contested here. Overtime is still ticking away, but they won't be able to get it until they're able to actually find the Xoxo's probably contesting this right now too, but they are going to be able to find Nijima here, and they are going to find Kylie to prevent Kylie from trying to push onto the point.
The big difference in that contest, though, is that Sempiternal already had the point to 99%, so the stall wasn't really doing much of anything except allowing Team Mommies to rack up ultimate percentage. And it's meant that going into this next fight, when they shouldn't have a Shatter and a Bomb combo, they do have it.
Oh, there's a Shatter though, and the boop now coming in from SK, and we have Team Mommies coming out on top as well from that fight. 3 down, no support, no sustainability left from Sempiternal, and you can see how they're pulling all the way up, so that way they can keep wasting time and buy time for themselves. They're already at 90%.
And Primo was just used for Nijima to try and find anyone because they were fighting on bridge to get that boop off. SK is about to come into Steinvar. The hack does come through into speed spot. Should allow Spirit to get that last little bit of ultimate charge for the EMP, which should finish off this map. But you still have to worry about this pulse bomb.
Ooh, Nijima was falling so low, but Rat building up that coalescence, keeps spot up. Here comes another EMP, this time to find him too, but didn't find SK, who has a sound barrier this time to counter that immediately right afterwards. They're dropping like flies though as Rat goes down. It's really up to the Xoxo to build up this sound barrier to help out the sustainability for the rest of Sempiternal.
Yeah, Coalescence is keeping members of Team Mommies on this point. Contest still coming through, but Sempiternal just don't have the ultimates after that EMP combo had come through. And Team Mommies with a big sigh of relief and so much time will be able to take round 2 of Lijiang and put us over onto Night Market. And I mean, huge props for this team, because not only did they fight 99 to 99% of this point, but Sempiternal pretty much put us through 2 rounds of Garden off of their stalls alone.
Yeah, that stall would have taken years off my life. I can only imagine what the comms of Team Mommy sounded like. Just, where are they? Kill them, kill them! Sempiternal did not want to give it up.
The EMP?
And SK, talking about the Sombra and that EMP, SK 2 times had that sound barrier to combat that EMP, which basically takes that card, that win condition out of Sempiternal. So that was really good positioning from SK's part right now.
Oh, it's a double drop down! Except one's running a Doomfist. Spirit not able to finish off the kill though, gets flashed out. And so it is just now a standoff as Team Mommies have been forced with the Doomfist coming through to evacuate the point.
Felt like I just had a page of Portal just flash before my eyes right there. Sparrow with the punch too, right out of the portal. That was so scary, but now falling so low, you can't go anywhere. As Team Mommies come out of this fight, winning the very first team fight. And I like the way that they took this approach here too, because they let Sempiternal set up on the points, but not without pressuring them from each angle.
Yeah, and I mean, they didn't fully let Sempiternal onto the point, right? Because Sempiternal weren't able to capture it. SK was still being a little gnat, just riding around the walls, being that unkillable little nuisance everyone knows that Lucio's can be. And so Sempiternal weren't even able to get that stall on the point that we'd seen in the previous map going in their favor, and now Sempiternal have to drop down into the turrets that had already been set up.
Oh! The Shatter just nearly escaping right past Eva right there too, but with Sparrow being on this Doofus, getting that punch too, you won't have Summoners in this fight. You won't really have SK for that sustainability, but they will have Sound Barrier going onto that next fight. Huge Shatter, but everybody from Sempiternal gets wiped out.
Team Mommy's throwing in a lot of ultimates, making sure that that point is still under their control, knowing that if Sempiternal want to keep coming into these fights with this Symmetra, and they do, considering that the barrier is going to be up for Kylie, it's going to be really telegraphed. And that's going to allow Bubble to just be able to track Nijima's movement. And if you're able to get this Shatter online, you can use where that teleporter comes through to know where the Reinhardt's going to drop down from.
See here with this Ant Matrix, they're forced to utilize the other window right here too. Trying to put in that extra pressure, but the Shatter is found both the supports in the back mid and right get caught by that. Ooh, it's popping off the here, gets the triple here, but Sempiternal are still finding these picks themselves. They found SK, they found Deku, and the photon barrier was up to it, bought some space up for Team Mommies, but they're taking a lot of damage here as Sumnus is going to be able to build up into the AMH. They gotta do something on Spearow though, with the reset!
Spearow has to use the ultimate to escape going off of the map and getting environmentally killed. And I mean, it's working out. Sempiternal are very slowly. Oh no, no Meteor Strike gonna save you from that one, unfortunately. But Sempiternal should be able to finally get this flip to go through. But it feels like we're back on Garden because Team Mummy started out to 88%.
Yeah, it's so crazy to be able to see how these stalls have been going for both of these teams. Team Mommies already at 88%. On the other side, though, you have Sempiternal. They have the Shatter, and they have the Sound Barrier here for that next fight.
You do have to watch your angles, though, because there could potentially be a flanking Deadeye coming through, and you don't have the Sim Barrier to try and block it out.
Oh, that Shatter was huge! It just found all 5 members of Team Mommy. Speed is so low. Another stun. On top of that, with Spearow being on the Doom. I mean, Team Mommy's just got wiped there too. And Sempiternal needed that, seeing that they're already at 35%.
It felt like Team Mummies knew that the only way the Deadeye would have an impact was if they actually went on to the point, so that Sempiternal can't just hide behind the natural cover when the Deadeye comes through, and so they wanted to use the speed boost to get onto the point and force everyone away, but Najima just gets immediately seen the entire team and go for that Shatter, and now we are seeing the swap come through, Deku going on to the Echo. But Sempiternal's still very much in control of the space, and with an Immortality Field emboldening this team's aggression, with a Doomfist, you can just keep on rolling. You want brawl composition. That's exactly where you're always going to find your most value, at the close quarters combat.
And I love how Rat has been enabling Spearow there too with the Immortality Field to allow Spearow to get even more aggressive, and now Sempiternal are basically going to have all those ultimates online for this next fight.
And Bubble's got the Shadow. I mean, you've got the bomb to combo up with it, but Amplification Matrix is going to make you wait even more. And it's just going to burn so much time off of the clock. You're going to basically be seeing around 90% before you can actually just walk onto the point.
We were talking about the last series going to the distance. The Shatter was enough to do it in for Spearow. As Spearow goes down, does have that meteor strike as they come back in. And now the Sound Barrier from the end is going to be able to help Sempiternal and survive right through these onslaught of these ultimates. Team Mommies, though, are getting wiped out, and they don't have any time, nobody to touch the points. Sempiternal take map number 1.
I mean, it's such a risky way of playing Immortality Field, right? Because if you don't, with that initial Doomfist going in, find a pick and win the fight off of that pick alone, then you have thrown away one of your most important and punishing cooldowns for a dead Doomfist. But Sempiternal, every single time we see the Immortality Field being thrown to allow the Doomfist forward, they make it work. They have so much aggression into their favor, and they really do just get on top of Team Mummy's composition, because Team Mummy's, they're running Brawl. They have to be all together. They're all relying on that Lucio speed boosting them in as a unit. And so every single time the Doomfist just finds someone.
And it's so difficult to try to get out of that close quarters away from that Doomfist that they were able to get so much out of that. And we have to talk about that huge Shatter, that 5-man Shatter that we saw from Nijima right there too. Just wasted so much time away from Team Mommies. I mean, that was just basically as goated as Makoto Nijima from Persona 5. So you know what? It all makes sense at the end of the day.
I love it. I love it. See, we have such fun conversations. I'm so sad that chat didn't actually get to hear it earlier.
Oh yeah, our break convo. I love it. Hey, those are really good ideas, Moxie. You gotta pitch it. You gotta pitch those skins ideas.
Okay, so you've heard of my neighbor Totoro Sigma, but have you heard of Soup of Hammond?
Soup Suit. I love it. I have to see it. I need it here. I mean, can you imagine the suit just rolling in your direction, just coming? I would be super intimidated. It'd be a really big suit. Like, you gotta clean that up.
I wouldn't be intimidated. I would think it would be adorable, and that would be the biggest buff that they ever give Hammond. Like, make the skin so adorable that you just don't want to shoot the hamster. It doesn't matter about the grapple changes. He just eternally stalls because everyone just goes, aww.
Just as stalling as good as we've been seeing Sempiternal and Team Mommies do too. And we were talking about, again, series going the distance. This is definitely one of these matches that I'm expecting it to go all the way to the end. I mean, although we did see a 2-0 just yesterday where Sempiternal took it over Team Mommies, these two teams are stacked and they are putting on such a great show for us here in the Overwatch Empowerment Cup.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing as well is that we're seeing like a lot of adaptation coming through from all of these teams, right? And going to what was really working for Sempiternal, circling back to that Doomfist with the Immortality Field, Doomfist has a lot of counters. And they all come in the form of different types of CC. Like we saw the dance with the Cassidy, so you come in with the flashbang and maybe you can catch the Doomfist out that way. But it's not really working because the CC comes through initially, but the Immortality Field is there to make sure even if the CC connects, the Doomfist still gets to stay alive long enough for the pick to come through. Because this isn't 1 second of Immortality Field. This is live patch where you get the full duration of it. So the flash wears out, the Doomfist gets the pick, and then with that mobility gets to move back to the team. There's very little in the way of punishment, even if the flash connects. What I would love to see is them doubling down, just keep piling on the CC until the Doomfist is forced to switch, whether that means bringing in a break with the shield bash or you go for the Torbjorn with the turret. We're yet to see.
Yeah, we have to see, especially since we're going onto a new map. It's going to be Route 66 here as the second map in this series alone, so maybe won't be getting so much of that Doom action here if we're going to see some of those hit scan characters coming out on board to take those high grounds.
Can we just have a competition with these logos, like a poll to see which one is the best? I'm sorry, just seeing Sempiternal up close, like I kind of wish they were fighting Pursuit at the moment, so it could have been the pink cats going head to head.
It's like here cat image versus here cat image. I love it. And I love the team names too. Team Mommies were the best. I was talking earlier in the broadcast about my sister playing Overwatch in the back too, and she was watching the tournament with me just yesterday, and she was like, I want to be part of Team Mommies. I'm like, you know what? Respect. Same. Especially with the way that Team Mommies has been going crazy here. They have to make some adjustments now going on to the second map. The Sempiternal, they have their numbers right now. They're up 1, and they just need to take one more map to be able to be moving on through the bracket.
Well, the good news for Team Mommies is they're not facing a Doomfist. The bad news is it's still going to have the same counter, right? CC. This is defensive dive in full play. You need to be able to stop the dive as it comes through, and they're not running a break. They're not even running any form of CC outside of Daku with that coach gun. This could be really brutal if the dive is actually able to get on top of any of these players.
Talking about dive though, and the anti on top of it, that was a double whammy, and then the dynamite to finish off Kylie. Kylie blinked and was gone in an instant right there. So Team Mommy's already with a strong start, and I love these angles that Deku's going to be able to take off to the side here. But Sempiternal now losing out a Nijima on top of that, and the D-Mag Diva, that's going to be it here for these take lineups. So now they're forced to disengage.
Yeah, the big difference as well, apart from the Brig and the Ana, is that Team Mommies are running Hitscam with a Mercy damage boosting, and Sempiternal aren't. They're relying on Kylie to be that damage output to try and shred through any sort of shield or Winston that goes through. And that means that Daku is pretty much uncontested right now, unless the dive is always in their face.
Oh, Sparrow's playing so sneaky, crouching up right behind SK there, but Summonus is right next to SK to help heal up SK right back to full health here. You have the Diva Bomb ready. Sparrow doesn't have the recall, can't get away from the anti just yet, but is going to be able to hug that Mega Pack here. And then a boost now coming in from SK, but a big Diva Bomb is going to be able to clear up Kylie and Rat. And this is that momentum that we were talking about before, Moxie, that Team Mommies is going to keep running through this next push.
There's a real danger, and you can see Sempiternal immediately acknowledging that they can't afford to be backing out in downtime. They have to go for a hit scan that can go toe-to-toe with Daku, because if you don't field an Ashe of your own, in all of this downtime, Team Mommies are just going to be able to control so much of this space, so much of this high ground, and it's really going to force that dive to have to go for the backline and immediately find something, or you've just lost a fight. The danger, though, is yes, they've gone for the Ashe, but they haven't actually gone for the break. Xoxo is still, the Mercy. Xoxo is still on the break because you've got so close to a rally. You want to use the ultimate to find value to stop Team Mommies, but you might lose a fight because you're still sticking to the hero.
Yeah, we have to see too if they're going to make that swap right after the rally here, but getting that first pick is definitely something that Sempiternal needed right here, so they won't have to deal with the bubble. The bomb came out, but Deku gets taken down immediately as the bomb was called in here too. The pulse bomb, oh, Nijima hung out right outside the barrier though as the pulse bomb sticks. Not going to get eaten though by that Matrix either, as Sparrow's going to be able to back off here, but this is the stall that Sempiternal needed to get onto the high ground.
They've still got the rally as well for when the dive comes through, and it's really hard for any composition to eat through rally armor. It's especially hard for dive because you just don't do a lot of damage on your own. That's why everyone has to clap in on these targets, and that's why you can already see the Winston gone down.
Oh, Summonus gets taken out by trying to get that res to full they are going to be able to get put up here, but Kylie's putting in so much work with these dynamites, collecting heads, putting on so much pressure from the high ground, and that's why this position is so important here on the Ashe especially, and they're going to have the Bob for that next fight.
Oh, and the stall on the Diva as well. Oh, so much time burn off of the clock, and you've still got control of the high ground. The dive can try and displace Kylie, but again, the Ashe is really good at self-sustain because you do have the coach gun for when the dive comes through, and the jump pack cooldown is a lot more punishing than the Diva boosters, which you get every couple of seconds, right? The coach gun is going to mean if a Winston comes through and the coach gun is there, the Winston is not going to be able to get back on top of that Ashe for at least a couple of moments, which allows the peel then to come from the rest of the team.
Oh, but we do have a quick pause here for these teams. Again, that pause timer is going to be taking away, but hopefully our players are okay and they are connected into the lobby to see what's going on here, because we did see some ultimates online. So if we get a DC of any sort, that'd be very unfortunate, as they would lose those ults.
Yeah, it would be really painful, right? If you're having those ultimates, relying on those ultimates, especially if you need to intrude on a high ground area that you're not in control of, you want those ultimates to be able to open things up, create the space so that the dive can safely go through, because a dive is at its most vulnerable when it's entering into that space. The Winston never really wants to open things up with the bubble. Whenever you're caught in the jump, it's really easy to hit the Winston. That's why the Diva has to go with him, so that the defense matrix guarantees that he can actually survive the landing.
And they finally take out Kylie from the high ground. They do claim that you talked about the damage earlier with Sumnus onto Deku here. Now the Nano Boost is going to enable them to pull all the way up to buy in some of that space here. As Team Mommies now are taking that control. The Bull, though, getting hit with that, with that shield bash. We were talking about it before, just to keep the Bull at bay there, but they need to go back. They need to be able to get onto the high ground. That was so close.
I mean, they zoned both of the supports off. Both the Brig and the Ana were gone, but no kills actually came through. So the momentum that Team Mummies were looking to build is only just now starting to go up. And that's allowed Nightshade to come back in with the rally, and Senpetino to be once more refreshed back into this fight.
Oh, and now they're going to have Primal coming up here too, though. They're going to have the Nano Boost ready from Rat. SK's already close to that second Nano Boost, but the Bob from Kylie, though, finds Deku, as Deku was about to get bobbed themselves. But Bull wanted to be able to use that Primal, but is going to have to just go right back toward the spawn, as we are seeing some trades from both these teams.
Sempeternal's still going to have the ultimates in their favor, though. And Nano Boosted Winston is something that you do have to be quite terrified of. But they're not even going to use it. They're just going to hold off. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock for Team Mommies to get this payload moving once more. It's going to be really hard to get into this fight. You're going to be funneling all the way through tunnel. That's going to just allow so much damage from Kylie to come from this high ground. And you can see the divers setting up. They want to get on top of the Ashe, but it's just going to be so hard to actually zone these players off, because Nyan Sucks with the brick shield is always there.
And Nano Boost here from Niji, or onto Nijimon here. He's got the Primal. You're hanging too close to the ledge. Sparrow goes off the map. Not by Nijimon's hands here, though, as Sparrow is going to have to be able to reset, get back into the fight quickly with less than a minute on the clock, though. Team Mommies want to be able to rally together here. They have the Diva Bomb. They're going to be able to buy in some of that space, but they don't have a Nano Boost. But this Diva Bomb was absolutely huge. They needed that from Speedport here. Going to be able to find Kylie and Brett, and now Team Mommies have the number advantage.
Yeah, Diva Bomb against a Winston is just so brutal. The second you can see that cooldown being thrown from Nijima right over the payload, the second that Winston bubble is gone, Speedport just throws in the Diva Bomb, and it picks up two of the slower moving heroes from Sempeternal's side. And you're absolutely right, they needed that, but unfortunately for them, they still have 1 minute 50 seconds to get through this point C, and we've already seen how brutal point Cs on these payload maps can be.
Especially with Kylie holding the back line right now, and having a Bob is going to be so crucial here. Moving Fish is about to get that Diva Bomb ready too, and the big ante though coming in from Rat onto Deku and Babul here. They are going to be able to live through it, but is Babul going to be able to pop that Primal? Yes, here comes that Bob from Kylie. Kylie needs to be stopped head after head, clicking away at these DPS. Kylie still is just on another terror run, just in a different position.
And this is the tragedy, right? When you throw in absolutely everything you can to make sure that a payload hits the checkpoint, you have no snowball potential for point C, which is the most punishing. And from that one fight alone, Sempeternal have been able to just build up so much of these ultimates that they can now just cycle these last remaining seconds in one ultimate at a time, burning you out of the clock. As Team Mommies are forced into swaps, Daku is going on to the Cassidy to try and use a flashbang for when the dive properly comes through. Are you going to be able in 45 seconds, if you're stuffed up in choke and not having clear line of sight, to build up to a Deadeye to try and unseat Kylie? Because if you're not able to, then that swap is going to be so punishing.
Yeah, especially with the limited time bank that Team Mommies has right now there too. And I just have to note, these antis from Rat have just been chef's kiss out here. They've been beautiful and just putting a dent to Team Mommies' plans and their approach here. You can see Barcode currently just trying to take a flanking position, but it's going to be Barcode versus Spear off to the side here. Comes the nano boost from SK. Then he puts the sleep on the high ground right there too, as Rat is going to be able to try to push in the rally from Nyan, as the rest of Sempiternal are going to be able to sandwich Team Mommies. They trade that though as Kylie goes down, but still the number advantage is still on Sempiternal's side. This Diva Bomb isn't going to find anybody but Space, but the remake kill is going to get Barcode.
Yeah, Sempiternal, it's the supports that get dived, but Xoxo is able to just pop the rally and keep Rat alive. So all of the space the Bubble was trying to create for Team Mommies by once again just zoning those two supports off just falls absolutely through. And then Sempiternal take advantage of the fact that the Winston is away from the team. The Bubble is not going to be there to mitigate that damage. And just the trap slides shut. And Team Mommies unfortunately find themselves in a place where they can't get a clean disengage. They can't move away. They can't not touch the payload because they're running out of that time. And they just don't have the ultimates to be able to follow through with the plan.
And these positions that we're seeing Kylie take onto the high ground in the backlines was also very beneficial for Sempiternal to continuously keep pressuring Team Mommies from going through that choke point too. And just their positioning to sandwich them was beautiful there too. So going on to the defense though, now Team Mommies, they may go out with something different here. It's looking like they're going to take out the Orisa. They want to rely on that shield. The Winston, as you were talking about the Bubble, trying to create that space, but not really working out for them in the way that they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, part of it did come down to the positioning from Sempiternal, right? And you can see that Team Mommies are thinking about just creating two targets for the dive to go through. So even if one pocket of the team is themselves put upon by this Winston and the Diva, you have another person on the sidelines who can just be that presence that forces the dive to give up the space and back out because their health is low, and that should come in the form of Barcode's Soldier. You'll have Daku just playing a little bit closer to the team, closer to the shielding with the flashbang, so that when the dive comes through, you can use that CC to buy yourself a little bit of extra time. The Break Bash going to be there as well. They really are doubling down on trying to counteract this dive from coming through, but you have to be so wary that Barcode doesn't go down a little bit too early on. Yes, you've got the legs, you can sprint fast, but if Kylie is able to find a Hanzo arrow onto that Soldier, a lot of the threat that you're relying on keeping this dive at an arm's length is just removed entirely.
And you also have to worry about Hero being on your backline, continuously pressuring your backs here too. And I like this angle that Team Mommies is taking as Barcode does find Kylie. There's that threat that you were mentioning, as you want to be able to prioritize that to keep Barcode up alive. Now you can see currently getting pressured out, and the Immortality field though, the healing is going to really help out Barcode here to stay alive on this high ground, and splitting up a lot of this focus fire too, as they're essentially sandwiched in this canyon, just looking at the position that Team Mommies is in.
I love as well that they're running the Diva. So it's not the double shield, but it's the peel that comes from these Diva boosters. So if Barcode is the target from Sempiternal before the dive comes through onto the supports, the Diva can use those boosters to get the defense matrix in time to help the Soldier from coming through, but not if you're gonna get taken out like that. Kylie lands a shot into the Soldier, and there is your threat entirely removed. You have to just try and bunker up right on the top of this roof and use the CC to keep the dive away.
Yeah, you saw Barcode just poke out of the shield just ever so slightly, and that was enough to land that headshot, but Kylie gets taken down. Again, you talk about that Diva, the peel ability right here. Speed is forced out of that mech here. Moving Fish is going to be able to get decked. That's 2 down here for Team Mommies, but the rally from some is not enough to help keep up that survivability. I love the Soldier swap from Team Mommies. He had the ability to be able to actually counter what Sempiternal is going for, but that's all she wrote here, as they are able to take that first point.
They do have a supercharger though. It's not a lot of momentum, but it should buy yourself time to be able to hit these ultimates that can just force Sempiternal to delay these pushes, right? They used the Dragon Strike, they used the Primal, they used the Rally and the Nano. So as long as Team Mommies stay in this driving seat and can keep control of this high ground, then it's going to be a lot harder for this payload to keep moving, but you're really going to be relying on the supercharge and Deadeye combo to come up with at least one kill.
They had to try to find that opportunity too while not getting picked down by Kylie. The pulse bomb though, finding someness in the back and the supercharger. It was a double whammy. The Ant Matrix covering the other angle though, but the way that Sempiternal's playing, they're essentially just tearing the backline of Team Mommies up without actually putting themselves in the line of fire by the front line.
Ooh! That Arista shield going out could have been pretty painful for Daku, who had used the Deadeye to try and zone out Sempiternal, who are advantaged with these numbers and can now press forward now that the Cassidy's ultimate has expired. And this is what Team Mummies were hoping to prevent. This is why we're seeing so many of the ultimates come out from this defending team, despite being in the losing position, because they want to keep control of this high ground and just force Sempiternal to go back into these engagements where they're the ones at risk of getting picked out from someone like Daku or Barcode early on. It's a gamble, it's a heavy investment, but they do buy themselves time and space to set themselves up once more onto this high ground and look for those very cheeky early on picks, which is why Xoxo swaps onto the Mercy.
To help out the survivability, we're also seeing the swap where Spiro now this time is on the soldier themselves. So they are still trying to go in for that dive opportunity here, but Barcode is not giving them the opportunity to trade with that visor. Was beneficial for Team Mommies to hold that position that you're mentioning. A Tifa bomb getting sent into the cave though. Brad gets caught out of position. You still have that res at the very least here, but now getting that DMAC too is also going to kind of slow things down here for Sempiternal. They can't afford to slow things down though.
You have to be so careful though. You can't push into tunnels because Kelly's about to hit that Dragon Strike. And if you try to push that team, that ultimate would have been painful indeed. But if your Team Mummies now, you have given them space, you know that the Dragon Strike is online. You don't want to bunch up so that the Dragon Strike passes through everyone. Ant Matrix going to be coupled up with the Deadeye, buying more time once more. 2 minutes on the clock. Sempiternal, they need to make a move.
Ooh, they're finally diving in the rally as well to try to counteract that. Here comes those dragons though. It's not going to force anybody off the high ground here, but Barcode taking care of Spiro's action huge here because they won't have the visor. Instead, it's going to be Barcode who's going to have that visor up next, although he is taking a short nap. A nice anti-rat doing their best to make sure that Barcode isn't a threat. He survives that one though, and Xoxo can't live, neither can Nijima. Sempiternal are trickling in as Team Mommies are winning team fight after team fight.
Sempiternal were trying so hard to get Barcode out of the way. They know that the visor is on the horizon, and they wanted Spiro to be alive and able to use a visor of their own to initiate so that Barcode wouldn't get the moment, the time, the space to be able to live through theirs. And unfortunately, they're not able to win the fight. They're not able to put their soldier in prime position to use this ultimate. And instead, they're forced to just skulk around these corners and take a very long wraparound to try and get on top of Barcode and get the soldier before the ultimate comes through.
They're running a marathon right here through the back too, all together at the very least. Oh, that would have been fresh right there. It's just trying to utilize that mobility, trying to get the high ground, but is going to activate the visor. So is Barcode though. It's a 1-3-1, but a nice big anti here though. And Spiro is going to be able to come out on top, finding Barcode right there. The Diva Bomb sent up into the heavens. It's going to clear up some of that space, add on to that pressure. As Sempiternal's trying to wrap around on the high ground and try to contest the Mommies, but Nijima with that primal is going to be able to dive right back in. Right with these antis though. It found 3, and the follow is beautiful as the bull gets taken so low.
But the fight went on so long. They've only got 20 seconds left, and now they have to get really aggressive. That's why Nijima is in tunnels up on those rafters, making sure that Team Mummies don't get to recontest this payload. They're not running the Lucio though, so they shouldn't be able to get a touch in time. Instead, they're setting up for what is potentially going to be a very long bunker up on this C point. They've already got full control of high ground, and Nijima is stunned, able to get out with a sliver of their health. The same cannot be said for Barcode.
Oh, but the payload just get in there. That next box right around that corner. The nano boost out from Nijima, pushing all the way up to Team Mommies. So that way Sempiternal have all the space in the world to be able to push this payload. They have to be able to wrap around to the side here, but they're allowing Nijima to have this middle ground, this space just to work off of, and they're getting some of that momentum. Finally, some contention here as Barcode tries to contest on the payload.
Well, there's the supercharger going to be forcing Sempiternal to hide behind the payload so close to the finish line. But supercharger hasn't actually been able to buy Team Mummies damage, so they haven't been able to build up ultimates. Rat out of the way is a big deal for this team though, as there goes the sustainability, and Sempiternal are losing members left and right.
Oh, we got less than 40 seconds, and the golden box of victory is right there. Kylie is going to just back off a bit, help to reset here as Team Mommies, they do come out on top after that team fight, as well as having that Ant Matrix. They're about to have that Deadeye soon, too.
Yeah, that pick onto Rad is massive. It buys them the time for those ultimates to come through, and now they can just play up on this high ground, throwing these ultimates in. Ooh, Barcode looking for a cheeky pick is actually going to force the Valk out of Nyan Sox, so there goes a lot of that Mercy's mobility in trying to get away from things like the Diva Bomb, which can be absolutely brutal since you're still running the Winston.
See if Space can actually land it here with that Diva Bomb. The space being cleared and the time being wasted away as Kylie activates that Deadeye. Here comes that Diva Bomb though, coming in. No Valkyrie to help the mobility, and it's not going to help out Nijima either as Nijima gets caught in the line of sight. Sparrow though, with the MVP here, maybe finding two, maybe a third after that, but the res is going to come out here too, so they're still going to have the number advantage on top of that. Sempiternal are clearing the point, they're clearing Team Mommies, and they're not going to give them the opportunity to get the run back.
Oh, it was so close. So close for Team Mommies. If they'd just been able to push that payload a little bit further. But Sempiternal will take 2 maps as we're going to see Speed Spot coming up and play again. This has got to be one of the bombs, right?
Oh, the peel too on the high ground. You were talking about that too, just because having that Diva be able to protect that soldier there on the high ground, it kind of puts a dent to those dive plants that we had seen from Sempiternal originally, but such fantastic play all around between Sempiternal and Team Mommies. I know we saw some of that action go down just yesterday, but I wanted to see the run back opportunity happen once again.
Oh, we get to see the booth as well. Nyan Sox is having an absolute field day on God, and I lost track of how many times we actually saw an environmental kill coming through from that Lucio. But you can really tell that both of these teams sort of understood how the other one played and were able to put into position all of these different measurements, right? Adaptations that we saw coming through, whether it was the Diva peel coming out from the soldier, so that even with the split focus, which normally means one person is just laid out to drive, the dive comes through and you successfully find yourself a dead soldier. Instead, you are having to deal with the Diva, the defense matrix, the peel, the Brigitte coming through, all making sure that your soldier stayed alive and safe.
And the adjustments that we saw between having the soldier out on the field at all there too, that Tac Visor just putting in so much work originally, and just the way that we saw the rotation between Kylie making the adjustments from the Hanzo, we saw the Cassidy come out too, and then even the contention with the soldier Tac Visor versus the other Tac Visor on the high ground. The positioning was absolutely key there for that second point, especially between both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, we thought maybe it would be a closer series, but at the end of the day, both of these teams did really well. It could have been a third map. It came so close. Over time, that payload being just a little bit further away, the Deadeye runs out, it doesn't manage to find that zoning opportunity, and you can see, right, the moment that they realize, okay, Deadeye's gone, we can jump the Cassidy. And that poor hit scan just gets absolutely deleted the second that you don't have the ultimate to trigger to try and guard your safety.
Waiting for that opportunity, and that's key here, just finding that opening, and we are breezing through this bracket as well, Moxie. I believe we have semifinals coming up next on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it, because the action has been heated up all day today.
So far, especially in Overwatch, I think it's very sad that we didn't really have tournaments like this in the past. Like, my wish, what I hope this will like do in the future is mainly remove like the stigmata of people have of like women playing Overwatch. Like when you think of a girl playing Overwatch, right? Like you think of, oh, she's probably, it's like the OTP mercenary, right? Which like not the case. There are a bunch of good DPS on women DPS players, or we saw in Overwatch League we had a off-tank player, a female off-tank player in the Overwatch League, and I just hope like when we have these tournaments, like seeing all these women, non-binary people, and all of these different roles, that maybe this stigmata gets removed kind of in Overwatch, which is like mainly the reason of Overwatch is very similar, or has like this main mobile aspect, so we expect women to play this like caretaking support role, which doesn't have to be the case. for me personally, people maybe don't expect that, or I guess it's not like very known in the broadcast realm. It's kind of the same problem where the broadcast industry is also dominated by men, and now having like this chance, or on top of that, offering women in the broadcast industry, like, hey, we have this tournament where we want to celebrate women and diverse people. You want to have these people also behind the scenes as well. So it's kind of, for me personally, it's just nice to see that people want to support us or like give us this opportunity as well.
I feel like with this event, for me, I feel like it definitely makes me feel like I can actually, especially because this is my first one, I feel like it'll actually help me feel like I can actually go out and look for more Overwatch tournaments. It gives me the confidence that, you know, I'm not going to feel like I need to be a certain level, or the fact that I need to be afraid of the fact of toxicity. Because I feel like with Overwatch, sometimes there can be moments where you feel like when you hear Overwatch, you're like, oh, it's just sweaty lobbies and just, you know, toxic lobbies who are just yelling at you and all this kind of stuff. But I feel like with this event and showing how we can all, you know, come together, and the fact that there's, you know, again, POC, women, LGBTQ, non-binary, that we can all come together and again show support is something that I feel like, you know, a lot of people need to see, and the fact that it will shape my experience in the sense of that it gives me the confidence to do it again if they will allow me to come back. But at the same time, if there are other tournaments that are like that, and I can't wait to find more like that, and I hope that I will be able to have that confidence to find more, and or even just having other people, you know, come by, and hopefully the tournament will get bigger and bigger as the years go on. And yeah, so I'm just really happy that this event is happening, or is, you know, that it has happened, and I hope that it will continue for years to come, because I feel like this is really important. People need to know about it.
So this event has given me new hope that the industry will no longer be dominated by cis white men, and I hope that it will encourage more mass participation in future events. I'm seeing right now in this tournament a lot of players, staff, coaches, people who otherwise would never compete in mainstream events. I'm seeing them in this tournament, and that gives me a lot of hope for the future of this game.
Got me up all night, just feeling stupid. For wondering where you are and why we play this same game every other weekend. With my heart in the palm of your hand, tear it all apart. Why I let you do it? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. So I can't think about it. I don't stay the night, I feel bad about it. That's a woman's love. Give it all, don't get none. I'm the one who's always gonna be there. Make it feel fine even when it's not fair. I play my part. Why can't you just play yours? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Stop. Oh. Can't stop. Stop. Stop.
everyone, and welcome back to the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. I'm Dryad, and I'm here with Moxie. We're here to bring you the last 3 matches of the day, the last 3 matches of the tournament. Yesterday has been absolutely insane, but we're about to and we're slowly getting to the end.
Yeah, slowly, but perhaps not quite so slowly, because we are moving away from the format of first to 2s. It is now going to be first to 3, so we could potentially be seeing these series go to 6 maps of Overwatch, and I don't know about you, Dryad, but the more Overwatch I get to see, the happier I am.
Yeah, especially with teams like this ones, right? It's a lot of matches and a lot of maps by themselves that have been very, very insane, very intense for teams. So I like that now we jump into going to at least 3 maps to guarantee who's going to get to the top, who's going to get to those grand finals. It gets a lot more competitive, and also the map decision making for the teams becomes a little bit more important, especially when we jump into the 3rd into the 4th, where it becomes very much a crucial decision if a team is going to go to match point, or there's a lot of even matches that we're going to see after.
Well, the big difference as well is we might actually get to see on Control a map that isn't Lijiang. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll believe it when I see it. It's even right behind me. This is how confident I am of Lijiang always coming up on Control Point. This is always my Overwatch background, because it's always, going to actually be relatable to the broadcast. But teams love Lijiang. Teams love Lijiang for a big old reason, and that's because you can run so many things on it. And surprise, surprise, once again, hey look, it's Lijiang popping up as map number 1.
We're all very, very much surprised here. I feel like we've seen it. I don't think I've seen a control map that hasn't been Lijiang Tower, right? And again, it's a map that I guess kind of makes sense. It's a control map that everyone plays, even scrims. It's the first map that you're usually jumping into. So, of course, it makes sense. But we're at a stage in the tournament where a lot of teams got a chance to learn what the enemy is going to be playing, what kind of composition they want to bring. And that is a point that catches my attention as well, because we've seen quite a lot of variety in terms of, sure, they're playing maybe a rush for a map like this one, but there's always 1 or 2 heroes that are catching me off guard in terms of how uncommon it is to see them in the specific rush.
This is going to be an interesting matchup as well, because if UFM has actually come out with this Sigma as opposed to the D.Va for that off tank, it's going to be really quite hard to eat any sort of damage that comes out from overbuff, because yes, you do have the kinetic shift, right, which is on that 12-second cooldown, but it's on 12-second cooldown as opposed to defense matrix, which is on the 1. Walls are open, and what is going to make it even harder for the fact that UFMers aren't running a hit scan, aren't going to have that D.Va to get up close to the Farah to get her out of the sky.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage as well that the Farah is going to have for free, pretty much, especially until the point of capture. We already see that soldier getting taken down, but of course our rest is going to be able to be available right away. A pretty good Untitled connecting into the Reinhardt, but the opportunity here to control gets a lot more intense because of what you said. It's just a Farah in here doing whatever she wants.
Yeah, if you're overbuffed right now and you want to get this Farah out of the way, you have to win this fight. You have to be able to set Tracer on this soldier up on the high ground so that the Farah can't safely come back into this. But with the aimers, they don't have the sim. That's a lot of damage now removed. That's also something that's stopping Turing from being able to get nice and close with that D.Va that can soak up all of the damage. And this should be a point flip coming through. The keyword being should, because Overwatch still don't have the ultimates to actually be able to tip the fight into the beta, despite having that tank still on this point. They're hardly doing any damage because these are dive tanks, and you need everyone, including your DPS, to be able to hammer that damage in for you to actually be able to win these fights.
And it's a difficult one as well, coming in for number 1 and overbuff, because when you look at the D.Va was given the nano with the opportunity to get quite a lot of value with this ultimate on D.Va are not as many. Sure, you're gonna have that extra damage, but it's not enough. A nice pick coming in there as well. But the difficulty increases over and over again for number 1 and overbuff the more that we see Untitled getting that control point and just getting away with all the damage as well.
I mean, yeah, you are finally going to be able to get the Junkrat out of the way, but you've already got so much losses on your side. You've lost the Farah. You're not going to be able to use that barrage. So when this Tech Razor runs out, what do you have? that is still going to get this fight back into position? And the answer is absolutely nothing at all. And now Ufi Amos can once again go back to the stranglehold of Choke, which is going to finally be able to come in with this barrage, but Manic had actually swapped onto the Diva, so you do have defense matrix to try and mitigate that damage coming through, and it's a lot harder for what to safely get into these fights when Bun can just hold an angle and shoot you down the second the Pharah pops up.
There's going to be a pretty early tire as well to guarantee one pick, and they can do everything here. We see the soldier going down. It is 99 coming in, and that last overtime, the last chance coming in for number one and Overbuff to get something done, but it might be a little too late. The Valkyrie is going to come out as well, trying to keep the team alive, trying to connect the rest, and just connect the Pharah back online, and a pretty good self-destruct as well. Giving a chance to number one and Overbuff, but Gamers trying to touch a coin one by one, and Shatter about to be ready, but the right are getting taken down just in the right time, giving the opportunity here for number one and Overbuff to get some percentage done. So let's see what they can work with next.
I mean, some percentage, sure, but they don't have an immediate fight win. That could have been something that Ufi Amos were able to spell, right? They had the Shatter, but they're actually going to swap off the Reinhardt onto the Hammond to be a little bit harder for this Pharah to pin down and keep you stuffed up in choke from, and that should allow Bun all of this space created by these two tanks to come in with the tag visor. And Matrix going to be starting things off immediately. Immortality Deal actually forced out from Megatron to just try and keep a hold of the Amp Matrix for this team. But number one and Overbuff, in trying to get away from the Amp Matrix, have given up a lot of space, and now it's time to Kazara to just keep touching this point, making sure that the flip doesn't come through.
The Nano went to the Mercy. Did I see that right? In a self-destruct against both of the supports. This is just a tragedy coming in. Number one and Overbuff, they had a pretty good chance trying to build this ultimate. This time around they lost. It was just a matter of time as well before OG Gamers got back into this fight, and were able to take everyone down one by one. A Visor coming in desperation is not going to get anything done, and now it's just a matter of time for OG Gamers to get this round over with.
Well, Kazara is actually going to be able to come back in with those mines and try and stun a little bit of movement from Ufi Amos' sides, but you don't have the numbers behind you. The mines come out, but the map rolls on. Ufi Amos will be able to take this one, and you really do sort of feel what happens when you're running a composition that doesn't quite work out. They wanted to keep this far around. It can work. Seoul Dynasty is one of the most prevalent teams that do like to run this sort of composition in terms of control tower, where you do just take the Pharah in, you use the sort of massive windows that you always have access to still be in these fights and force that attention away from your front line, allowing you not to have to worry about having to peel for your back line. But unfortunately, it cost them in the long run. In terms of that last fight, they just didn't have the ultimates behind. And now it is going to be both teams running these sims. Both teams, well, one team, neither team, gonna be sticking with it. It was like sims there, sims gone. No one's going to be running the window strat, and instead it is just going to be Pharah versus Echo. And that could potentially be the big difference maker, right? Pharah ultimate, it's the case of how many you can get before you go down. Echo ultimate is absolutely terrifying that you constantly have to be able to deal with in terms of CC just stopping the Echo from being able to build it up.
Yeah, exactly. So this is not something that you want to give given for the side of number one and Overbuff, especially as they get the opening takes. They're putting a little bit more pressure into the enemy, and they have all the potential here to capture the point. It's pretty intense. A Tracer coming in the back line trying to get something done. It's a little too late for her to get anything. So with that, number one and Overbuff changing the narrative a little bit, they're going to be the ones capturing the point first. And yeah, like you said, it's a pretty interesting duel. Now we see the swap coming in. I do like this. Ufi Amers going for the Echo approach as well.
Yeah, going for a little bit of added mobility, but not only that, you still have that massive damage burst potential that comes with the Echo. Especially if you're able to get on top, go for that drop down on the support, but at the moment it is just absolutely lethal. Ufi Amos able to get the rest to come through. Bun making sure that who stayed around trying to get that second kill is going to cost their lives for it. Taking this fight onto the point now, you do have to worry about Bun on this Tracer shredding through the Diva mech. Number one on Overbuff just didn't have the space. Tracer just forced to try and run away, dropping the health pack to try and keep themselves alive. I mean, you've got a nano attack visor coming into this, but Ufi Amos can just pull back, disengage, and wait for it to run its course before they engage with ultimates of their own.
And I do like the composition that Gamers is bringing into the table just a little bit more when you have that Tracer as well. As I say that though, it's going to be the Soldier getting a pretty good opening coming in. A Visor that is going to be available even though it doesn't seem to be necessary, but all the point control continues to go on the side of Gamers. They have a minefield to work with as well, which is going to delay that push even longer.
You can't contest this flip either. You lost the D.Va mech, and you can see number one on Overwatch. Every single time they see that D.Va, they're going for the D-mech so that they can use this nano tag visor to just win them this next team fight. Xoxo is taking a little bit of a longer approach, still trying to put a little bit of pressure with this with this Echo and Mercy on the side so that everyone else can get through chokes, but number one on Overwatch not falling for it. They're keeping an eye, they're waiting for the nano tag visor. It's going to come through immediately. Tracer FPS getting such a good line of sight on everyone on the side of Xoxo as they try and move towards that point, but buggingly able to come in with the hammer and just push the Soldier away, letting the rest of the team try and contest.
Yeah, the plus one is going to get even as well. No opportunity there, but all the pressure has already been done coming in for the side of Gamers, having all the potential here as well to get this point once again. 2 members live, the Mercy goes down, and with that, Gamers again is something that I wanted to see before. I like the competition with Tracer because you're able to target the enemy from different angles, right? You have the Tracer that is able to be the backline, putting the pressure into the supports of the enemy team, and you're also going to have an Echo just flying in the sky, putting the pressure also to the enemy Echo. So it's a very well balanced for Gamers. Because of that, they were able to capture the point, but it's pretty risky, right? Because 95% the number one upper buff was able to get. They just need one fight here.
And I mean, they can take this fight to the point. They have the ultimate to be able to control it. If they want to go for the res onto the Soldier so they can still have that damage, that crossfire set up, they absolutely can, but not if you lose so many of your players. And Gamers should be able to start pulling, equalizing this point percentage, which is something that they needed. The delay was necessary because now they're going to have a D.Va bomb. They're going to have the hammer mines to be able to go on top of number one on Overwatch. So you can't just take this fight to the point. You can't just drop your ultimates and say, okay, we forced this flip. You have to give up that space.
And the space really is going to do everything for Gamers, and how long they're able to hold is going to be a pretty aggressive duplicate coming in. Doesn't get any value, cannot even get that self-destruct in time. It seems like, oh, it's in time as well, but the 95% is putting all the pressure. Minefield as well, getting the Ana, that is a massive pick coming in. None of that support. The Mercy is still going down in this kind of Gamers in a fight that is taking place in point. Lost by the tank, so the team is trying to get a last chance into this one, but it seems like all the percentage could be going for the side of number one and upper buff. The D.Va and a Wrecking fighting right on point. The supports the Moira as well, trying to do everything for their teams. And all the way back is going to be actually the Soldier, allowing number one and upper buff to capture the point to get to the 99, potentially 100, because Gamers, they got taken down at the worst time possible.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gamers, they all got zoned off by that D.Va self-destruct. Ensuring is able to through the ultimate by the time necessary for the rest of the team. Safrona coming back in on that Lucio, able to just bury everyone so that the second Gamers actually leave the point, number one on Overbuff just move in. It's free real estate, and it's the third map of Lijiang, something that really shouldn't have happened.
It's an interesting one as well because everyone was so low already that 300 FPS and that Soldier was just able to clean up the fight so quickly. Just get everything over with as soon as possible. You're number one in Overbuff, and it was much more intense compared to what we saw before, but this is a map that I've been waiting for. This is a map where we see a lot of variety coming in terms of composition, even the tanks and the playstyle that they bring to the table, and capturing this first point does so much for a team because recontesting it sometimes can become harder and harder every time.
I mean, you say recontesting it, but they're not really going to recontest it, are they? If they win the fight, they're just going to keep it, and then they're going to keep throwing themselves onto this point until the entire team has just seen 99% of percentage gone into their favor. And I mean, this is really smart from number one on Overwatch. Not only are they making sure that Gamers just can't move forward and go for that stall potential, but they're also just throwing themselves onto a bridge when they're up against damage. Yeah, sometimes you do want to, you know, not take bridge. In fact, every single time I load into Garden, I feel like I have to just copy paste, please go side room, into match chat. if you know that everyone's just gonna pile over on bridge. And unfortunately for number one on Overwatch, their plan, which was just still potential until you don't really die, is now scuppered because they don't have control of that point, which is why both the Sombra and the Reaper have now been swapped to the Soldier and the Echo.
Yeah, and it's funny because you always want to be the team getting the kills on bridge, but it's also not the most advisable thing to do. Because of that, now we get to see a couple trades coming in. The supports as well going down, the Mercies as well denying any rest opportunity, and OMP just being able to get away with this one as well. Again, it's just you take control, you get that momentum going on from that first round, and it can really snowball into all the upcoming rounds as we see in a map like this one. Already 50% coming in for OMP Aimers. Number one in Overwatch, yeah, like you said, I do want to see it coming up, just a little bit of change. But yeah, like not going bridge, changing the strategy, and also bringing up the Cassie as we see Tracer FPS.
I think I would rather have seen the Sombra just so you can deal with that tank lineup, but in running the Cassie you are both dealing with this dive coming through with the flashbang, but also with the Echo with the hit scan. Unfortunately, it's really hard to actually set a Cassidy up into a space when Uzi aimers can just push right into your face, and they're running a very mobile composition, so even if there is a sort of environmental sort of potential in terms of those kills from coming through, a lot of these players can actually just use their utilities to negate any knockback that comes through, as opposed to poor Tracer FPS, who on this Cassidy has only got the role to try and safeguard themselves. And so the longer these fights go on for bridge, the happier Uzi aimers are, because there's just so much time for them to actually find a cheeky pick. There's a nano boost coming through into what is trying to buy number one and over of any sort of space. Distraction tactics, shoot them, not the rest of our team, so they can actually move through bridge safely, but they still haven't been able to win the fight because they just don't have the team power to be able to see themselves through.
It was pretty nice to see as well the target priority coming in for OMP Aimers to get over with that Echo that was putting so much pressure and just giving them the last round that they needed. It's 100-0 for this last one in OMP Aimers. Because of those little adjustments that they were making in terms of playstyle and how aggressive they were playing from the beginning, it just allows them to get this round and to get this map.
Yeah, a little bit of over-aggression coming out from number one and Overwatch's part, right? That first fight when they're running the Sombra and the Reaper, you would really want to see them just pick up the point first, so that even if they start losing members, they can still go for that sort of unkillable cockroach approach where every single time one person goes down, you just have a team who's so self-sustainable, so mobile, that it doesn't really matter if you lose a healer or a tank, you can still just keep yourself up and that point percentage ticking up. But I mean, huge props have to go to Ufi aimers, who are able to capitalize on the over-aggression and really punish it quite heavily, because the ramifications of that early round of aggression are felt in the entirety of the rest of this map.
Yeah, again, it was a pretty nice snowball from fight after fight that we got to see for the set of MP aimers in a map like this one. And again, this is why I was saying recontesting after the enemy team is able to take control of that point gets so much more difficult. The ultimates aren't there. You usually have to make changes, just like we saw that Sombra making a swap into another DPS, and you're wasting time that is so valuable in a match like this one, in a control point as well, like this one. That is why, to me, the comfort picks are so nice to see, and I feel like we've seen them throughout the tournament. This is also why, even though I'm a pretty big fan of Sombra and what she's able to do with a pretty good synergy in a team, sometimes you gotta question how comfortable do teams and that specific player feels, because all your win condition is going to be relying on that EMP. So even though we saw the changes, even though we didn't see the Sombra, it would have been an interesting one coming in on the side of number one and Overwatch to see just a single fight going in after that EMP.
See, I think the main problem for that map, right, was when they swapped off the Sombra and when they swapped off the composition, there wasn't a clear win condition. When they came out of those spawn doors, you could see the win condition was take control of the point first and then don't die, so we continuously just tick up that point percentage, building off of these things like EMPs and Death Blossoms, which can build up extremely quickly, especially if a fight is constantly going through and things like the Sombra and the Reaper are constantly firing into those tank lineups. Absolutely beautiful. The second that the swap is forced, you see the Cassidy come in, yes, but Deadeye is not a win condition. There wasn't
Right.
really anything that number one on Overbuff could have properly bolt into or bolt up of that immediately just slams a big red do not push button onto the table. And when we move into Rialto, I'm really hoping that we do get to see something like that come on through, because yes, you were running the soldier, yes, Tac Visor can be absolutely brutal if paired up with a nano, but we were already seeing that Ufi Aimers Manic was more than capable of just being that diva constantly there with that defense matrix, making sure that the soldier doesn't manage to pull off the massive swoop that a Tac Visor can be.
And talking about Manic, this is a player that I got the chance to see yesterday, and I mean, she was absolutely popping off every single time in the diva, just having a clear understanding of when you have to peel for the backline, when you have to peel for your own supports, for your DPS, and when you have to play a little bit more aggressive, supporting the front line and supporting what the tanks might be bringing to the table. But this time around is going to be Rialto that we jump into, and the side of the defense we talked about, Umpy Aimers are bringing a dive with the Wrecking Ball, which relies once again so much into going the backline, creating that pressure, creating that distraction.
Well, number one on Overbuff are first of all taking away this high ground. And they are running the Sigma, so they do have that shield to try and get into this Echo space, but HK has already managed to get 54% of the way, nearly 60% to this first duplicate alone. And Danik, because the team aren't taking that much damage, because they're not going forward aggressively, isn't able to A, build up charge off of the Zen orbs, or B, use those orbs to get that Transcendence healing through. And it means that Bun is going to be coming into this fight with a Pulse Bomb, and the Zen's not going to be able to save himself with the ultimate when it gets stuck.
It is going to be once again the soldier for number one in Overwatch who finds the answer just with the damage alone and the support that we see coming in. That is going to give the fight to number one in Overbuff. It's still, I mean, it's still going to be a risky situation to deal with coming in. I don't think there's going to be a recontest possible, but for number one in Overbuff, the way that they're handling those fights in the longer run can cost them their life.
Ufi Aim is choosing, it seems, to go for a recontest now that the pick has come through. They potentially want to just keep control of high ground, but getting that pick has emboldened them to try and move forward, because if they win this, they control Courtyard, and that's absolutely huge. And that's what we are seeing, the duplication come through. The Sigma Flux going to be dropping Saffrono, who's trying to keep themselves alive, pops the rally. Accretion actually misses, the shield bash doesn't. And so the kill still hasn't come through onto the break, but you've zoned off the support from the rest of the team. You don't actually have those heals coming through from Inspire, and so the rest of the teams of Ufi Aimers have been able to just absolutely dismantle the attacking side's composition. And now, just by using those two ultimates, the Pulse Bomb and the Duplication, they've got full control of Courtyard, and Tracer FPS might actually be forced to drop in that Tac Visor to just let number one and Overbuff move safely past this first corner.
Yeah, exactly. And also you were able to force on the side of number one and Overbuff. You force that rally, and that is such a massive ultimate to work with as well, where Umpy Aimers, they have all the advantage to work towards this point. And you know, like I said, even with the Visor, it seems like it's going to be a necessity, but it's not going to guarantee any kills yet. Maybe just a little bit of space, but besides that, you cannot be relying on the kills alone. The Minefield is going to come out on the side of Umpy Aimers as well, playing over and over again such a proactive role every single round to guarantee that it's going their way. A self-destruct as well, guaranteeing that the last tank will be coming down. And number one in Overbuff, even though they started with a pretty good first fight, right when we got to see them, the momentum slows down, and a single pick is what caused that.
Oh, that's absolutely massive as well. They were able to see themselves through the Tac Visor with the rally. They've still got the Transcendence for when Turing tries to use the Sigma Flux to win number one on Overbuff. Despite this is the win condition that we were talking about. That was lacking in the previous map, but Barn is taunting. Who's the Pulse Bomb gonna be stuck to? It's Danik! The Zen is gone! And now the dive is just gonna be lacking so much damage without those Discords to actually try and land a hit. And you can see the immediate capitalization as HK knows there's no orbs trying to keep them in place. You're forced to try and use the Sigma Flux to keep the team alive. They've only got 8 seconds left. They can't afford to spend time crossing this Courtyard again. But Transcendence has run, Sigma Flux has run its course. Transcendence was there to immediately counter it. And no one from number one on Overbuff can actually touch the card in time because Zara's minds to matter.
That was so nicely done. Once again, coming in for this set of PMers, the way that they adapt fight after fight and the way that they plan what the win condition is going to be really seems to be working out so well for them. The only fight that we saw number one in Overwatch getting away with was a fight that didn't give them the point control, didn't give them that checkpoint that they needed. So PMers, it seems like they were debating on whether they wanted to recontest or not, and when we saw a single pick, that was the go for them. That was the green light for Amers to take advantage of that situation. And they did it round after round, right? Even into the last fight. It was a single post bomb into the Señora. An ideal, a dream pick that you're hoping for to get with that ultimate. And because it was a communication that they had that was working out so well for Amers, they knew that Transcendence was just used into the last fight. It was not going to be available for this one. So it was everything that they needed to. Amers just set up all the win conditions for this map too.
The good news for number one on Overbuff is that if there's any point that you want to get a chance to full hold on in Overwatch, on the defense, it's Rialto, right? This is such a punishing point. And I think it's probably pretty close to Havana point C in terms of actual success of being able to push that payload through. Goofy Aim is going to be coming out, Manic still on this diva, but Bun has actually gone over for the Hanzo. In case number one on Overbuff, we're trying to run something like, you know, the double shield so that the Hanzo Storm Arrows can just eat through the Orisa or the Sigma. But you are going to be putting so much pressure because that Hanzo's mobility is just so good. You've been able to immediately find a pick onto the soldier. The rest of the team can now move forward because there's no burst damage that's putting a stop to this dive. You can try and contest the Brigida. There's not really a lot of punishment because you're going to be able to get her out of the way and your respawns are so much faster.
Yeah, I was about to say, I actually really like this Hanzo. I believe I saw Bun playing this Hanzo yesterday and it was exactly this. It was just getting that first pick that seemed to be coming out of nowhere, but was giving all the advantage for this side of Gamers to work with. So now the pillar is going to move, and this can mean a single fight to guarantee Gamers getting away with the second map.
They're able to get the Echo out of the way. Wicker should be able to go for the res though. Number one on Overbuff are just trying to take, yeah, there it is. Res comes through, but they're actually trying to get the Mercy out of the way. Guardian Angel is going to make sure that Wicker survives it a little bit longer. Does go down with the assistance of Tracer FPS. And that should be Ufi Aimers pushed back. But for this team, they're just building up ultimates. They're going to be coming in with both the duplication, the Hammer Mines, the Dragon Strike, the Transcendence, absolutely everything you could want. And if you're number one on Overbuff, you have to take full advantage of the space that this courtyard allows. The danger is, if Tracer FPS gets picked by Bun a little bit too early on, you're going to lose all of that burst damage potential. And that means that Megatron is going to be able to hold on to this Transcendence, as we saw in the previous fight, and use it to just make sure that Ufi Aimers win with that sustainability.
There's going to be some trades coming in, but losing the Brig, not something that you want to do in a situation like this one where the respawns are going to be on the other side of the map. So it's like it's just going to be snowball for the set of Umpy Gamers to get this over with. Coming in from all the way back, and the duplicity that comes in as well just in time is going to give all the advantage for Umpy Gamers. It's going to be a minefield creating even more space. It's going to come out, and the Divas fighting the last diva for number one Overwatch, fighting to stay on this point, but it cannot happen. So with that, it's going to be Umpy Gamers taking us to match point. Is a 2-0 that they've gotten so far.
It's such a cruel duplication as well. The game plan is so clear. They just want the space. And I think we're actually going to get to see it as play of the game because it did manage to get kills as well. Like, they hold off. They wait until they've got all of their ultimates online. They know they only need one team fight to win. And then the second that they clock where the diva is, they're like, okay, we're going to be able to use the self-destruct, we're going to be able to use the hammer mines, we're going to buy ourselves all of the space necessary for everyone to be able to keep this cart moving, because no one is going to be able to survive those ultimates coming through to contest us as that cart moves forward that last little bit further.
Yeah, it was so nice to see that the Echo and how much value she was getting out of coming up from the sky, catching that Señora off guard, being able to duplicate it. It was just a perfect timing coming in. After you get that first pick, it was everything that Umpy Gamers was waiting for, built into a little bit more. So it was super nice to see from them. And again, it seems like in so many scenarios, it is so close for number one and Overbuff that they just lose one member and it just turns into so much of a bigger problem.
Yeah, and again, you can sort of see that they lack that win condition as well, right? If you're going to full hold a team, you have to have something that you're constantly working for that always grabs the tempo back into your position. So if you're losing a team fight or you're losing ground, you can immediately fall back onto that to be able to reset the tempo and grab that space back up. That's why so many teams can be so strong at those defenses, whether it's something like a Widowmaker popping off and getting a free K by using those open spaces that Courtyard affords, whether it's a massive Diva Bomb coming through, splitting off a team and getting all of those kills, buying yourself the space to be able to breathe. We saw that from Ufi Aimers. We didn't really see that from number one on Overbuff. If you can think about it, maybe they had a tag visor that they could have used to buy themselves a little bit of time for something like a Transcends to come up. But we also saw the Diva the Matrix immediately sort of just negates all of the impact that attack visor can potentially have, and then you answer it back with a Dragon Strike of your own that cuts the team, that buys yourself all of the space, all of the aggression to be able to move forward. And then the payload is at the finish line. We didn't really get to see that immediate press in case of emergency button coming from number one on Overbuff, and that's something that moving forward I hope that we get to see, because it doesn't really feel like they're picking these heroes that have so much impact that just immediately sways a fight in their favor by being in the fight.
Yeah, it's been very, very intense so far, but Unfi Aimers at the end of the day are going to be in match point. We have at least one more map to go to find the conclusion of this match, but we're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. We're about to see if it's going to be the conclusion for Unfi Aimers and number one in Overbuff, or we're going to be seeing more and more maps coming up. So far it's a 2-0 and Unfi Aimers just playing the last map so well.
Yeah, and I mean, we know that we're going to be headed off to Numbani. This is obviously number one on Overbuff's pick. That says to me that they've got a game strategy. I'm hoping that we get to see something that has a little bit more impact coming out from this team, right? It's dangerous going to Numbani, where we've already seen Unfi Aimers having a very potent and scary, if we're being honest, dive coming through. And Numbani is one of those maps where you do have to watch out for that dive, whether it's point A or whether you want to continue that composition into streets. We do tend to see some teams sort of go for the former or even swap off. I'm hoping that we potentially get to see something like a Farah coming through, right? Just being a little bit of a nuisance in the sky, trying to split that focus away from just that fight going on in the front lines, because we've already seen what happens if you're not able to occupy the Diva.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is also one of those maps where it, like you said, the Farah is a pretty strong pick, because you want to be able to contest the enemy from that sky, just catch him in from different angles and have an opening. And it's a defense that can be very strong on the ground, so just a Pharah, just an Echo can make a massive difference for the attacking team, and this is something that I'm looking forward to seeing even a little bit more of the composition that we've seen of, with sometimes a Tracer putting pressure in the backline, sometimes the Wrecking Ball as well, enabling that to happen in both of them, both of the two DPS working out together. So it'd be something that I'm looking forward to seeing for the side of Umpy Aimers, and especially for number 1 in Overbuff. As we see now, they're going to be starting on the attacking side.
Yeah, that's starting on the attacking side, so I'm hoping maybe we get to see a little bit of bashing come through, but that would most likely be when the sides had swapped. The attacking fashion on the Valley not having the best of track records, but we can talk about Ufi Aimers who are going to be coming out on this defense, so these heroes have been locked in, this is what they're going to be coming out with, and this is a good safe composition. You're going to have the dive to go for that aggression, Bun's going to be able to give you a lot of information on targets that are low, with the Sombra being able to see those critical HPs through those walls, which is going to set the dive up to be extremely brutal. But you want to talk about extremely brutal, what little second on the Widowmaker is going to be enough to get HK, who was trying to get cheeky stickies as everyone moved through. It's going to prompt a Genji swap to come on out. And
naturally,
you're going to be trying to pick your way through a lot of CC, because Danak is going to be on the Zen looking a juicy target, but Safrona is going to be there with the Break Bash for when the dive tries to hit that Zenyatta.
This is an interesting one to see Umpy Aimers immediately getting taken down and going for that Genji as well. It seems like there's multiple layers between going for an Echo, going for a Genji, but it's something that they're aiming towards. And so far, I mean, they are able to handle the defense, they're able to handle that fight, but they lost one tech. So now Umpy Aimers staying on this Genji, we look at the one biggest win condition that they have besides that EMP, that would be the Nano Blade, and what can be done with it alone, especially just looking at the composition on the other team, right? There's so many counters to it.
Yeah, it's all going to be a race now between who can get the ultimate online first. Is it going to be HK or is it going to be Danik? But Danik doesn't have a Transcend, doesn't have a HP bar at the moment. Zen is gone. Turing actually hacked, so the Diva cannot peel. So caught alone with no defense matrix, Zen is just gone from the game, and that's letting HK get so much charge. Goofy Aim is going to be waiting before they properly go for those 2 remaining ticks on that win condition. It's number 1 on Overbuff. They'll have the visor, but they won't have the nano on top of it. And now you can see the hack coming onto the hammer. Goofy Aimers don't even need ultimates to win these fights at the moment. It's just the presence of the Sombra. So many members on the side of number 1 on Overbuff are just absolutely decimated if they lose any of their abilities.
Yeah, talking about the Sombra, just because of the hacks that she's been able to get over and over again, that EMP is going to be the first ultimate available coming in here for the DPS line. And it's an EMP that's going to be strong, especially when number 1 and Overbuff are going to be all playing together. Nanoblade as well on the other side makes 3 kills to port down, and everyone else would follow after that coming in. Umpy Aimers with a single win condition, that Nanoblade that was doing so much for them. And I mean, he caught number 1 and Overbuff completely unexpected.
I mean, they didn't even need to use the EMP because Danik didn't have Transcend up. Everyone on the side of number 1 and Overbuff go in this tiny little space, and you can see the replay. The second that they go into that corridor, they try and stun the Genji, but the Nano is there. They just don't have the damage running that Tracer to get the Genji down before the stun wears out, and everyone is just gone from the Nano Blade. And now you have to worry. Transcendence is going to be there. You're going to have to throw it in. You've got 1 minute left on the clock, and Bun is just waiting with the ZMP for that to run out before you can catch. Everybody's going to throw it in before the last six of the Transcendence even run out, because you know the Zen is gone from this fight. The Diva deleted, and Ufi Aim sure they've given up 1.5 ticks, but it's looking like it's going to be all. Number 1 on Overbuff have to come into this fight anew. Still not with the Transcendence. They're going to have to come in with a rally to initiate, and if they don't win it fast enough, Dryad, the rally's going to be gone, and there's going to be another Nano Blade on the table.
Yeah, that is a scary territory to be in, especially when there's only 20 seconds to work it. A close one to start it off, though. Big picks here coming in. Both as the supports down. Umpy Aimers do not have anything to work with in the healing department. So this is the opportunity, this is the opening that number one and Overwatch have been waiting for to get it right at the end in the last 10 seconds. But it's going to be possible for them, and Bradley that was also invested into the fight. So Umpi Gamers, they decide to back up, they decide to wait for their support to come back, and now you get to see the payload move.
I'm just waiting for the malicious ult coming out from number one Overbuff the second that the Nano Blade from HK comes through. Because you've got a Genji, sure, you've got a Nano, but if you find yourself dancing in a Hammer Mines, you're not going to have a fun time playing Minesweeper. That's not going to be a high score. And you can see that number one Overbuff are holding on to those ultimates to make sure that the Genji can't just come into the middle of the team like we saw on that first point. There's the dash, there's the anti, there's the Nano, there's the 3K once again caught in a small space without the tanks, knowing that the Nano Blade is an absolute mistake coming out from number one on Overbuff. And sure, the pillage finally moves past point A, but it's going to stop in the corner, and this is where we see a lot of teams hold on that defense for a very long time. Indeed, it's going to force so much out from number one on Overbuff, potentially attack Visor, just to make them actually push all of the gamers back from this high ground.
And I was about to say, surely the Genji doesn't do it again, right? But I mean, it's such a close area to work with. The number one in Overwatch, he had nowhere to run, and it was just so much free space for Genji. Now all the aggression coming in, a Visor trying to get something, but the first kill is going to come up from that self-destruct. Number one in Overwatch, desperate here with ultimates, giving everything that they've got, bringing everything to the table, and so far it's making it work out. The last couple members for the setup, Umpi Gamers hoping to run away. I saw the strike just to get back in mech for Umpi Gamers. The second point that will be going on the side of number one in Overbuff.
And now we're going to see the game of chicken. Danik cannot blink. This Transcendence, they need it. They're not going to have the Hammer Mines, they're not going to have the Diva. If the Nano Blade comes out from Umpi Gamers, it's all going to be on this end shoulders to make sure that they survive.
Oh, and I want to see what can be done. He reversed the Tracer for a little bit, creating that distraction. Perfectly done, but he needs to guarantee a pick here to give the opening that Umpi Gamers have been waiting for, especially in an area like this when you want to win fight after fight after fight, not letting the payload move a single meter. So now Rallier is going to come out to start off the fight on set of number one in Overbuff. I like the rally timing, but we see that Umpi Gamers, they decide to disengage for them as soon as possible. They're just going to be backing up, protecting themselves, and valuing their lives in a situation like this one where they matter the most.
Oh, here comes the blade, there goes the Nano, but the Transcendence is there. Danik is able to keep most of the team intact, but there's just so much damage on the side of Umpi Gamers that even with Transcendence in play, they're not able to keep two of their team alive, and Umpi Gamers can now just jump, swarm in on those remaining members. This is why they were more than happy with letting the pillar just keep moving through, because they knew if they win this fight, number one on Overbuff still have to engage another time, and that is going to allow Bond to be able to come in with Tac Visor and just put so much damage in. There are changes coming out from number one on Overbuff. A Lucio is going to be coming into the mix. They know that the Genji Blade is not going to be a problem. 49 seconds left if they're able to survive it. They do have to win with what they've got. They've got to deal with attack Visor. They've got to be mobile enough to get away from the damage coming through. But what goes down, there's the hack gone. And that means that there's nothing trying to stop HK from just going straight for that backline, and Danik is the one to pay.
And the kills are starting to come in once again for instead of Umpi Gamers. They have so many ultimates to rotate with as well, right? So the rally was the one that I was looking at the most. And with this last 20 seconds, you know, at least number one on Overbuff, they made this fight very quick. They didn't take too many seconds, and they made it when they realized that they were not winning the fight. It was the last change necessary for one last recontest. They're going to be enabled to do, but Umpi Gamers with all the win condition, with all the ultimates that we see, and a rally that starts up pretty early, making this even more risky. A blade coming in all the way back, but already Bun was able to connect in to do the job that was needed on the side of Umpi Gamers to guarantee the initial pick. They're following, and just this noble once again that comes for this team on the defense and allowing that payload to finally come to a full stop.
It very much feels like Umpi Gamers are just dictating the tempo of all of these fights, even when number one on Overbuff win a fight. Right? Every single time they win a fight, they're just constantly looking to the next one because they know Nano Blade is coming up. How are we going to deal with Nano Blade? We're going to get to see it again. I shiver. Yeah. Every single time I see this, just part of me just shudders and shrivels up in my seat because, oh my goodness, you're not escaping that. Unless you have a Transcendence, unless you have an EMP, something that just immediately stops the Genji in that path. There's no way. We're seeing it again! Observers!
Just one more time.
Stop. They're already dead. We've seen it, what, 5 times now? At this point, I'm pretty sure HK is just paying people to just keep playing that clip. Like, I will donate another 10 if you play this Nanoblade once more.
Just a reminder of everything that the Genji was. I mean, it was absolutely insane, to be fair. We saw a very questionable start coming in from HK when they were playing on the Echo immediately taken down by the Widow, and it was like, okay, she's going to be playing on the Genji. What can the Genji do? Because there's so many counters in the game. You really want to think about it at least 10 times before coming up with the Genji. But every single time we saw a Blade, every single time it was getting killed. So it's super nice to see. And I mean, it totally makes sense. But we would see Gamers coming up with that Genji once more.
Yeah, once again, it really is going to come to Danik to try and stop this Genji in their tracks, build up that Transcend so you can match. But unfortunately, you're going to be put in that really rough position because if you Transcend for Genji, you're not going to be able to save your team when it comes to Bun's Dragon Strike. And you just don't really have anyone to try and contest this high ground when the dive control. Yes, number one of us has the Soldier to try and use that high ground, but you can't just hop from it like a Hanzo or a Genji can. And Ufi aimers are punishing the fact that you yourself moved into these small spaces. It's not a Nanoblade cutting them down, but the Genji is working nonetheless, and it's just a Tracer left alone. Ufi aimers in their first push, in their first attack, should be able to pick up the entirety of this point, and HK is going to have the snowball potential of a Nanoblade to keep the payload moving if number one and Over can't stall out for ultimate to come online.
And they come in right at the last second to give another shot into the point. Number one and upper buff, but one by one, once again they get taken down. It's a little too late for that recontest, it seems like. And there's just no opportunity for them anymore. That payload now is going to start moving, and it gave them, I mean, number one and upper buff recontesting that at such a point gave so much ultimate advantage now for Gamers into the streak phase that we get to see now.
Well, unfortunately for them, I mean, the Nanoblade had already been charged. The Nanoblade was coming out next, right? So for number one and Overbuff, what they did was they bought themselves a little bit of time, a little bit of ultimate charge of their own, so that Danik could keep the team healed, be a little bit close to that Transcendence. You've got Watt, who does have that Pulse Bomb. If you can stick it onto Megatron, then you buy yourself the time for the Transcendence to come online. But it's a big old if, especially if a Dragon Strike just cuts through all of the high ground. You know that they're there. They can't move out, because if they do, they run right into a Winston with Primal. And you don't even need a Nanoblade. Number one on Overbuff, by trying to get away from the Genji, have played themselves right into Ufi Aimer's hands.
It was a rally as well invested coming in for Gamers, but it shouldn't affect them too long. Like you said, they didn't even need to use the Nanoblade, so that one condition is still pretty much there for them at any point that they need to. Ideally, into the end as a second checkpoint.
Bun just used Dragon Strike, right?
Yeah.
80% to the next one!
How is it possible? It is just so much that this player has been able to do, and it was the dragons that was also looking pretty terrifying, but now, I mean, only the kills alone should be enough for the enemy team to be fearing a rally now to start it off for number one and Overbuff, and hoping to get something done. But there it is, the dragons again, we get to see them creating just a little bit of space with a massive antenna that is able to connect just from that blade as well, that is going to give the last kills, the checkpoint as well. Also that of Gamers, which, I mean, I just want to say the way that they were rotating and the way that they were using one ultimate after the other was so nice from them.
Yeah, they really cycled those through. The Dragon Strike was used to force Danik to use that Transcendence. Tracer FPS had already used the Tag Visor, so the second that Transcendence has run its course, you just see the dash coming out from HK. And now that you've done its course, you've done the damage in terms of that ultimate economy, HK's going on to the Mei. The Genji isn't needed. In fact, they're running the Reinhardt to just try and block one of these teams off, and then use that Reinhardt, the Mei wall behind you, to get the charge pin to connect.
Now it is so close, right, to get to that last checkpoint that any mistake here is going to be capitalized from the side of OMP Gamers. And once again, another opening pick coming in from Bun, taking down a Lucio. One of the better opportunities here. The Lucio, there's no speed, there's no opportunity to disengage in time. And so OMP Gamers are just going to take the advantage. They're going to hold it with everything that they've got. Number one in upper buff, the biggest chance they have here is just the spawn advantage coming up.
They're not gonna be able to touch. Bun is just waiting with the Dragon Strike to send it through the spawn doors. We get to see it come through, but it's in the slow-mo because Ufi Amos have already won the map. Already won this series, and what an absolute dominant performance. Oh, HK, stop donating! We've seen this 5 times now!
Well, now we get to make it 6. I mean, honestly, it's a nice play. I respect it. It's a Genji, and it's one of the funnest things to see a map like this one is that we don't often get to see a Genji being played at a high level like this one, but we are approaching those grand finals, and Mbani seems to be just the perfect enabler for a Genji, along with the rest of what OMP Gamers was bringing to the table. Super nice to see from them, and I mean, regardless, sure, it's a 3-0 that we got to see for that final score, but there were so many opportunities where the fights were looking so close coming in for number one in Overbuff. Yep. Here it is again.
7 and the slow-mo on top of it. That's like an extra $20. HK. Oh, straight into the next one. Oh, observers, you beautiful people, you. I mean, HK was just having an absolute whale of a time, and I think the only way that you'd really have been able to try and counter something like that was if you went for something like the Torbjorn and you just dropped the Molten Core every single time the Genji tried to play it in, but we saw like you weren't able to keep the— I've done it! I've been the really petty person who, when they woke up the sleeping Genji, I just went into match chat and said, someone pick Torbjorn, and then the second that they played it, out came the Molten Core and the Genji blade was done for. But I mean, HK just had an absolute field day on that Genji, right? We thought about, okay, Numbani is a risk, taking it to a map where dive is very prevalent and you can run it both on point A and in straight space is going to be a huge gamble, and hopefully you have a game plan going in. And I feel like they did have a game plan going in. They just didn't have a game plan for Genji.
It really just seems like for OMP Gamers, it was just a dream map coming up for, as we got to see. It was every single win condition that they had worked out, and that included obviously the Genji making a massive and taking a massive role into this one. But even then towards the end, when we saw Bun on the Hanzo getting opening picks right and left, it was so nice that, I mean, at that point when it's already 2 maps and when the only chance to see number one in upper buff taking a victory of the series would have been a reverse sweep, then it's also a little bit of that mental game. You're getting taken down by the Genji. There doesn't seem to be any counter coming up. No one really making those changes necessary. So at the end of the day, it's going to be a pretty well-deserved victory for OMP Gamers, and I just want to see a little bit more of them.
I mean, I don't want to see more of the Genji. Like,
I'm a Genji enjoyer.
But I would absolutely hate playing against it, and it really does feel like they were just constantly playing against it, right? Because they weren't getting to be very proactive. It was always reacting to the Nanoblade, trying to make sure that they can counter the Nanoblade, but never being able to win a fight with their own merit. It would always be, well, are they going to make a mistake, and can we capitalize off of it? So even the distance that we did see the payload get pushed, it really did sort of feel like Ufian has allowed it. But moving forward, I mean, the series that we have going, if you're going up against UVM, is you're watching this and you're thinking, oh yikes. Right? You're thinking, yeah, maybe let's not go to Numbani. So hopefully we get to see King's Road pop up again.
Yeah, King's Road is a nice one. It's one of the teams like to play a lot. But to see what maps we have the chance to witness next, we're going to throw to a quick break. We're going to see the next teams as they ready up, and we'll be right back.
You get mad when I ask what you're doing. Got me up all night, just feeling stupid. For wondering where you are and why we play this same game every other weekend. Hold my heart in the palm of your hand, tear it all apart. Why I let you do it? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. So I can't think about it. I don't stay the night and feel bad about it. That's a woman's love. Give it all, don't get none. I'm the one who's always gonna be there. Make it feel fine even when it's not fair. I play my part. Why can't you just play yours? This is just so typical. I'm sick of love. We're never sick enough to run from what feels wrong. I'm sick of love, but not enough to stop. Can't stop. Can't stop. Stop. Oh. Can't stop. Stop. Stop.
think if you ask most gamers why they game, their answer would simply be that they want to have fun. For most of my life, I've luckily had a great group of friends to game with. But when I started branching out to single player from online games, I had some pretty nasty experiences. If those were my first experience of gaming, I probably wouldn't be gaming here now. Women and other marginalized genders deserve to have fun too, and the casual racism, sexism, and edgy toxicity is turning away so many people. I hope this tournament helps create new memories for everyone involved that outweigh the bad ones and help us move towards a more equitable space for all genders.
This tournament is important because it allows marginalized genders a chance to compete on the main stage. Many Overwatch League teams are biased, and even if they aren't, there are very few opportunities for members of this community to shine and showcase their talents on the main stage. The message that it's spreading is that these people are actually very talented in the game, and it's time to bring them out into the spotlight.
This tournament is really important because it is giving underrepresented players a place to actually try their best and give their all in a scene that they wouldn't normally get elsewhere. The barrier to entry is too high for a lot of these players, and this tournament and other tournaments like it in the future will really show the message that there are all these players who want to compete, but they aren't able to or don't know that there's a place for them to compete in.
I think this tournament is important due to the stigma of how people think, how the way people think of marginalized genders, how people usually think, oh, we're bad at video games because of how we identify. There's always the comments and little flame people have just because of people's genders. I think the message behind this tournament is showing there are good players, no matter how they identify, and maybe this will be a way for people to take a step back and realize we are good players, and they'll stop their blaming. They'll stop the we have a girl player on our team GG type of stuff. People will always blame us in ranked just because of who we are, and hope that this tournament will be a way to change the way people think.
The Overwatch Empowerment Cup is important because it creates a safe but competitive environment for up-and-coming players of marginalized genders to compete in, and showcases their skills, abilities, and improvements, giving more attention to these players who would often be overlooked due to their gender identities.
There are so many talented players that don't feel comfortable playing in normal tournaments due to the fear of harassment, and this tournament provides a space for those players to show their skills and their talents.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. I'm Dryad, we are here with Moxie, and we got some really cool semifinals that we're going to be jumping into. It's Sempiternal against Mochi, and these are teams that we got to see yesterday, but now it is a now or never to get to the grand finals.
Yeah, this is a match that was just too good for us to be able to pass up on seeing, and I'm really looking forward to it. I do believe it is currently 2-1 to Sempiternal, so if they take this next map, they will be able to put themselves up against Aimers in that final. But remember, folks, if you do want to have a little bit of a good-hearted moment, then please do remember to donate. That is !donate. I can't promise that your Genji Blades will come up and get you play of the game and then be played in slow-mo 7 times on stream, but I do hear that they might be blessed by HK themselves.
Yeah, so make sure you go support this tournament. That has been amazing. So many teams, right, signing up, and we're just right at the end of the tournament. We have 2 more matches to go to define it, but it's been super nice to see all those players coming together and playing and getting competitive, just like we've heard some interviews before the matches and everything about all the players saying how competitive they like to get for something like this and an opportunity that they never had before. So it's super nice to see. And now, talking about the match at hand, we're going to be jumping into the match against Sempiternal and Mochi, like we mentioned before, and this is a match that is already ongoing. Sempiternal is taking the advantage, and one thing that catches my attention here as well is that if Sempiternal takes the victory here, they are going to be facing Aimers again, and this is a match that we also saw yesterday, so it would be a nice rematch coming in for the grand finals.
You love to see the rematches, don't you?
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're Mochi, you can absolutely take Volskaya and put us to the 5th point. I still love I love the logo so much. I'm sorry, like Mochi's is adorable, but it makes me so hungry every single time. And I've just moved to the city. I don't know any good places where like they sell mochi. So I mean, I kind of, in the battle of logos, I've got to give it to Sempiternal with the cat.
I definitely do like the cat. I feel like it's a very interesting creative process going behind it. And yeah, it's a nice one. Both of the teams having pretty good logos. I think one of the best, like the top 5 maybe logos that we've seen throughout the tournament. And also names, right? We've seen a lot of team names coming up, and sure, they got taken down, but it was fun. It was fun to see the least.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some brilliant ones. I mean, the little hog champs, like, oh, that was such a good team name. I absolutely loved it so much. It's so adorable. You don't think that Roadhog's gonna be like really cute, but no, little hog champs. It makes them sound really cute, like a tiny little cute pot belly pig.
Yeah, it's a nice one. But now I feel like the names now. I was just asking Sempiternal's inspiration behind the name, and something that I had no idea, but the fact that they've also come up and they've also made me learn what Sempiternal comes from has been just an interesting story for me.
Eternal and everlasting. Thank you, Google definition.
Yeah.
See, we sound smart. We sound like we know what we're talking about. But in these breaks, we're just going quickly, very frantically through Google, being like, okay, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? But I can tell you what this matchup is going to mean. It is going to decide whether or not we see Sempiternal being able to go against that rematch for Aimers in the final, or whether or not we will see the reverse comeback coming through. And from Mochi. And I'm very excited to get to see these 2 teams play, because from yesterday, they were my 2 standout teams. I was really looking forward to getting to see these 2 teams go head to head, because Kaylee had a really good game on Havana. I mean, it was so impactful. The Cassie was absolutely perfect, and I really want to see them go toe-to-toe with Hami's Hanzo.
These are all, I mean, the reason why this match is so exciting too is because these are all players that I'm able to recognize from different scenes. So yesterday I was talking a lot about Ruby and how good she is in that collegiate scene, one of the better off-lanes that we've seen in that collegiate scene, but also just connecting to Aramori, the fact that she's been competing in trials, that she has some experience like that. Nyan Xoxo as well, that yesterday was just absolutely popping off on the Lucio. So it's been so nice to highlight these players and and to see them get to this point where it is a match that we've been waiting for, it is already proving itself to be so competitive.
Ooh, Mochi actually going to be going for a couple of late swaps coming through. Frogfax onto the Mercy to help them out on that Echo with the damage boost, but Aramori actually going to be going for that BAP so that the double shield can be a little bit safer, and that means that the dive is going to have a pretty hard time actually locking down one of these targets, right? Because you can go for the tanks, but there's just going to be so much sustainability. Not if Kaylee's going to be able to land an arrow right into them's head. The res is there, but you've already used that 30-second cooldown. Now you're all stuffed up and choked. The second that you try and get through, not only do you have to worry about the Hanzo, but you have to worry about the Hammond, making sure that with that roll on, the tanks are just displaced entirely. Yes, you're going to be able to get up onto the high ground with the stairs, but how long is that going to last until Najima just comes through and barrels you down onto point?
And so far is working out pretty well for the sort of Sempiternal, and they just have such a mobile composition that they're able to get to different angles just in time to guarantee the kills, as we've been seeing from them. And all that they gotta do, right, just get the picks one by one. They continue to do it. They continue to waste time from the enemy team that has very slow tanks coming in this double kill. At least now they're able to position themselves in the high ground, but they cannot take any risk. The shields get broken so quickly from the side of Mochi.
Oh, that's risky, and she spotted a Tracer alone. And I mean, that's what we're seeing as well coming out from the rest of the team from Mochi, right? They're not really playing this double shield. When they were on the high ground, the Orisa shield was there, but the Sigma shield was actually having to kill for the rest of the team because Sempiternal are so mobile. It is an assault on two fronts. Finally, Mochi will be able to get a kill coming through, and Sempiternal not running that Mercy will not be able to res it back up. They are actually having to give up a lot of space and pull back onto this high ground. Amplification Matrix going to be coming through, but it's not actually onto point. This entire fight is going through. Mochi aren't getting any tick percentage into their favor, so when Rad allows with this Transcendent Sempiternal to come back in for this contest, there's no ticks already been sacrificed.
Yeah, and when only one player is close, the difficulty just gets increasingly harder for any of these teams. With Mochi trying to get something done here is going to be a plus for Ruby trying to get something, and the advantage finally coming in. Mochi finding an answer with the support of the Tracer as well, just getting over with the last couple members of Sempiternal. So this will be a point going in for Mochi. They were just waiting at the right opportunity, and honestly, I was starting to get worried because we were, hitting that 3-minute timing where you don't want to just be waiting for that Riley to initiate a fight. So a nice one that works out the Flux as well, putting everyone in the side of Sempiternal into a positioning where they didn't want to be.
Well, speaking of where you don't want to be, Kaylee is immediately taken out of the fight, and this is not where Sempiternal want to be. They wanted time to be able to build up the rally before Mochi were coming to call in on them, and I mean, huge self-destruct is actually able to get Aramori out of the way. No Baptiste, no Mercy, can't get the res off. So Sempiternal have bought themselves the precious time that they needed for their ultimates to actually be able to challenge what Mochi were coming in with. Because remember, when this engagement happened, Sempiternal were only really running with a pulse bomb and a rally on the horizon, but by holding on, now they have built themselves a little bit of time to breathe for Rat to be able to try and get this Transcendence online, so that Mochi, when they throw in things like the Bob to draw this fight back onto this point, will actually have to worry about the rest of the damage sticking through.
And of course, the Volskaya factor, that advantage that you can take for this one advantage that can benefit the side of Sempiternal for so much longer compared to Mochi, as now they start to play aggressive coming in for the attacking team, and Bob right on point and challenging the space as Sempiternal wanted to make their own. One tick already going their way.
Yeah, Sempiternal going to be giving up potentially 2 ticks because they don't want to contest this amplification matrix. It's risky, but Rat has now been able to get that Transcendence online. However, Sempiternal don't have an ultimate to make sure that even as they last through this Transcendence, they can get a kill to come back into this fight. And Mochi have a mass of them! Transcendence runs out, the Flux comes through, Rat is gone. There's an accretion just making sure that Najima can't get this contest, this stall on this point. And Mochi still have the numbers, they don't have the ultimate, and Sempiternal might be able to find a return with these faster respawns coming through, but so much has already been given through, and no one can really try and displace Aramori on this pace, as everyone is focusing on the fight going down on the point, so they don't see the side swap come through.
Armory as well, playing this so well, knowing exactly what is going to be the priority coming in for the Baptiste and what this player should be doing next. Eternal, though, like you said, the spawn advantage can do so much into a situation like this one. It might just be the case. There's so many trades going on, a selfish shot coming in all the way in the back, just to create some space just to get something done. A pulse bomb as well does a little bit of damage, but it's not going to take the support down. So Eternal, they get to breathe, they get to calm themselves a little bit after a very long fight. Mochi getting so close to taking control, but again, it was just all the fast heroes that we see on the side of Eternal that allow them to touch the point one by one.
Emmy's onto the Torbjorn, so the dive can't come through and try and bully Aramori into using that immortality field before the true fight happens, because Mochi is still in the driving seat, right? There is a rally up for Eternal, sure, they can use that to try and stall, but you need that to be alive if Mochi can take advantage of the fact that Amplification Matrix is there, that they could have been able to snowball that one ultimate into building so many of their others. 60 seconds left on the clock. Now you're waiting for that respawn to come through. You can't let Senpajinal just sit up on the high ground to get the BAP again out of the way before the fight starts. And this is where it gets dangerous, because Mochi had the advantage, but it slipped away from them now. With all of this delay, Senpajinal are going to be the ones in the driving seat. They've got the hammer mine to drop onto the point the second that Mochi try and come contesting.
And positioning themselves in this corner is so hard to do as well for Mochi, because there's so much damage. Everyone on Eternal looking at them, but they're going to initiate an amplification and different angles coming in here, and Eternal just playing all the way back with a rally to make sure that Mochi is not going to try to engage with them up to so close. But now the rotation is going to take place. They're Wrecking Ball jumping in and a minefield just to create some more space to work with on the side of the defense. Though, putting up the fight as well, and no one able to touch at the end.
Unfortunate.
Well,
the Jedi was zoning. We can say that.
I mean, it did right. It was Sony.
it was very much so. Oh man, that is. I think Senpajinal just put the hammer mines down and thought, okay, no one's really gonna be able to try and contest this. But then the Jedi comes through and Senpajinal don't contest that. Let's just move very swiftly on. And Senpajinal are gonna be trying to just put that one behind them. I'm pretty sure. Mochi doing a very good job of being able to come back from that, really struggling to try and get their foot through the door of point B with those faster respawns, just allowing Senpajinal back into these fights so often, not needing them to really come in with the ultimate advantage, or even the numbers advantage, just with that stall composition. A large part of that was Najima's Hammond, which is why I'm sure we're going to be seeing it come out on the attack. Hammy preemptively on the Torbjorn, going to be putting down the turrets, trying to hamper a little bit of the Hammond's movement so that you don't get as much of a free reign to try and not only bully all of Mochi's tanks off the high ground, but also draw the fight back to the point, which allows a lot of attention to be drawn away from these slower moving compositions, especially, right on the Zenyatta, to safely get through choke without a soldier just blasting them to bits.
And now an interesting coming up for the side of Sempiternal, and what they want to bring on the attack side, and it's gotta be engaging right away. A halt is close, slowing down the momentum for the Wrecking Ball for a couple of seconds, but it shouldn't be for too long, as they want to create the distraction. They want to go all the way in the backline, playing with the Tracer like we get to see, and just allowing the rest of the team to get the space that they need for this control, for a single pick that is the opening the attacking up Sempiternal is waiting for, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen just yet, as one by one they're going to get taken down, the numbers advantage going for the side of Mochi, and we saw a hammer that was coming up. He doesn't really get the kill though.
Yeah, kill denied. So it's fine. You don't have to worry about that one coming up in the kill feed. And unfortunately for Sempiternal, they had to send sort of half of their teams to try and push Mochi back to make sure that Rat wasn't picked as they tried to move the fight from choke point all the way up through stairs into the hallway, and that meant that the Diva was gone. The defense matrix not there to peel for the Zenyatta. It's instead going to be opting for the Sigma, so you've got that shield mobility and the kinetic grasp. It's still sort of Matrix-esque idea coming through, but Mochi are the ones with ultimates right now, and that Sigma Shield is not going to last long when an Ant Matrix from Aramori gets dropped into the fight. If you even need it, because there's just so much poke coming through that the Sigma really isn't that mobile. You don't have a Lucio to get them into position. You can just keep spamming them out with things like this Molten Core, which has been dropped and has actually displaced all the members of Sempiternal onto the lower ground, where Mochi are just waiting to collapse in on them.
And it is very unfortunate because we saw the Aramori having that amplification to use at any point, but she got taken down right before getting the chances, so it was just holding for the right moment, but couldn't really get away with it, and it was a momentum that Sempiternal is going to get away with potentially here, but the minefield is being turned to point, and a Valkyrie that is being forced as well on the side of Mochi to keep the team alive, to allow everyone to come back for that recontest that they need so bad. The rally is what was doing really everything on the side of Sempiternal, keeping the team in control just for so long though, because Mochi is back online. They are able to come back after a long walk from spawn, and they take control, not even a single tick given to Sempiternal.
Oh, this is so dangerous. Sempiternal are even forcing now onto the Echo, just so they can try and get out past this choke before Aramori just drops with Amplification Matrix, and then Claire just holds everyone into the window. They've moved past choke, but so much damage has been taken. Ami already building up to that next Molten Core. And this double shield composition, it's not mobile. The second that the Orisa shield comes through, that's when we see the self-destruct come out, but it's actually Immortality Field from Aramori that's been popped, and now this is the moment the Moving Fish to be able to pop the trigger on that Sigma Slug. Doesn't have to pick up the kills, but you still chip the HP bars down just enough for the rest of the team to go on to cleanup duty, and this should be Sempiternal able to pick up the point, but it took them so long. There's only 40 seconds left on the clock. They already don't have a lot of time to play with. Well, there's one way of going back to your spawn. Aramori getting the elevator treatment right there.
And with that, just in time, Sempiternal will be moving into that second point to work with. And again, just because of that messy first round that we got to see, Mochi had 4 seconds left. And that is all that you can ask for, is a dream situation to enable more and more runs to be played their way. Just talk taken down early though.
Yeah, you're gonna have to rethink the approach on this one, and this is dangerous. This is where we saw Sempiternal getting stuffed up, right? They wanted to aggress in when they were in control, when they had the ultimates, and then a pick would come through and delay the fight, allowing Mochi to build up the ultimates themselves, but the shoe is on the other foot. And now all of this delay is just letting Claire build up to the supercharger, Hammy to the Molten Core. This is all of the stopping, all of the delay you want when you're in control of that high ground. Just looking for a pick, looking for something that will just allow them to move past this choke without having to throw ultimates in, but they're not finding it. Everyone on the side of Mochi has actually pulled back to the point. Now you have to step into this Amplification Matrix. It's too late to disengage. And instead you're just trying to use the Akam ability to get around it, but there's a Mercy Valking in your face, and they don't need to reload when the Valk is up.
The timing for the Valkyries as well. We saw Nyansa using it to initiate the fight coming in for Sempiternal. They got some space from it, but they immediately had to back up. It wasn't really working out, and one by one, the pieces of Sempiternal were taken down. So Frogtax decides to use the Valkyrie a little late, but just enough to guarantee the momentum to finalize going for Mochi to a point where time is going, and it's increasingly going down, unfortunately, for this team. And Sempiternal, they have one chance here with a lot of ultimates to work with.
They can't afford to get picked, and it's actually massive that they've been able to bully Mochi back onto this point, because it means that 9 Flux isn't going to go down early and stop this push from coming through. There's the Sigma Flux, but no one had actually baited out Immortality, so it was only able to pick up one. However, that's the Sigma gone. That's one massive anchor for this composition. No less shield to hide behind. Immortality Field is going to be pulled from Sempiternal to make sure that they can survive on this point. But Mochi, because they exhausted all of the ultimates in the final fight, they don't really have anything that's going to give them a lot of steam in this contest. And it's going to be coming down to still long enough that Aramori can come back in on this Moira and get that sustainability with the Fates, with those orbs to come through and bounce off of those angles.
Everyone fighting here in this one from Eternal, and we do see an amplification that's creating even more space, creating even more hesitation for Mochi to recontest, but it was a now or never, and this time around for Sempiternal, it works out pretty well on their attacking side. Quite a lot of time remaining as well. 141 that they get compared to what he talked about, the only 4 seconds that Mochi had, turning into a little bit more and turning into one more fight the Sempiternal can take as we jump into this next round.
And this is going to be really interesting because both of these teams struggled with A. Right?
Yeah.
Both of these teams really struggled with A, but Sempiternal struggled just a little bit more. They do, however, have more time on the clock, 1 minute 41 to the 1 minute. And for Mochi, 1 minute is pretty much one poke fight and then one actual fight. So they do want to go for these things that either give you an immediate win condition if you hit it, so that you can just guarantee you lock up point A and can then set yourself up for a defense where you'll at least have the faster respawns on B. Or you go for something like this.
Right.
Where you go for the best of both worlds, where you have the win condition in terms of the Nano Blade, but you also have something like the Junkrat where you build up an ultimate so quickly that it's almost impossible not to get it up within a minute. Especially if Sempiternal aren't running a diva to just try and eat up those nades. This Junkrat tire is going to be coming out in this round, and it could be absolutely massive in pulling out an Immortality Field, but first you have to get through Choke.
And this is why, like, the competition coming in for Sempiternal, because this double kill in the way that it's being played is enabling them to be holding quite a lot of space to work with. Kylie as well with a nice pick. Immediately the Genji does get taken down. And yeah, like I was saying, Sempiternal and the way that everyone is positioned around the map is it's enabling them for success, where you can put some damage early on into the enemy and you can just get it over with the minute that they get closer.
I mean, as well as that, you're not running the Mercy for Mochi because you have to run the Ana to enable the Genji, and you have to run the break to peel for the Ana. It's that domino effect of the composition that you've chosen, so even if a pick comes through for Mochi, the Mercy is going to be that to res it straight back up, and so you haven't been able to even get a tick! You're not even going to be able to touch! And 1 minute 41 seconds, so he said that Sempiternal struggled the most in unlocking A because Mochi was so good at holding them off at delaying this point, but they're gonna have to do that again if they want the series to even have a chance of continuing.
Mochi definitely thought that someone could touch for that last chance. That is, it's been a map, to say the least, and now it's going to be all determining by what Sempiternal can do into this one. Like you said, 41 extra seconds, which are very nice to have, and can also more than anything enable the side of Sempiternal to build those ultimates. Whatever they want to bring to the table, they know that there's enough time. And that was one of the things that I noticed from the side of Mochi. Sure, you want to run the Genji, but you're relying so much on trying to build that blade that sometimes you gotta admit it's not going to happen. There's not enough time. You get taken down early, like we saw happening for this team. So for Sempiternal, just those 41 extra seconds can do the difference.
I mean, it was absolute tragedy too, because I don't think Kaylee was even going for the kill, given the fact that it was the sonic arrow that actually downs the Genji.
Yeah.
So I think it was just one of those Hanzo arrows where you fire it, trying to get a read on where the team is coming from, and then you just hit the Genji, who was trying to carry the team. Like, absolute brutal moment for Mochi right now. But Sempiternal gonna be running Spiro on this Echo, Kaylee on the Hanzo. This is really rough, because you don't need to worry about trying to get held at choke. You just cover all of these different angles and force Mochi to try and turn around. And of course, you can't not fight on point. You can't contest point, because if a single tick gets taken by Sempiternal, they win.
This is something that Sempiternal has been consistently good at, and it's taking a fight from different angles, catching the side of Mochi off guard, and they get to do it once again. They have a high ground control, no one really able to contest it for the side of Mochi, which means that they have to hide, they have to protect themselves, because even the shield cannot be strong enough for everything that is going to happen, and Immortality that gets forced to keep the team alive on the side of Mochi, so far working out the way that they expected, but now Sempiternal drops off the high ground, contesting right on point, and with an amplification, all the damage is going to connect right into the enemy. Hammy goes down right away, and with only a 33%, it's a fight that is gotta be everything and bringing everything that Sempiternal got working out perfectly for them. Last opportunity, it was only the soldier left alive. A very difficult task to complete, and with that, Sempic Turtle taking us to that victory, moving to those grand finals.
Yeah, Najima gonna be picking up play of the game, but I mean, my hat has to go off to Sempic Turtle and the Echo. Because it's something that we haven't even really touched about in this series, right? The difference in the DPS lineup that Mochi was running. They were running the Tourbillon to try and counterplay the Echo, but the Echo counterplays everything that Mochi is running because Echo's beam, if you go below 50%, it charges up to what is basically a fully charged sim. But that also applies to shields. And you could see that the Sigma and the Orisa, the shields were just absolutely shredded. It was really just tough to see. The second that an Orisa shield would go up, it would be burnt down within moments. And that's because, again, Sempic were just very good at forcing those fights onto the angles with the Echo's added mobility, getting to be that thorn in the side. So even the Tourbillon turret, which is doing its job, it's shooting at the Echo, but the Mercy is just constantly pumping that Echo full of heals, and there's nothing you can really do. Because again, you didn't manage to get a single tick in your minute, you knew that you were going to be up against ultimates, you knew that you had to keep contesting, and so you couldn't back away from things like the Amp Matrix, which when you don't have shields to hide behind because of the Echo, just rips through your team.
Yeah, and as well as that positioning that we saw coming in, it just seems like Sempic had a better idea on how to play the map and how to play in a situation of so much risk, like it is, going to a third into a fourth round to guarantee who's going to get away with the map, knowing that even a draw was going to be possible. So it was all about that poke that we saw early on, enabling them for such a better positioning to contest and just leading them to victory right at the end. It's really nice. Again, we talked about it. This means that Sempic moving to the grand finals are going to get a rematch of a match that we got to see yesterday between Sempic and Gamers, and it's something that I'm really looking forward to.
I think both of these teams are going to be not only really strong, but also adapt around what we saw from yesterday, right? Well, we have seen a big part of what's allowed a lot of teams in this tournament to be able to progress is adapting around when you meet an opponent, being able to sort of go back to the drawing board and think, okay, well, we got beaten back last time because of this, so when we next run into them, we'll be able to put this on the board, has allowed a lot of people to get that progress moving forward. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not we are going to see both of these teams having a really good read on the other, because Sempic coming from all of these different angles, sure, it means they have a lot of control of the space, but it also means that there isn't a lot of peel available, right? And so when they get strained, when these fights actually go a little bit harder against them, they don't have as much resources to be able to pull in on as the other teams. And I think if anyone's going to be able to punish that, it's going to be Gamers.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a reminder, this is a tournament especially for those female players, for those marginalized gender, looking for a chance to compete. And it's super nice to see all the results that the teams have gotten and how competitive it's been getting the more matches that we get to see. So it's been really nice. If you want to help donate and you want to help increase that prize pool, you gotta type !donate and see how you can do it. You just follow the steps right on the website. And also, another reminder here that the Gamers Collegiate program will provide connections and opportunities to those interested in pursuing careers in the gaming industry, and access to a dedicated collegiate Discord where they can connect to many other gamers across the US and learn more about working in the gaming industry. So super nice opportunity from the Gamers coming up, and all the opportunities that sometimes is not all about just playing the game, but about everything that you can do in the gaming industry, in the esports industry more than anything. So make sure you guys check it out as well.
Yeah, and a huge thank you as well to sponsors Bite Ramen and Chase, who was the brainchild for this wonderful tournament and has allowed so many of these marginalized genders to get to connect with everyone in the community and really build up a safe space for everyone involved.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're going to throw it to a break. We're gonna get ready for those grand finals, and we'll be right back with more Overwatch Empowerment Cup.
I think if you ask most gamers why they game, their answer would simply be that they want to have fun. For most of my life, I've luckily had a great group of friends to game with. When I started branching out to single player from online games, I had some pretty nasty experiences. If those were my first experience with gaming, I probably wouldn't be gaming here now. Women and other marginalized genders deserve to have fun too, and the casual racism, sexism, and edgy toxicity is turning away so many people. I hope this tournament helps create new memories for everyone involved that outweigh the bad ones and help us move towards a more equitable space for all genders.
This tournament is important because it allows marginalized genders a chance to compete on the main stage. Many Overwatch League teams are biased, and even if they aren't, there are very few opportunities for members of this community to shine and showcase their talents on the main stage. The message that it's spreading is that these people are actually very talented in the game, and it's time to bring them out into the spotlight.
This tournament is really important because it is giving underrepresented players a place to actually try their best and give their all in a scene that they wouldn't normally get elsewhere. The barrier to entry is too high for a lot of these players, and this tournament and other tournaments like it in the future will really show the message that there are all these players who want to compete, but they aren't able to or don't know that there's a place for them to compete in.
I think this tournament is important due to the stigma of how people think, how the way people think of marginalized genders, how people usually think, oh, we're bad at video games because of how we identify. There's always the comments and little flame people have just because of people's genders. I think the message behind this tournament is showing there are good players, no matter how they identify, and maybe this will be a way for people to take a step back and realize we are good players, and they'll stop their blaming. They'll stop the we have a girl player on our team GG type of stuff. People will always blame us in ranked just because of who we are, and hope that this tournament will be a way to change the way people think.
The Overwatch Empowerment Cup is important because it creates a safe but competitive environment for up-and-coming players of marginalized genders to compete in, and showcases their skills, abilities, and improvements, giving more attention to these players who would often be overlooked due to their gender identities.
There are so many talented players that don't feel comfortable playing in normal tournaments due to the fear of harassment, and this tournament provides a space for those players to show their skills and their talents.
Because on the first map, they were looking a little bit lost. And unfortunately, kind of looking forward to a potential Moxie Inferno matchup later on potentially. But for right now,
things are looking great right now for Mochi. They're holding strong. Ruby cleaning up those
on this Sombra, very nasty. There's the two-man boop though already out of the gate. Attempt to scope that out, but didn't find what he was looking for. There it is. The whole team shattered.
Because a couple members get opening the whole team night.
Oh yeah, and the sound barrier from Yumi reinforces High Noon being channeled.
It was at any point, and there it is. It's popped up. He gets the kills. 3 members could be deadly. Ooh, right. Nami as another amplification comes in. Again, it's an amplification that is just
pressing forward, but the res is successful. So they do manage to take down Frogfax in the
end. Being able to shine from it right away. Second time now. Wait a fight on this second round that we're able to see, and it works out perfectly. Evolved with it. Okay, right now we're going to an overtime. Immortality already committed. Might be a massive mistake. Seems like it was committed on both sides, but everything evens out. The flux takes down the last mercy.
It all to the face right there. So much aggression continuing.
Colonel so close so far to get two, and opening out of nowhere that is able to be found as Ramashi, but again the casting
close hold fails. It could be detriment because that allows the attackers to go.
Yeah, there's a really nice Dragons as well. Completely unexpected.
Was attacking. Why are they in the spot of the defenders? And they just were so clean about it too. I honestly thought that there were so many points that they
could available to start at this time. That is why we are about to find out. And losing a massive pick already. The group might have just done enough. On this out of much, it can get to the 100 to get back point control again. Which will be going their way, cleaning up the fight into what is remaining. We'll be giving the Hello everyone and welcome back to the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. One last time, we are in the grand final stage, the moment that all the teams have been waiting for, and we're going to be looking at Unfi Aimers against Sempiternal going against each other.
Ooh, it's the rematch. It's the grudge match. They
Yeah.
faced each other off yesterday. Unfi Aimers, I believe, actually managed to take the victory 2-1 in a 1-2 series on Blizzard World, but now it's a 1-3 series, so Sempiternal do have a little bit more time to be able to get in for that comeback.
It was a 2-1, like you said, and it was something that I saw yesterday RMR mentioned on her Twitter, and it was those matches that are so close and you just lose by a single fight, those are the ones that hurt the most. So hopefully now we get to see a little bit more rivalry, a little bit more of that revenge that Sempiternal is going to be aiming towards. Also because we got more of a chance to see different maps, we got more of a chance to get to even maps 5 if the teams are looking that competitive map after map.
I'm just really excited, right? Looking at all of the highlights that we see in the trailers and the downtime, how many were taken from the match with Unfi Aimers versus Sempiternal? So if you're going off of yesterday, we have some really fun hype Overwatch coming up in just a matter of moments, but it's all going to kick off as, again, we get to see Control coming through, and I'd be very surprised if we're not going to be seeing Li Jiang getting picked by both of these teams.
I'm pretty sure it's Li Jiang Tower that we're jumping into. I mean, come on, we've seen it all weekend. Might as well do it one more time for these grand finals. And the one thing that I want to give to these teams, at least with this one, is that it's something that we brought up before. It's the more that you get to see teams compete, the more that you get to see them on broadcast, the better that your team might be able to prepare once you get to face them again. And it's a match that is not going to be the first time that we see it, right? So the countering, the strategies, the small adjustments that were made from yesterday to today are going to give everything to define if the Aimers are going to get away with the victory once again, or it's going to be Sempiternal learning from their mistakes and coming up with all the revenge that they've been waiting for since yesterday.
Well, it's Control Center, and you know what that means? Grab a Lucio, grab a Reinhardt, and here come the Junkrats. It's going to be so much damage going on in the side rooms. The Sims could stick around. I think it's much more likely that we do just get to see the initial teleporter out of spawn. Bun teasing the Genji. I don't know, that would be absolutely terrifying if both HK and Bun could play an up close and personal Genji. But it is actually going to be both teams sticking with the Sims so they can get those turrets set up and the microwave started, as those shields are not going to last long. Sempiternal do have 2 layers though, the Unfi Aimers to get through. It's not really going to help if Bun steps backwards into one of those Junkrat mines though.
And that is all the opening here that Unfi Aimers was waiting for, starting off strong for this one, guaranteeing that everyone was playing together, but also not in a way that's meta from the enemy team was going to be absolutely detrimental. And this is a point where we see a lot of teams questioning, especially the DPS composition and how it's going to look like, but as of right now, Sempiternal, they're going to commit to the Symmetra just for a little bit longer.
Here's the difference as well in running that Diva and the Sigma in terms of eating those Junkrat damages. There is almost double what HK has in terms of that first tire. In fact, now it is up and online, should be popped any second now, either to get a kill or bait out Immortality Field. Actually going to be shot immediately, but Megagon still uses the lamp to let the team safely on to that point. They don't have to worry about Rat's amplification matrix being used. Sempiternal should be able to get this flip coming on through, as Spiro actually had swapped onto the Doomfist in the hopes that Unfi Aimers would have been able to keep that point stalled just a little bit longer.
Spiro on the Doomfist as well. It's something that I got to see yesterday in this map too, and it was doing quite a lot for the team, but sometimes you really want to question that decision making, knowing that Sempiternal has pretty much every single ultimate available to work with for this fight. Shatter didn't here, but it was a broken barrier on the other side, denying it was going to connect to as many hard targets as they would desire. And now the trades are going to start to come in. Sempiternal, they have all the controlling point, and they don't even have to engage. They don't even have to use too many ultimates at once. Because Unfi Aimers by themselves, they realize that it's time to back up.
Yeah, so much restraint showed on the side of Aimers, and they're more than happy to just let Sempiternal out from this choke. Because these ultimates are things you want to use in the open, right? Manic Sigma Flux is going to be absolutely massive, and the more widespread this team is, the more you're going to be able to catch. There's a tire, there's the Immortality Field baited out from Rat, and there's the subsequent Shatter just dropped straight into the ground. Oh, absolute tragedy. Sempiternal tries to throw in the self-destruct to try and counteract that Shatter follow-up from coming through. But you've got 2 layers of shielding that you don't have to hide, that you don't have to worry about with the bomb. And now Aimers can hold a little bit closer to that choke, just hammering so much damage in. His whole moving fish is going to be through all of the defense matrix charge just from getting the choke alone.
And it was a nice flux coming in, but the Town Bear is now on both sides trying to keep the teams alive. And once you lose that Reinhardt, once you lose the main tank, the situation can become somewhat more difficult. But here, the Junkrat putting up a fight, trying to keep this side of Aimers alive because it's already 90%. Only 10 more seconds that are going to be needed for this team to get away with that first sub map here. And everyone on the side of Sempiternal looking for that recontest that will be able to get it. But it's an amplification coming in right on point as well. And at first pick, once again, the Reinhardt getting taken down, an absolute tragedy coming in. And the Doofus trying to get something done, able to get Megatron on the back piece. But one by one could be a chance for the side of Sempiternal. After the 99 though, Aimers have all the momentum in their hands to get this over with. The Lucio goes down, and the opportunities once again continue to fade away. It is Manic, the one getting kills left and right here. Sempiternal though might be getting a chance.
Yeah, Doomfist not able to find much of anything despite a lack of CC. There's just too much sustainability in the form of this Bap and Lucio on the point. There's the tire coming through. Symmetra gone. Sempiternal's main source of damage removed. And we will be seeing Control Center wrap as Aimers take it 100 to 37. Move on to this next part of Control Center of Lijiang. And I mean, you have to worry as well for Sempiternal if it is going to be Night Market. Bun was able to stay on the Symmetra the entire time. But it is going to be Garden, and this could be potentially where we see the Pharah come into play, but both of these teams opting in for a very mirror composition. I hope that we're going to get to see a brawl on the point. I really hope that we're going to get to see both of these teams try and use the fact that they have so much self-sustainability that it's going to be really hard to pin down either the Lucio or the Moira, because, you know, you've got the Fade if you get challenged and the Lucio just speeds away. You can stay alive on this point forever, so it should just be a brawl fest for first initial control of the point and then just stalling it out from there.
Very nicely done. That has to happen. All instead of Aimers is we want to take control first once again, and everyone playing careful, playing around each other, making sure that no one's getting taken down too early. Though I see that though a massive pick, the Moira gets taken down, and it is just a momentum that Aimers is going to grab and is not going to let go. Everything just happened so quickly right after for Sempiternal getting taken down one by one, and Aimers, just everything that they have next to initiate the fight, right? It's going to be the Coalescence, it's going to be the EMP, and it's going to be a fight for those 2 EMPs to see which one comes in first, ideally being Sempiternal so they can recontest that point.
Yeah, the EMP should be coming through from Spiro any moment now, and even if Megatron's able to get this Coalescence online, you can use the EMP to cancel it out. Just have to try and hack the Diva first so no one can use that defense matrix to try and stop Sempiternal from moving forward. Kylie's damage cannot be gobbled up by that defense matrix. There's the Coalescence coming through, but it's the Death Blossom that you have to worry about. The Cassidy was occupied, is caught in the radius, and Aimers are going to win a team fight off of 2 ultimates. Sempiternal now have to worry about counter EMP coming from HK. Aimers have bought themselves the time not only to get Sound Barrier up and running, the HK to come in with an EMP of their own and really just delay Sempiternal, because you're going to have such a good read on where all of these teams are grouped up coming in for this contest that you should be able to catch out all of them.
And the EMP rate could be used at any point coming in for Sparrow. Could be a good opportunity, but it's actually Aimers the one that gets to use it first. HK managing to put up a fight here, already taking down the Sombra as well. And it is going to be Aimers one after the other, taking down the enemy team. and making it as fast as it can be. 70% are ready for them. And Sempiterno, I mean, Sparrow, has been 3 fights now. She's been waiting to use that EMP.
Yeah, it's absolute tragedy. Sparrow in stealth gets caught in the blast of HK's EMP, so can't go for a counter EMP of their own. The Sempiterno, to their credit, see that they've lost the fight, aren't going to stall out of the composition, are going to reset, come in with an EMP of their own, and try and follow up, because 4 people do get caught up through it, allowing Najima to get the shatter to actually connect onto the ground, not having to worry about baiting out that Winston bubble. There's a Deadeye coming through from Kylie, trying to buy time for this team to try and zone Oofy Amos off of this point so they can get the flip and turn it away from overtime, because the ultimates are running out, but Oofy Amos are still loud and proud on this point. Hack coming through, that's Oofy Amos' own EMP. Sempiterno trying to finish off the fight, not able to get the Sombra, not able to turn the tide, probably not able to take Li Jiang.
As of right now, it's not looking good for Sempiterno. Just hoping to touch a point, hoping for a miracle here, but it's not going to happen for this map at least, because Oofy Aimers, they are looking so strong in this map. And last time that we got to see these two teams here in the Tower, it was going back and forth. Every percentage was an opportunity for the enemy team to be able to contest it, to contest every tough map that we got to see. But now it was a little bit more one-sided, I want to say, because Oofy Aimers, they were just taking control. They knew exactly what ultimate to use and when, including the biggest win condition that we saw. It was on the side of Sempiterno having that EMP first. But it didn't really matter, because there was another fight on the other side unfolding with Death Blossom getting a couple kills and giving everything that Oofy Aimers needed to get away with this one.
Oofy Aimers are doing a very good job of trying to figure out when the Sempiterno want to come forward, when they want to have that breathing space to be able to set the Sombra up. And knowing that they're safe, if the Sombra is setting up, their backline isn't currently being contested, so if they can actually set the fight in motion before the Sombra and the rest of the team are in position, you don't want to use an EMP when your team isn't ready to get that re-engage. And you could see the sort of hesitance, okay, the Sombra's in position, but is the team going to be able to get the follow-up coming through fast enough? And that was something that Oofy Aimers were very good at. They didn't have to worry about spy checking out the Sombra. In fact, I don't think we even really saw the D.Va go for the spy check on the Sombra, because they would just ignore the Sombra, knowing that she would be around in the backline with EMP, sure, but if you can make sure that the frontline fight isn't going the way that Sempiterno want, they're never going to actually use the EMP, because they put so much value in it, and they know if they're not in control of the space, if the Sombra isn't able to constantly 24/7 be attacking those tanks, you're not going to be able to build up an EMP fast enough for the next fight to come through, so you're going to hold on to it even longer for when the stars properly align, similar to how we see, Zarya's being so hesitant to fully commit into Gravitons until they can catch an entire team.
Right, and it's a difficult one, because you want to be careful, you want to make sure that your ultimate, because it's so massive, it gets a lot of value fight after you're able to get it, but at the same time that hesitation was playing right into the hands of Oofy Aimers, where they could just take advantage of it. Oh, there's no EMP, even though they knew there was an EMP available. There's no EMP, they're just going to take that initial step to ensure that the fight will go their way, and the EMP is just going to delay longer and longer to the point, whereas Sempiterno just didn't have any time towards the end. So very nicely done for Oofy Aimers, and again, it is a massive difference already coming in for this team compared to what we saw yesterday. It was just always initiating those fights, always looking for that one condition, that it has to be more than one, right? Everyone relying on that EMP, sometimes it's not going to be enough. So what do? You use that Death Blossom, which sure doesn't always get kills, but 1 or 2 was doing enough.
I mean, you were grabbing the space as well. The second that Death Blossom was coming through, everyone was either caught up in the Death Blossom and dead, or they used so much utility they just had to scarper as fast as possible. And we sort of talked about, okay, this is a Sempiterno that we've seen. They like to control a lot of angles. They like to have a lot of different pathways and entrances. What happens to this team when they're not able to fall back into that? And you saw, right, they would all come from, other than the Sombra, the same approach, and that was being punished. But heading over to Havana, this is probably Sempiterno's strongest map. This is where they were able to get a full hold going yesterday. I don't think it was up against Oofy Aimers, but it was an absolute dominant performance, with Najima's back shadow getting so many highlights in all of the downtime, but Kylie as well getting a monstrous, I think it was 3 Deadeyes on 1 point.
Attackers
And it's so, those ultimates that you do not expect to get value, but out of nowhere is a Deadeye with a 3k, and it's just some insane plays that we've seen, especially coming up for Unti Gamers. Again, we just gotta give them all the credit. They've been moving up, they've been taking all the victories, and they've been learning as well from their mistakes. But on the side of some Paternals, I think this is also a map that not only they get to choose, but they feel comfortable playing to a high level, even into, you know, it's going to be a spawn hole coming in, so knowing that you're able to finish up the spawn hole as soon as possible.
Oh, but the aim as Megatron goes down, and the line alongside it without those kills. You've still got the Lucio, so you might be able to go for a clean disengagement, but at this point it is just a case of going for those ultimate charges to try and match Sempiternals. Get yourself killed as fast as possible so you can just reset up and have that corner still to scrap over. The Sempiternal able to outlast the spawn hold. Payload already started to move. Najima 80% of a way to Shatter, by the way, in comparison to Bugglingly's 17%. Yeah. That could be absolutely ginormous. You might not be expecting that Shatter to come out from Sempiternal quite so quickly.
Yeah, and just swinging so close to spawn, knowing that the entirety of the enemy team was going to be too close. But now, actually, this Reinhardt is the same one that goes down early, so that Shatter is not going to be available for the upcoming seconds. Can it give the opening for Unti Gamers as well to position themselves to get a couple kills as they're going to do, and even to take some more control of this corner where the difficulty starts to come up to many teams trying to go on the attacking side and trying to get some space going on for themselves.
Yeah, Najima got walled off, and unfortunately there was a ceiling, so Rat couldn't use those exo boots to just jump the wall and drop the immortality field to make sure that the line survives it. Now Sempiternal are forced to use a Deadeye just to try and get into this fight. They try and wall off Unti Aimers' escape so that the Deadeye isn't escapable, but Unti Aimers have actually wrapped around the sides with a ring around the Rosies, as we've seen them try and use that natural cover of the building to avoid the Deadeye instead, so the Maywood doesn't really find a lot. The Blizzard, however, does. Everyone gets trapped up in that very small space, and now you can see Sempiternal able to get back onto the car. Unti Aimers having that wraparound has actually meant that no one can really contest the payload because they're all behind Sempiternal. It's almost like they're on the attack. It's just a tool on this Lucio buying precious seconds, but that is all the Lucio will find.
Yeah, like you said, he's just switching those roles for a couple of seconds into the fight that, even though could have been pretty good for the side of Unti Gamers, they didn't have that payload control that at the end of the day is going to be the crucial part to continue holding. So they didn't have that. At least they're able to get that fight over with quickly so they can reposition themselves into this next high ground. Second point being one of the most difficult ones to deal with, but a Shatter. There's no way gets 4 as well. A Maywell trying to keep the team alive, well able to do just that. But around so much momentum and so much of the comfort positioning that is lost on the side of the attacking team, and the trades start to come by. Unti Gamers towards the end even able to get away with the majority of the kills that have to happen, but the payload is already halfway through the second point and it has not stopped.
Oh, that's brutal! Not only did the Shadow get 4, it cancelled Deadeye! Yeah. That's definitely one response that you are not expecting if you're that Cassidy. Them just to speed forward and drop the Shadow right into your face so you get knocked into the ground. But Sempiternal are in full control. Spirit's just going to throw the Blizzard and make sure that Unti Aimers don't get to contest this payload. Kylie has now been able to get all of the time in the wall to set up for this next Deadeye. Has the high ground. No one going to be able to contest it. And Maywell, even if they try to fall onto the payload, and it's going to funnel so many of their members right into the Deadeye's path. There's nothing you can do to avoid that one, and Sempiternal will keep this payload moving. A whopping 4 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock to be able to push this payload all the way through Havana Point C. But Unti Aimers can start to slow things down quite literally. They have a Blizzard coming up of their own, and I mean, if you manage to catch out members of Sempiternal in it, you do have your pick. An absolute smorgasbord of follow-up in the terms of Manic's Diva Bomb or even Megatron's Amp.
Is going to be the way to fight through the amplification, immediately getting denied for some seconds while everyone in the defense are going to hide. They're not going to contest that amplification, but wait for their own turn to take that space. Because with so much time, it's so hard. Another 4-man shatter that this Reinhardt is able to connect with no value at all for a couple seconds. So the Hammers are going to take the chance, are going to take advantage of persecution coming in their way, will do enough for everything that was needed on their side. So the defense continues to look very, very strong here.
I think I'm for the spawn hold on point C.
No.
I love it. Just buying a little bit of time. I mean, you can afford a couple of pot shots. There's the blizzard coming on through. The stun happens, but the blizzard is already out. There's the Dragon Strike as the follow-up, coupled with the Orisa hold to make sure they're in the path of the Dragon Strike. And Infi aim is sitting pretty. That is just so painful. There's no way that Sempiternal can really try and sidestep that one, but at least they've ripped the band-aid off. Right? A lot of ultimates invested from Infi aimers, and now Sempiternal should be able to come back in with a blizzard off the run.
And with the Whoopsies getting taken down so early on as well, this is the opening once again that the side of Sempiternal is able to find with the last members alive, fighting, but no longer able to do anything else. So Umpi Aimers, I mean, they're not worried. They were just trying to waste as much time from the attacking side as possible, and they're able to come back into a position where the defense and that contest is very much possible for them, even able to build some ultimates on their side. I hear Deadeye as well. We've seen what the Deadeye has been able to do before, and we'll be getting a no penny pick again. That Sigma getting taken down. No shield here, at least for this player, which means that you're relying so much on everyone else to do enough. A res that here the way back almost tries to get cancelled, but won't be the case.
Ooh, you're buying time for Bond's Dragon Strike to come through. It will cut past the payload, making sure that Sempiternal don't get the last couple of meters to see that swap. But Nine Sox has the sound barrier. Infi Aimers, they're trying to find a pick, but they don't have ultimate. They don't really have anything to translate into kill potential. It's just a door. Trying once more, like point A, to keep this payload stalled so the rest of the team members can pour in and burn more time off of the clock. But Khalid actually swapped onto the Widowmaker. There's no one who's able to contest. Everyone's just looking at the card and is able to pick the Tracer out of the way. And with that one kill, Sempiternal are able to get an entire push of Havana. But remember, they moved into point C with 4 minutes in their bank. And Infi Aimers, they dwindled it down to 1.
It's a map that it was a very it's part of the map as well that is so difficult to complete. So I do want to give credit to the sort of Sempiternal and the way that they were able to do it. Sure, it took a little bit more of the seconds that they expected, but they get it over with right at the end, and it was more than anything because into the last fight after Infi Aimers got taken down from the spawn of the attacking team, we never really saw a 6v6 fight into it. So it was everyone getting picked by the side of Sempiternal until it was just too much pressure, too many members alive on Sempiternal on the attacking side, where the ultimates were just rotating one by one and enabling what condition for them, which is going to be all the time. So now it is Umpi Aimers' turn. It is a map that once again we got the chance to see yesterday, and it really went to the distance. It went to the third to the fourth round to guarantee who was going to come up at the top. So I want to see Umpi Aimers and how fast they're able to answer this question that is being brought up to them into the close spawn hold, because for Sempiternal, they were able to answer it in 30 seconds.
Yeah, for Sempiternal as well, they're running Spear on the mate. In fact, Umfi Aimers are just trying to get out of the spawn with the Symmetra teleporter. That's cheating! That's not how you can get around the spawn though! I mean, it's really smart. You do manage to take an angle that Sempiternal aren't expecting. Forces Immortality Field out so early on in this fight that now Bud is fully charged up with this Sim. Is able to just absolutely shred through all of your health bars. And there's no cooldown from the Bab who's going to be able to stop it. We said, oh, well, Sempiternal are able to break it in 40 seconds. I think Umfi Aimers just broke it in 4.
I like the response. I like the strategy as well coming up. A little of the more initial strategy as well, but it works out so well. Now, Umfi Aimers, they're going to keep that Symmetra as well, and I want to see that Proton Barrier because it's able to create so much space for them to work with, where Sempiternal is caught off guard. We see. We've seen even some Shadow denied because of this, but Sempiternals is ready for this next fight, getting close, isolating the right her as well with the May wall, and making the fight looking strong. Immortality that has been invested just in becoming kind of alive, and also a book where everything is connecting right into the hands of Umpy Gamers, using that Shadow right at the end and getting everything over with so quickly. I love that communication and the way that they went from isolating targets to taking them one by one, by also making sure that they were getting protected.
Yeah, Najima goes for a charge, and the second that Poggingly sees the enemy, Reinhardt is away, the Shadow comes through. There is going to be a contested Sempiternal. They are running to lose here. They do have the time, but at the moment it's just hold shield up, use a Deadeye, try and zone Umpy Aimers away, buy yourself a little bit of space for Spirit to be able to get the seconds to build the Blizzard, but Umpy Aimers are just not allowing them. There's the sim barrier that you wanted to see, that's allowing Umpy Aimers just so much time to be able to swing away, not having to worry, but Bogglingly to just hold the shield as Najima was forced to. And that is going to be a payload moving through, and there's so much snowball potential for Umphy Aimers. The Sempiternal are gonna swap Kylie onto the Symmetra, and I have my fingers crossed. I adore to see these plays where you set the Sim teleporter up and you send the Reinhardt through, and then you get a back shadow where you're least expecting it.
I'm gonna see if this is going to be possible, because on the setup of Boomers, we're still gonna make a prediction here, okay? A Shatter as well coming up, the timing there, the communication issue that we see, but the Blizzard's coming up, trying to get some kills going on as well as self-destruct first, self-destruct second, but none of them able to catch members. Now, just taken down, Sempiternal loses one of their DPS, can make it still, has a chance, but their positioning is not the greatest because they got contested so early on as they were trying to take the high ground control, and now Gamers can just get away with the kills. Megatron, good for 2, can even get a little bit more just as everyone else as a team is melting the HP of the enemy team, so the Baptiste can just get away with one final blow or 2.
Rats forces the Matrix just to buy the team some breathing room. Megatron's gonna have one of their own to make sure that high ground is in full control for Umphy Aimers. Meow comes through, but it lasts mere seconds before it's broken. And that payload is still going to be moving as Sempiternal are just forced to wait until Ant Matrix is gone. There it is, they can start to move forward. They managed to get a door out of the way, so they should be able to collapse in on the very vulnerable Umphy Aimers now that you don't have the speed boost, so Bogglingly can't just maneuver around with that Rhine Shield into these engagements. There's the punishment. That's what we tend to see in traditional Reinhardt play. If you don't have the speed boost, that shield is not going to last until the fight actually begins. The Reinhardt is gone. Sempiternal able to stop the cut, able to put themselves back up onto the high ground, but it really is going to come down to whether or not we see an eat on this Blizzard that should be up any moment from HK, because that is going to mean if the E comes through, the snowball, Rat can keep a hold of the Immortality Field and have it for when the Shatter lands from Bogglingly. And you can also try and use that high ground and keep yourself up there.
It's so difficult as well because you gotta be hyper aware of everything that's going on as a player team stuff. Eastward was the biggest wing condition, but a Shatter now being able to get free and all members down one by one. A quick and coming in for the kind of Eternal. They don't even have to discuss the Blizzard. They can't deny anything with the Shatter that we saw so early on.
It's gorgeous as well because they know that there's no counter Shatter potential. Because Kylie still has that photon barrier up, so Bogglingly can't try and drop the Shatter and take advantage of Najima being so confident, so aggressive with a Shatter of their own. But you do have it for this next fight, and that does mean that if you can get it to connect onto the D.Va, you don't have to get the D-Mech. You do guarantee defense matrix is going to be gone, but that's a very aggressive D.Va who's still got the mech, is throwing in the self-destruct before the Blizzard can actually come through, but it doesn't find the kills that you're looking for, and the Blizzard is out in force.
Blizzard is going to get used right at the end of the fight, and it seems like for Bun on the Symmetra, this player, they couldn't hide behind the shield of the team in time, so got taken down first, and it just allows Sempiternal to play a little bit more aggressive, knowing that the numbers were going to do enough for them. It is 50 seconds remaining now, and a Blizzard for Gamers that turn out to not really be the one condition that they were hoping for, so the Shatter has to be absolutely massive here.
I mean, it could be. They've got the teleporter to get onto the high ground so that they can actually get this Reinhardt safely in to use the Shadow the Bomb to come up as that follow through. And you can see that Bugnally is trying to go for a different angle so the bomb can have that devastating consequence. There's the pin, you managed to hit the wrong part, but the bomb doesn't actually manage to find the kill that it was looking for, even though the Reinhardt's been pinned. Still, you're close, you're able to get the Reinhammer swinging. The Ant Matrix entirely denied as your team just entirely moves past it. And Umphy Aimers, it costs them so much, but they should be able to see this payload moving.
They will be getting away with this one on the side of Umphy Gamers, as the Eternal, they just have to set up for that third part of the map where the difficulty can be a lot, can be increasing more and more. So now Sparrow switching it back to the main, seeing what she'll be able to do for this one. And a pretty good isolation that we see, but it's too early on. It seems like for the two May walls, a shatter that I hear as well connects to the two tanks for Gamers, and a fire that seems like never came to an end, but it just continues to go over and over again. Now, kills, it is all the fear and the self-destruct that takes away two and moves you down on the side of Gamers, and the payload is not moving forward.
No one's pushing payload. Everyone's fighting bridge. Everyone's fighting for control of that space. And it does mean that even if you win this fight, you're losing time. 40 seconds left on the clock. You're going to be walking right into Sempiternal's hands. Yes, they don't have a blizzard. Yes, you should be able to start with ultimates of your own, but not if you're moving away from an amplification matrix. There's the Mayors to try and deny it. Should allow HK the space to not have to worry about that Diva heat. Blizzard is through, but there's the Silent Fire and all of Sempiternal's HPs are bolstered. The Umphy Aimers, even if they win this fight, they still have 16 seconds left to get this payload almost fully pushed through siege.
It's a very difficult task, and for Umphy Gamers, they just have no opportunity. The timing for them and when they got taken down doesn't seem to go their way this time around. But at least the Eternal is going to back up. They feel forced to back up to keep the team alive to make sure that the numbers are going their way as well for the spawn advantage that matters quite a lot for the defensive team. So now Umphy Gamers are going to be pushing forward slowly. They have the sound barrier to work with, while Nyansuck just use it into the last fight, and that can be a massive opportunity for them to stay alive.
Megatron's gonna have Ant Matrix. Oh no! HK fell off the map! The Cassidy is gone! The flashbang denied! Megatron going to be actually stunned up with that shadow before the Ant Matrix can come on through. Disaster strikes! And Sempiternal still not able to win, have to worry about the Symmetra. The turrets are actually right on the front of the gate, so if they try and aggress into where this payload is, they're walking right into the microwave. And Bond, fully charged up, is able to finish off the deal despite lacking the Cassidy. And HK is forced back into the fight onto that Tracer. Megatron drops the Ant Matrix, is going to be able to catch all of Sempiternal as they come through this spawn. They're going to be able to keep touching, but they don't have the ultimates. They forced onto the Hammond and the Winston just to get out of the spawn and keep this payload contested. So they don't have the Primal, they don't have the Mines, they don't have the power to see Umphy Aimers away.
It is the last kills as well coming in. The Baptiste putting all the heroes and making sure that Umphy Gamers will be staying alive. Will be getting to the last checkpoint that is going to be needed in an overtime that seemed honestly impossible for them in a situation where the payload had to move such a long distance to get to the end. But a single pick could have done everything for them in Infernal, even though he could have taken advantage of the Cassidy going down. They were having difficulty with that positioning into the high ground, into the low ground as well to make this one work out and go their way. So, I mean, another round into this map. It's same and almost the same scenario that we got to see yesterday between Umphy Gamers and Sempiternal. And it was a fourth round yesterday when we got to see Umphy Gamers just getting a little bit farther than the side of Sempiternal.
Well, 1 minute to 2 minutes 19 seconds. There's nothing stopping Sempiternal from just abusing that spawn hold.
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping Umphy Aimers for going for that Symmetra as well, but I mean, that's something you can only really pull off once with the surprise factor. Sempiternal have got to be expecting it, and so I think we'll see a little bit more adaptation on how they deal with that teleporter coming through. But who knows, maybe we'll see the bait inside the bait inside the bait, where Bun just drops the Symmetra teleporter and then no one actually goes through it.
60 seconds. Yeah, how many times can you pull off the Symmetra before it becomes completely predictable here? And it's a point where you're just trying to waste as much time from the enemy as possible, as it is open aimers that pretty much have no time to work with, are just looking for openings, or just looking for any chance here. But as of right now and into this first fight, it seems like the Eternal is the ones taking over.
Infi aimers really try to just distract everyone on the front line so that Manic would be able to sneak through and grab Rat and deny the BAP's existence, so that Sempiternal were forced away from the spawn hole. But it doesn't actually pay off, and Manic is forced onto the Diva. Now that you're not going to be able to get that surprise going through. Najima is so close to a shadow, but you're frozen, you're pinned, you're absolutely deleted. Mortality Field not going to be able to save the Reinhardt in time, and that spawn hold is falling apart in front of Sempiternal's eyes. However, they have been able to build ultimate bank, so even though yes, the pillar is going to start to move, you've shaved off an entire minute on the clock. It is going to be overtime when it starts to chug along, and now you can punish the fact that Infi aimers are not able to disengage when the amplification matrix comes through. They have to actually stay on the card and eat the damage coming, which is going to just rip through Manic's defense matrix charge so quickly.
Yeah, the situation, especially for the Reinhardt and for this main tank, where you gotta question a million times if you want to push forward and make the situation so much more difficult. Look at that perfect timing. Both of the amplifications coming in at the same time, and now it is going to be Oompa Imers trying to be a little bit more aggressive, trying to take or to work with the Shatter in the middle of all the chaos. Is not going to get the value that was needed. Mortality going to get forced. On the side of Eternal just get taken down towards the end, but we see the Reinhardt as well going down. It can snowball once again into something so much bigger for Sempiternal, getting one pick after the other and making sure that the payload will not move anywhere closer to that first checkpoint.
It just felt like every single voice line was on an echo chamber. There was like, Shadow goes in, enemy Shadow comes through, Blizzard comes out, counter Blizzard comes through. It really does just come down to the wire in those fights, but Sempiternal looking really strong. That's 2 minutes 19 seconds. They can get full held. We've seen how brutal Havana A can be just getting out of spawn. But we've also now seen that they have been able to sidestep it relatively quickly. Granted, not as quickly as Infi aimers. It did eat about 40 seconds of their first push. But at the same time, it didn't take anywhere up to 2 minutes 19 seconds.
I'm just worried about the timing here more than anything for the defense and for Oompa aimers, because you are going to be holding very close, but the minute the one or two get taken down is going to be an immediate disengage coming up, or the next and potential last fight is not going to be possible without all the members or a couple members being down. So the timing here to make sure that it's as smoothen as a fight as it can be is all up to Oompa aimers and the communication strategy that they have going on.
Yeah, for Sempiternal, like you can tell, first pick that they want is going to be that Lucio, just so the disengage isn't there and they're able to stagger out all of these picks. But hey ho, if you can grab a Reinhardt, absolutely yoink him along. Kill doesn't actually come through. There's the stun, the CC, the freeze coming through does force out Immortality Field, so you know you can get aggressive, you know you can punish that cooldown already being used, and they are trying to get on top of this Reinhardt to just make that kill stick. Mortality Field invested on their own side, and they need to get a kill coming in soon, otherwise Megatron's going to have an Amp Matrix to just drop and make sure that Bugnoy does stay alive. However, Oompa aimers are going down, still keeping these ultimates in the pockets, knowing that the fight is lost, holding on to them for when we do see that final fight contest coming on through, as they are going to have to drop something like an Amp Matrix to make Sempiternal take a big step backwards. But there's a risk here, and that's if Najima wants to just hide up in a little alcove with this Shadow. They're not going to play it. It is a gamble. 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. You do want to sort of go for something that's a little bit more reliable than a potential backward Shadow.
And because of that, it is going to be Oompa aimers trying to retake this phase that was lost from them, and amplification just started off, and a Shatter as well that is going to connect to 3 members on the side of Oompa aimers, and this is going to be Eternals with all the advantage as well with the Shatter that disables any movement to come up on the side of Oompa aimers. It's going to allow them to get right where they need to. The card gets to end, and Sempiternals, they get away with the first map victory. It's a 1-1, and it is looking so close between these two teams.
Oh, I hope this is what I think it is. I hope it's the Fire Strike window combo, because that was just absolutely gorgeous. It's not. It's an immortality field and a whole lot of healing.
Nope. I mean, Snooping player, honestly, like, Megatron was doing so much. When we saw this player into the last part of the map, and the way that she was connecting all the heals, all the damage, also guaranteeing a couple of those eliminations for herself was super nice to see. And just gave them all the confidence on the side of Sempiternal to get away with a victory where, I mean, it was looking very, very close for them. But it's also nice that this is the grand finals, right? We have more maps to see. We have at least 2 more maps to see before guaranteeing who's going to get to the top.
Yeah, well, we know yesterday when these two teams faced each other, it went 2-1. It was a close fight.
Yeah.
And you can see just how close. This overtime really does highlight how close these teams are. Right? The fact that they literally go blow for blow for blow for blow for blow for blow for about a good 30 seconds of Overwatch, and that is pretty much 30 minutes real time in terms of fight time translated to actual, hours. But I mean, huge props as well to Rat. We touched on Megatron being able to stay alive and keep their Reinhardt up for so long and always be able to hold on for those immortality fields. Massive props to the Amp Matrixes coming out from Rat. There's been some really good communication coming through. There was a slight blunder where we did see the Reinhardt try and shatter into the wall a little bit too early before the Maple had dropped. But when it comes to those Amp Matrixes with the Fire Strike combos, it's been on the money every single time, and especially in that last fight, right, when the shatter comes through and you're able to catch everyone who's not just ever so slightly away from that Reinhardt shield. Up comes the Amp Matrix, out goes the Fire Strike, and there's the team win.
Yeah, and then the minute that the damage stops because of that shatter coming in, it's just the green light once again for Sempiternal to get away with the last one. It was a single fight that was going to be unnecessary, and it would also went back to, you're not gonna have all team members getting to that payload at the same time. They're going to be staggered as everyone catches up, and they didn't even have the chance to do that on the side of Oomphy Aimers. So Sempiternal, a really nice reaction and a really nice communication, like you said, to get away with those shatters that seem to be in the perfect timing to guarantee 1, 2. Oftentimes we saw 3 as well coming in for them. So a nice one so far. It's a 1-1. As of right now, it couldn't get even more competitive. I'm super happy to see how close it's getting map after map.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to how this series is going to go. Because, I mean, we could potentially be seeing 6 maps of Overwatch, right? We do have Assault in the mix. I can't believe they put it in the mix, but it is up and probably going to be Hanamura. But, I mean, it's like a historical Overwatch, you'll look back in a year from now and go, oh right, that was a map mode that we sometimes played for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's one of the last chances that, especially in a competitive environment.
I hear that so much. I hear that so much, and all of these things are like, yeah, this is potentially the last time that we're seeing us all going to be popping up, and then you give it 2 weeks, and surprise, there it is in the mix again. So I've stopped hoping that we're going to see Assault taken out. I'm going to wait until push is actually on my screen before I pop the champagne and say, yes, no more packs.
No. This one for sure. Don't worry about it. This will be the last time. But now we're going to throw to a quick break. We'll be right back with the next couple maps of the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. break, and we are back with more grand finals of the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. We are 1-1 so far. Sempiternal against Oompy Aimers, giving everything that they've got into this one. And I think we already know what map we're going into next.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting as well, because obviously these two teams have faced each other previously yesterday, and Blizzard World was when the Aimers were able to take themselves to that second point, which in that matchup secured them the win. This, however, is a first to 3, so even if they are able to take Blizzard World, they've still got more Overwatch to play, and we are seeing adaptation coming from both of these teams and how they deal with the problems that the other one poses. So whether or not the Aimers are going to be able to take Blizzard World again, well, we're going to get to find out now.
It was also a Blizzard World that was very close into that first point, and that street phase a little bit more. But as we got to the end, it was just Oompy Aimers being able to have the better time to work with and just making it their map in their victory, as we saw yesterday. But like I said, this is going to be grand final, so there's more of a chance for Sempiternal to see a potential comeback, and it might not even be needed, right? Oompy Aimers, they knew how frustrating for them this match was yesterday, this specific map as well, knowing that it was so close yet so far from them to get away with. So those mistakes, those little changes that they have to make, whether that is in composition or the playset that they brought to the table yesterday, can be changed, can be fixed to enable them for the victory today.
No, it's going to be very interesting because Oompy Aimers are rolling out on this dive composition. Sempiternal going to be running that Brigitte, expecting the dive to come through, so you do have the bash to act as that sort of form of CC, the peel that is going to be available to make sure that Rat doesn't have to part with Immortality Field a little bit. But Oompy Aimers have the luxury of being on the attack, of being able to swap up their composition. So it's not going to be proper dive, it is going to be sort of a hybrid dive where you do still run the Hammond as that distraction to try and get into the backline. But they're going to be taking full advantage of the fact that Sempiternal don't have hitscan outside of the Baptiste. So HK and Bun can set up a really nice crossfire and just go for a pincer movement. The Mortality Field already pulled out just from these tiny little stickies that HK has been putting in from afar. With it going down though, is a much bigger deal for Oompy Aimers to try and do.
Mercy is not the player that you want to get taken down so early on as well, but Sempiternal, they will be able to get away with it as well. Kylie, an absolute highlight yesterday of a player, will be able to get also a small highlight into this one too. The 3K coming in, and a setup that Sempiternal is playing right on point. They're not taking high ground positioning, they're all playing together, and they're all rotating and looking at the same angles together, which is very nice. But the minute that Oompy Aimers starts to contest it a little more, like we saw HK able to do so early on, especially taking into the sky where no one else can contest it, that is the minute that you start questioning what can be done next. Because look at that, Oompy Aimers now are going to take a little bit of high game control, are making those rotations, they're playing back too.
There's the sticky coming through. Isn't going to force that Immortality Field just yet though, and that's exactly what Oompy Aimers are waiting for. Manic being so close to that Sigma Flux, but Kylie has actually been able to stay on roof and get right in the back of Oompy Aimers, dropping down and putting those storm arrows in right before this team can move on to that point. Sigma Flux comes out, Rat is gone, Immortality Field alongside the BAP, and that is going to be a 3K off of the Sigma. And that is point entirely picked up, but Sempiternal do go down mostly as a team. You should be able to get a nice swift regroup, especially with the Dragon Strike. You can send that in, buy yourself a little bit of time, split Oompy Aimers apart so that you can start moving up into that high ground so that the Sigma and Orisa can stay in the sort of bunker anchor position that Sempiternal are looking for.
And I want to say one of the reasons why Sempiternal couldn't win this map yesterday was because they never really tried to contest Oompy Aimers' high ground as much. So they were just giving it all to the enemy team, and they really couldn't capitalize from it the way that they were expecting. So now, try to change things around. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case though, because Oompy Aimers start to play aggressive. I hear a rally as well for Sempiternals. Might have been a little too late for that engagement, and even though there's some trades coming in, it is all about Oompy Aimers, all about their kills, the rest as well that is going to connect the Sigma back online, and the opportunity for Oompy Aimers to continue moving that payload, to continue having this high ground, and Sempiternals to be able to contest it is going to be very difficult.
No, Sempiternal last time the plans were undone by those hammer mines. However, those hammer mines have now been extracted from Bogglingly, so you do have a little bit of a safer space to be able to throw Ant Matrix in. Supercharge are going to be starting things off, just trying to bait Megatron into using that Transcendence. The Dragon Spike actually going to be thrown in over the top with the Hulk. Wimpy Aim is still not falling for it. Transcendence is very much still online. The Megatron, in fact, Wicked holding on to the bout as well. They know it's not the proper push coming from the defense. They'd much rather wait for the Sigma Flux and then use the Transcendence when the damage is at its worst, at its most burstful. Transcendence will save the Amos. Fight still going through. Sempiternal have wasted all of their ultimates. They're running out of Team Ant Matrix. It's the only thing they have left to try and get a kill. 50 goes down from it, but you still have to worry. Immortality Field infested from Rat to keep this team in, and the second that it's gone, Manic can just come in with that Sigma Flux and once again pick up at this point the way we saw A.
Oh, I love to see Manic popping up for this one. We heard the flux, it didn't get as much value, but it was only for the damage. Everything that they've been waiting for the kind of OPMers to get this fight over with, and it was very long. It's a really, really long fight for them. But with so much time remaining, especially as they get to that third part and they start moving a payload through that third part of the map, Wimpy Gamers has all the potential to continue creating the face of the composition that they're playing here. And knowing that Sempiternal have a very hybrid composition with the Orisa and the Diva that have to be in many places at once.
I mean, smart swap coming from Sparrow so that if Bogglingly tries to pull the same trick that we saw at the beginning of B, rolling in with the Hammond, pile driving in top of the entire group and then dropping the Hammer Mines. You can try and use the Flashbang to keep the Hammond from actually having that same sort of impact, but you have to worry about these Hanzo arrows. Sun is on an absolute rampage right now. Orisa Shield going to be broken within seconds. Doesn't even need a Dragon Strike to be able to pick out the Brigida, and all of Sempiternal are just forced onto the back pit as Megatron actually throws in the Transcendence to body block their exit, and no one can escape this tiny room where Bun just charges up 77% of a Dragon Strike.
Absolutely insane what we're seeing right now, and because of that, on the side of the Gamers, the payload continues to move. The last couple of kills are going to come through as well, and OP Gamers with a minefield that we saw early on, allowing them to take control of space, surrounding Sempiternal into an area where they're gonna run away. Manic once again blocks to work with, but it seems like at least for OP Gamers, they're going to back up, they're going to wait for the amplification to run out before engaging next.
Yeah, Grasp already used by Manic, so you do have to. Remember, you're not running the Diva, no defense, they're just going to eat the damage away. Pile Driver coming from Bogglingly, just trying to buy a little bit of space for the rest of the team to move through, but that is going to provoke a Dragon Strike from both of these Hanzos. The aim is finding a little bit more value with theirs, though managing to zone Najima away from the team, forcing them back onto the Ham to be able to contest in this next fight. Then the aimers can see the finish line in reach. Duplicate going to be coming from HK, punishing the fact that you now don't have a Sigma, and this self-destruct is going to find so much if you can manage to just kill the Immortality Field before it. So thankfully, Ratman survives, and Sempiternal's chances of contesting stay around.
The Gamers are just going to get away with it. One by one, everyone on the side of Sempiternal is going to get taken down. The Diva is the last one contesting along with the Lucio. And this is something that we saw yesterday too. A Bastion as the last chance, as the last opportunity. But when you don't have mobility, you cannot protect yourself. You cannot run away from the damage that is coming in and is connecting from OP Gamers to get this map, get this round over with. Everyone just hoping that the spawn advantage will be enough, but it looks like it won't be the case. Dragons as well going to isolate the last couple targets alive and around the point.
I mean, at this point, you're just hoping for overtime, and 27 seconds left on the clock. MV is out of ultimate. It is very real. You could potentially be seeing an overtime coming through. This the Hammer Mine should be able to stop Sempiternal. Round one complete, but my goodness, what a stall coming from that defense, just taking full advantage of the fact that your respawns just come in so quickly. If you run something like a Winston and a Hammond, you can just keep touching that cart and being an absolute nuisance to try and unseat.
Even with the Bastion as well, but it's something that can turn into not an ideal situation, right? There's no mobility, there's no shields, there's no protection. Everything is getting taken down at once by the attacking team. So you're just hoping again to delay as much as you can to push for that overtime on the enemy team. And even though they got pretty close, it wasn't close enough. 18 seconds that Umphy Amers is able to end up with as they prepare to go into the defensive side for them, and where I would like to see some changes once, because yesterday we saw a very quick attacking side for Sempiternal. So once it doesn't work out, you start to question what changes are going to be necessary to adapt in time and to not let it escalate into something so much worse.
Yeah, Umphy is going for a very damage-heavy composition, right? Still running the Mercy, but also still running the Zenyatta. So you are going to have a lot of damage output as they're coming through the choke, and you should be able to get a couple of kills off of that. But if they successfully are able to navigate the choke and take this fight to your backline, that Zenyatta is not going to have a lot of peel. Bugglingly is going to always be in the other team's backline, not so much yours. And the Mercy isn't really enough to be able to keep the Zen up. You don't have Immortality Field to drop, you don't have the Break Bash to try and deter a dive from coming through. So it is going to be for Umphy Amos to try and actually come in with a pick first of all, before Sempiternal are set up. The Sempiternal, they're not opting for a dive. They're opting for a little bit of a slower push. Running the Orisa but not the Lucio though is going to allow Bun to get the time to just shred the shields.
The timing as well can do everything here on the side of Umphy Amers, where they're able to take advantage of it in every way possible, and this is a destruction as Sempiternal tries to contest, tries to get closer to the enemy, but will not be able to do just that. Now the last player coming in, and Umphy Amers, they get away with that first fight. They already have this ultimate steal for what comes next.
I don't think they were expecting the Mercy Zen, because they weren't really running the dive, and now you can see, now that they know it is a Zen and not a break, they can absolutely go for the Hammond Diva Tracer because there isn't really anything to try and stop them. If they kept trying to run the Orisa, they would be giving Umphy all of the time, all of the setup, to be able to just have those Zen orbs hammered into the shield Bun to be able to break it, and then break the players behind it. But now by being mobile, that's pulling Umphy Amos' attention in so many different directions. Megatron is going to be an absolute sitting duck if you're not able to find the pick that immediately stops this fight, stops this dive, and pushes them back.
A little bit of a contest that we see a little bit of that pressure in on the point, but it will not get any value as help right now because Sempiternal, they're finding their way in, they're making those rotations, and now they will be trying to contest that high gun, but immediately there's a massive challenge here, and it's going to be the Doom Hit turning into the Doom getting so much space control as well for Umphy Amers to work with, and even a self-destruct that can get even more speed is an ideal situation coming in for the defensive team for Umphy Amers, who will just continue to rotate ultimates to Xoxo. Now for Sempiternal, a big chance here, but the Zenyatta is going to get rest, and now both supports back online brings up a big chance here where, yeah, for Sempiternal, they have nowhere to run anymore.
How was Red alive? I was just watching that Zen's health bar and the chase, the fact that HK just frozen the self-destruct and then still tries to get the Zen with the stickies but isn't able to get the pick. But because everyone on the side of Sempiternal have been trying to peel for the Zenyatta, no one's really able to have the space for the Zen and the breaks healing to properly come through. So Umphy Amers with that sustainability a little bit more prevalent with the Mercy, able to keep themselves on this point, and at 98% it becomes even more important for the Zen to survive, to have the Transcendence. But when Manic does use the Sigma Flux, because it's a lot more important to have a Transcendence to stop a Sigma Flux than it is to stop a self-destruct, but Kylie going down means that the hammer mice that you throw in are not going to allow the momentum that you are hoping to build up. You don't have the threat, you don't have a Dragon Strike to send through, and you don't really have point contest.
Also, there's only 40 seconds remaining, so the chances for Sempiternals are fading away right in front of their faces, and it's a horrible timing for them to try to back up as well. They can get taken down too early, but it seems like they got away with it just in time. Sempiternal, one last chance here to contest. They have a rally to work with as well, so not the worst, one of the best ultimates here, especially for the support contest to make sure that the team is able to stay alive for a little bit longer. But once again, Umphy Amers, as long as they're able to initiate first, that should be the win condition coming up. A Both all the way in the back doesn't really get anything, so Unsumers really relying into the duplicate to be effective, and already with Kylie down, it is exactly turning out the way that they expected. But Gamers on this defensive side, where the time is running out, almost no one in point. The self-destruct from the duplicate is able to get wrecked, and you lose your Zenyatta, you lose any chance for those skills to connect as well, or any orb to give the advantage. Sempiternal, 3 members alive, could give it a chance here, but the minefield on point is stopping that momentum for a couple seconds. Look at that, the 2 tanks, the 2 off tanks as well, trying with everything that they got to stay alive. And for Sempiternal, they might have just gotten it.
Kylie, absolute hero of the hour. Swaps to the Widowmaker on main. No one on the side of Gamers is expecting it. It's very similar to why we see teams running that Bastion on point C, right? Everyone's focus is on the fight in front of them. No one looks to the side. And the Widowmaker, completely uncontested, is able to just line the shots up and gets a 2k and then a very quick third as well. HK immediately goes on to the Genji, knowing that Sentinel are going to try and use the pit count to press the advantage, that you have to get into the face, contest either the Widow or the Ashe, so they can't pull the same shenanigans that just allowed Sempiternal to pick up the point that really slipped through the Aim's fingers. There's now Najima still on this Roadhog, still with the hook, is trying to find any sort of pick. That's what had come through. Sempiternal knew they wouldn't be able to have time to get those ultimates online to win in the fight. They'd have to go for the old-fashioned kill instead. The Roadhog is very good at opening things up like that, especially when there aren't shields in the way. The Sigma knife's gone, while only having swapped onto the Hammer to try and keep that point contested. But Sempiternal, unfortunately, Roadhog without a shield, without kill from a D.Va, is just a big old stack of ult charge and has allowed HK to get the blade at the absolute worst moment for Rat. The Transcendence was just invested. You're going to be relying on CC and the fact that there's no Ana to give that nano, that extra little oomph to the blade to come through, so you should have a better chance of stopping the Genji in the tracks.
Some Eternals, they come back online, especially the 2 tanks that you mentioned that have to be playing together with the D.Va, allowing everyone to get some extra protection, knowing that there's not going to be any shields available. So backing up in the meantime, the Gamers are just going to take advantage of the high ground that they got early on. Kylie once again going down first, and the Genji hungry for the picks. The blade is going to be very hard to connect, but I mean, the Genji alone can at least put some damage that is going to benefit the team of Gamers. In the meantime, though, the payload is going to move all the way back, and there's multiple fights that were happening at once that are not going to turn out as effective as Gamers was expected.
For Sempiternal, they did actually lose Najima. They were wanting that Roadhog to try and keep high ground controls so that Gamers weren't able to set Megatron up there. But there's the blade coming through. No Transcendence for Rat. Moving Fish is the first to fall out of the mech. There's the second. Onslaugh's gone. No Break Bash, no potential rally to try and bolster up Sempiternal's health bars. As HK can now just go straight for the Ashe and not enough heal. It's gonna save your backline, your frontline, even your Roadhog. Everything is open this season. As HK just gets to run through, we've seen how terrifying this Genji can be on Nambani. Isn't able to find quite as much value with the blade, but in the long run, you might just have won the map for Gamers.
How do you even contest that, right? There was a minefield right on point. The Tracer just jumping on top of it to try to get away, to try to get and stay alive. And now it is going to be the Zenyatta back here. A last chance coming up for Sempiternal to get at least the contest, because no one else is supposed to get the kills. So at last is going to be Gamers really adapting so much better and getting away with the second map of this grand finals.
And it's gonna be HK. Again, a reminder, folks, if you want to see players like HK popping up on your screen, be sure to !donate in chat. Can't promise that it will improve your Genji gameplay, but it will absolutely be going towards a good cause in terms of pools for all of these players to get paid out.
It's a Genji. I like it because we saw it just, the play was right at the end and still managed to get player of the game. We still managed to see the Genji over and over again throughout the day.
It's so nice. All I want, I said when I was casting with Vicky earlier, right? That I just sometimes want. Oh, we even get to see it in the body again. Thank you, observers. You know just what we want. Like I said earlier with Vicky that I wanted a heart rate monitor just constantly on the bottom, just tracking all of the casters' heart rates. But no, I want a separate camera just observing HK every single time that they played. All I want to see, first person HK field of view.
It was also one that, I mean, this time around there was no Ana around, there was no Mercy around, so the chances for the Genji to get those kills shouldn't have been there, but managed to get the baby diva, and more than anything, Neon Sox playing on that break. The bird goes down, what do you do in a situation like that one? It's just so nice at the end, the Genji, that everyone is so hesitant to play, actually having some results in this tournament, and it's a little bit concerning, but at the same time it just gives some nice highlights too. I mean, at the end of the day, they're gonna have like a 10-minute highlight reel for all the plays that they've had on Genji, so
just whenever you go into quick play or ranked and you like insta-lock Genji, someone just clip these 10 minutes from HK and then link it in the chat whenever someone goes, why did you pick Genji? Is Genji viable in 2022? HK says so. Well, HK says goes.
Yeah, and it is also one of those plays that if I were to be watching this, sitting down and watching this tournament, I was like, that's a cool Genji play. I'm sure I can do that too in my ranked games. I'm sure it'll go as well, but it will definitely not turn out to be that way. It's just HK and what this player has been able to do throughout the day. Not only these grand finals that where we got to see a single blade, but everything else that she's been able to do before has been so nice, has been enabling the team, and has been a narrative that to me is what it's enabling Gamers to be in match point. It's all the teamwork that allows crazy things like that to happen.
In this day and age of Overwatch, still getting value of a Genji played. I don't know whether to love it or hate it or something in between. But I mean, I'm worried for Hanamura, right? Because we have seen Aimers will go for a whole variety of compositions and have a lot of value with them. But we've also sort of seen the adaptation that we wanted to see coming out from Sempiternal fall a little bit at the wayside. They tried to go with the Roadhog on Blizzard World, right? They tried to sort of bait around Ultimate Economy's importance by cheating. And similar to how we see like Babs just cheat with Immortality Field, like you don't need to build up to Transcendence or stay alive with Zen long enough to build up to it if you just have that cooldown up in line for your Bab. Like we saw that sort of mentality coming in with the Roadhog, right? We don't need to build up to an ultimate if we can get the Roadhog close enough so that the hook can come through and we get a pick that way, the opening into a fight that way. But that also did enable HK to build up Blade because it's a Roadhog. And a Roadhog is just a big old square of shoot me here and get your ultimate online as fast as possible. And I think my main concern for Sempiternal is we haven't really seen a lot of hit scan, barring Kylie's absolute beautiful play coming out to secure point A on Blizzard World. We haven't really seen a lot of 24/7 hit scan coming out from this side. So if HK wants to run this Pharah, HK is going to have a lot of fun running this Pharah because it's Hanamura, and you have to walk through a lot of choke, a lot of open space, and you don't have control of high ground, which is why Sempiternal are just trying to cheat, once again, sidestepping that with a Sim Teleport.
They're going to take a little bit of a point control for a couple seconds while the rest of the gamers are trying to get back or trying to position themselves around the enemy team. But it's going to be so difficult, depending so much on the fire that you mentioned before, to put the damage to the pressure so the kind of blow can connect. And it's a barrage that it's built in 30 seconds as well. OP Gamer just having this, but this one, at the end of the day, does get taken down, but a little bit of the straights and potential recontest I would think towards the end for this defensive team. But, I mean, everyone getting taken down one by one. Neon Sox also getting away with 2 for herself. And Oomphy Gamers had a good chance there, especially after the barrage, but it just got wasted away.
Yeah, barrage in 30 seconds, impressive. Rat's 40-second Ant Matrix charge. a little bit more important because Barrage does come through, but the Pharah is very vulnerable, and in fact more vulnerable than when you're not using your ultimate. Is it Megatron? We're just gonna ignore that. So Sempiternal, able to use that amp matrix, just get onto the point, be so hard to unseat. The Pharah is gone, and VMs couldn't really contest it with bodies. They can't really go from as far as the Pharah was poking through previously, and so have no choice but to walk into that amp matrix. It does mean that Sempiternal don't have it to unseat the high ground at the moment, and Najima can try and get the shadow, but there's the Reinhardt experience of 2022. Stunned, staggered, not able to get your ultimate safely off. As Aimers have retreated, there's a bob on point, there's the superchargers right beside it. There's not a lot that Sempiternal can really do because they just don't have the sustainability. Their BAP is gone, it's just Nyansox on this Lucio who can try and get people out of danger. But Aimers should be able to just stagger so much time off.
HK with another barrage coming up, and this time around it could get a little bit more supported just looking at Aimers and their supports as well. So it should be a nice one to recontest when Sempiternal wants to play a little bit more aggressive, wants to contest this high ground as well, which they will try to do again with that Reinhardt in the front line, putting a little bit more pressure into what Orisa can do and just contest that mobility that is pretty much not existent for this player alone. But HK, and it's perfectly right for Aimers in the front line, in the back line. They had no idea that the Pharah was ready for the damage. And I mean, what a teamwork. And anti-nade, the Orisa as well in the front line, connecting and pulling everyone closer. And then the Pharah all the way back.
Oh, the worst thing is they did know. Because Najima moves the shield. They know exactly where the Pharah is. But the anti-nade and the damage coming through with the nano boost on top of it just means that your shield is gone, defense matrix burned out, and Barrage comes through and gets the kill anyway. They just use the sim teleporter to get onto the point. That's going to prompt Manic to throw in the self-destruct over the top. Ant matrix has to be abandoned by Rat on top of that teleporter just so they can survive the self-destruct, and that means that no one can really try and unseat Kylie now that this Symmetra has been able to set up, get that full charge to come through. HK, valiant effort to try and stall for the team to come through, but you are not on the tracer, you cannot blink past that damage. Sempiternal are able to just absolutely landslide their way through because if Sim unseated, ooh, that's the Sim doing serious damage.
320 as well. Quite a lot of time to work with, and it's so nice. Honestly, I am ready for about 7 rounds of this. I cannot wait. We know how competitive it will be in Resist, especially because we see the spite after they lose a fight and how much more aggressive they turn into in the right way. So Aimers, we can just expect the same aggression coming in on the attacking side, knowing that the minute that you start to get stuck, for about 2 minutes, things can become so much more difficult. So starting off strong for this team can do everything to guarantee a similar time, if not more than Sempiternal was able to get.
Defensive Symmetra? It feels so long since I've got to see defensive Symmetra on Hanamura. It's fun! It means that Najima can just go places where Reinhardt really should not go. And Spearer's wall should be absolutely huge if you can catch Megatron off, because it's not really the Hammond that you need to worry about walling off. It is gonna be the Ana. If the Ana goes down, the team goes down alongside it, because the rest of Infamous can just, you know, bounce around the wall with a super jump, manic boosters, bogly the roll. HK just the fact that you're Pharah, and then Bun the coach comes. So the wall isn't really gonna stop much of anything other than the Ana, but the Symmetra, you are going to have to walk through the choke and into those turrets. That can give pause. That is going to give HK a little bit of pause, but they're not playing on the point. And that's a little bit more worrying, because are you going to be able to get your team safely in now that HK has this massive space to play with?
It is all granted by the Pharah, because who's going to be contesting the Pharah? There's pretty much no one, maybe the D.Va, but the D.Va also has to do their job to take care of. So you're putting so much pressure into the single offering to handle 3 different heroes at once, and now it's going to be HK getting away with it, about to have the barrage to work with as well, and is getting actually some healing that works so much better this time around with the Mercy. But Gamers, they gotta play together. Another really nice anti-nade though.
Yeah, Antinate coming through. HK slowly but steadily has actually been building up this barrage. So if you can push Sempiternal on to this point, they are going to have to deal with it. However, Sempiternal trying to just ignore the fire, and that's not working for them. Immortality Field comes through not in time to save Spirit. The mate is gone. The walls stopping Amphiamus from actually getting onto this point have been removed. A nano boost onto HK is making this even more dangerous for Sempiternal to try and recontest. And at this moment, it is just save your ultimate charges, so you have something in the pocket to stop the snowball that Amphiamus will have moving on to B.
I mean, if I don't see the Pharah, maybe it's not there, you know? It's just a strategy here. Trying to get down for this out of Sempiternal. They're getting a couple picks, but they're not really targeting the main concern that they keep having in this all the damage that the Pharah is putting in. And surely, she's not getting killed every single time, but it's enough damage to make them back up, to play that playstyle, be a little bit more hesitant. And it's a fight that is not over yet, but Unti Gamers have to commit even a mind skill into this one. Guarantee the last couple kills, guarantee that first point, and move into the second one safely too.
I mean, it's painful for Sempiternal. They do throw in a lot, and Red is actually even forced onto the Moira, just try and use the Fate to cross that distance. Now it goes back onto that bat, but it's more painful for Amphiamus because they've lost the snowball potential. They're coming in for Dragon Strike, which they can use to try and just force Sempiternal off the high ground and into the waiting visor of HK, who has been building up to this barrage. But at the same time, Pharah is a lot less mobile. There's a ceiling in the way. It's going to be a lot harder for you to actually be able to get into position to use the barrage and not be punished, especially with Rat Knight swapping onto the Ana, the sleep dart going to be that, unless you have that defense matrix behind HK. Your barrage shouldn't be finding a lot of enemies. And that's why you go for one target.
Yeah, a single one that is able to connect here. The Reinhardt does get taken down, and Nano, where the timing might not be ideal here, would have been better just a little later when the stagger starts to play. And now Sempiternal, they're going to try to shatter it. It does connect into one. It might be a little too late though, because the gamers are already on point. We're going to try continue holding the space in a blizzard. Try to delay that from happening, but it's really just a matter of time of Valkyrie as well to finish this up. And Sempiternal, this found advantage here, trying to do something, but the damage is too much.
Well, Rap is able to get the nano boost onto the Diva mech before going down. So there is still stall potential, and Spiro is onto that Widowmaker with that pick potential, trying to just keep HK's wings clipped. But unfortunately, you don't have tanks on the point anymore, and that means everyone comes hunting for the spider. Getting smacked with one of those like magazines that you see in Sempiternal. It was a nice stall, but a stall that will be, as Amphiamus will be able to not only keep the fire for B, but pick it up with 2 minutes on their clock.
So it's about the same time, only 11 seconds here making the difference. At the same time, I mean, those 11 seconds are more than anything to set up, to give a little bit more poke for Sempiternal, but shouldn't really affect a proper fight taking place. So Aimers with a really good timing here, with a really good time bank to make this one work out, and it was a pick that turned into more for the biggest chance here that I wanted to see on Sempiternal to hold when there were 3 members back on point, but the damage and the shields were getting broken too fast, and the chances as well for them were fading away into this one too. And the gamers, once again, they're in match point. They only need this one to get away with the victory of these grand finals. So because of that, Sempiternal, they have to have such a strong defense into this one.
No more ostrich strategy when it comes to dealing with the Pharah. The heads will be out of the sand. Kylie is going to be starting off on hit scan. So if HK does try and pull the same move that we saw in the previous, you will be able to cut the Pharah off. But you need to keep the Pharah. Oh no, they're not even. They see the Ashe. They're going to go for the Echo. Try and get on top onto this backline with that extra little bit of mobility that Echo has, but not only that, burn this Diva out of the mech with that beam if you can get up close enough. It's going to be absolutely brutal. As Sempiternal, and trying to keep control of this courtyard, they have been able to take both the Echo and the Mercy out of the way. But if Amphiamus can use this hammer to get onto this point, there's going to be a lot of potential, a lot of attention pulled away from Choke. problem is the Hammond's not actually going on to the point because they're not going to have heals. You need to have control of choke for Megatron to be able to set up and keep the Hammond up if the stall is to come through.
And it just Spare of being able to take advantage of the situation, putting quite a lot of pressure into the poke phase and trying to waste as much time as possible. But HK is back, ready for the fight here, and being able to take this flying hero down. Now, a good opportunity, almost at 33%. That could be going this sort of flavors, but having to back up to stay alive as there's a battle for the two divas on point, and a little bit of support coming in for the Echo is going to finalize that one. So the numbers should be going now on the side of gamers to work with.
Yeah, really smart reposition from Sempiternal, sensing that Infi Aimers have had enough of the poke phase and they want to move towards this point. They've actually relocated the Orisa already before the fight begins, so you can't catch them out on the reposition. Amplification Matrix is going to be buying them a little bit of time, forcing Bogdan Elite to not be able to get that stolen build up to those hammer mines, allowing Rat to get that immortality field back online. But there's the pile driver coming through. No mines necessary. And now the red's coming through, the mines come out. No one can use that Orisa shield to hide from all of this damage that comes out. Sempiternal forced to use the duplication and the supercharges that comes off of it. Marion starts using that Falk as well. Any single advantage they can find in this fight immediately being poured in, but Unfi Aimers are still able to keep coming up in the kill feed.
And the duplicates as well, turning into the divas, getting some kills with the self-destruct, but it's all about the DPS now, and what Bun is able to do is down one sucks an absolute massive pick to work with towards the end, cleaning up the fight for Unfi Aimers. And sure, it's going to be overtime, there's going to be barely any time to work with for that second point, but at least you're going to guarantee this one, and even have some potential to build ultimates into the last opportunity with 20 seconds, and a lot of tension to work with.
I mean, Megatron can absolutely come up with a Nano Boost in this time if you're able to get that stolen up. And then if the Nano Boost goes on to Bogdan, you can see it stretching as far as getting those hammer mines up and available. Sempiternal, if they want to win this fight, they need to win it immediately. Self-destruct coming through, clearing off the high ground, forcing everyone to try and fight on this main approach to this point, which is exactly what Unfi Aimers want. Sempiternal not able to get the defensive aggression that they've been looking for. We could very quickly see Unfi Aimers, the Nano Boost is there. It's going to be onto the Diva. Bogdan doesn't need it to be able to build up to those mines. Instead, they're going to make sure that the defense matrix is there. The mech in full to entirely cancel out the Bob. Spiro forced onto the Bastion. But we've talked about how vulnerable this Bastion can be if you don't have someone pulling focus away, and you're forced to drop down onto point just to keep overtime ticking.
The two dragons as well are going to finalize the round, coming up for Unfi Aimers, who are in fact able to complete that second point as well. So 4-2, it is now Sempiternal's turn to see what they're able to do on the attacking side. And I mean, you look at the time, it was about the same to work with, and even those 11 seconds, they don't really guarantee anything. It's all about that aggression that I want to see for Sempiternal, because you're letting Unfi Aimers get away with it.
Yeah, that's the big difference right now between these two teams, right? Unfi Aimers just have a much more prolific poke phase in terms of the heroes that they're running, whether it's the Echo, whether it's the Pharah. If you're able to find something in terms of poke, the Pharah or the Echo is going to find it. As opposed to the Tracer, which can be a little bit more of a gamble because you're always putting yourself into that line of fire so far away from your team that if you do get into trouble, you can sometimes be a little bit too far away to peel. Especially if Rat is going to be on the Zenyatta, and Unfi Aimers, HK is still going to be sticking up in the air. Wicca's still going to be making sure that you do have to connect so many of your shots to actually in a row be able to take this Echo out of the sky. And smartly, Sempiternal actually going to be opting in for the Reinhardt-Lucio combination to just use the speed boost, get past Courtyard, get onto this point. Spiro then drops the wall. You can either just use the teleporter to make sure that you can actually reposition the Reinhardt, or even use that Maywall to get up onto the high ground with the teleporter, but I'd much rather them see them use it to just wall off Unfi Aimers when they try and approach. So you can at least get one tick and allow the Sem teleports to get set up.
That is a potential immediate reset taking place. The Baptiste does get taken down early on, and Sempiternal making this fight work without your support there. it's so much more difficult. Second kill as well, connecting for HK that has been one of the biggest highlights so far of the grand finals of this entire tournament. He's able to do it again, and it's another situation where Supernal, they can't really figure out a proper way to contest what this bringing to the table. Mind kill as well, that is going to be thrown into point, and this should be the last couple kills into this fight coming in. Gamer is getting away with a good defense so far, and 11 or 1 minute remaining coming in for Septurnal.
Oh, they needed to either reset after they lost the BAP immediately or win the fight immediately, and unfortunately they do neither. And now we are going to see, because of how long that fight went, they've only got 1 minute on the clock left. It's gonna be another teleporter to just get onto the high ground, get onto the point, drop down in, try and set this Symmetra up. Of course, Umphy aim is away, but Megatron is so close to that nano boost. If it comes out, those tanks are not going to be able to go down. HK making things is a little bit more difficult. The duplication is going to be coming in onto that Diva. You can use the self-destruct to get around Najima's shield and force the Reinhardt to hold it up while Manic's own self-destruct comes through. There's no way you can block both of them! And in comes the 2K. Najima slept on the job. Sempiternal falling apart. Mortality still going to be up, but no one can stop the resurrection from coming through, and Blunder's just going to keep that point contested.
That was a massive self-destruct. It allows everyone else to come back to position themselves instead of doing gamers, and now Manic being able to get with the last 2 kills. This is it. This is the last chance. Sempiternal running into that overtime. Only 1 full tick that they've been able to get, and it seems like the gamers, they might just get away with it. The Proto Barrier coming in right in the middle of the point for this last fight. As the Reinhardt is trying to contest this one too, but Umpy Gamers, no one on this side has been taken down, and a minefield creates even more space to work one by one. Eternals are getting taken down or being destroyed by the enemy. Umpy Gamers, they are going to be the winners of this match, of these grand finals. It's a 3-1 that they take at the end, and a beautiful execution into this map as well.
Oh, the double self-destruct. It's not even a double kill, it's a double kill of a double self-destruct. It's not play of the game, sadly. It is still beautiful hands-on play coming out from Bun. But my goodness, what a matchup we got to see. Both of these teams faced each other yesterday, and the result is the same, albeit with 1 map of difference. But what beautiful Overwatch we've got. What a variety. We've seen the Symmetra being used for initial spawns. We've seen the Symmetra actually being used. The Mei, the Sombra Reaper combination, the Reinhardt Lucio Rush Brawl. Like, every single composition, double shield included as well. I'm pretty sure we've seen it run today.
Yeah, everything, and it's so nice to see the variety, right? And I talked about it yesterday a little bit. It's a very sweet spot for this tournament that allow teams enough time to scrim and to figure out what they felt comfortable playing as a team, but it was also not too long where everyone was playing the same meta, the same composition, so it enables so much variety to be brought to the table for every single match that we got to see. And this one, again, this was a rematch between Sempiternal and Umphy Gamers to see which one was going to get away with the last victory with a victory. And Umphy Gamers, it just seems like from the beginning they had a very clear communication that we saw over and over again, and gave them this last victory that they needed.
Yeah, bottomless diversity as well, just able to come in with so many different outlooks that even when we saw these teams going up against each other, it was still a problem because you just didn't know what to expect. With 32 heroes in the pool, Umphy Gamers were just able to be like, oh, you want a Genji? We'll play a Genji. You want a Pharah? We'll play a Pharah. Pharah's not really working? Guess we'll go Echo. Like, it always just seemed to be something that they would come back with that, again, just posed a little bit of time that you had to deal with, that you had to sort of figure out, and eventually if you run into that too much, you just run out of time in general. Umphy Gamers, really valiant winners, well deserved of the title of OEC champions. But try it, it's been absolutely wonderful getting to see all of these people, all of these martial genders, all of these women just coming in, getting a safe space. Not so much a safe space here. Track and play. Oh, yeah, that wasn't a safe space, but the rest of this tournament, just allowing all of these wonderful people the chance to come together and play some Overwatch without having to worry about instantly muting yourself in quick play or ranked because someone figures out, oh hey, you're a girl, or you're not like them, or you're from a different country.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a wonderful opportunity, and it was so nice to see as well so many teams signing up, right? Over 50 teams competing that we saw throughout the weekend that we got the chance to hear through them through social media and everything that they had to tell us about how amazing it was. And not everyone was aiming for the #1 spot, but it gave the opportunity for players, for marginalized genders to play in a, like you said, in a safe space and in a space that has never had the chance to do it in this level, and starting off the 2022 very strong for the potential future of all these players. Maybe some of them might be finding out that they really like this competitive scene and they might want to try something new that they haven't done before. So it's really about creating those opportunities that weren't there before and seeing how much it really benefits players and it benefits everyone that was working in this tournament too.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a great platform as well for some of these players to perhaps be picked up professionally. We've seen they have the chops to go on to these professional teams, and it's been an absolute joy as well looking at all of the team sheets, getting to see all of the coaches and staff that we haven't got to see actually play, but coming forward and really supporting a lot of these communities, right? We've had coaches from Washington Justice, from Shoes Money Crew, all of them, some of them coming even out of retirement to be here and help these teams get to learn and adapt and figure out what they want to play in Overwatch, and it's been absolutely wonderful to see.
Yeah, it's so nice to see. I think overall such a positive week and such a positive tournament for these opportunities to be brought to the table and to maybe change history the way that we know it in Overwatch as well. With all the potential that the game has, is a game that has so much variety in every single way possible, from the actual heroes that we see in the game to the players behind them actually playing these characters and even feeling represented with them. So it's been a wonderful week, and the Empowerment Cup absolutely making a difference here, really making history into what we know for Overwatch competitive and what it can be as well.
Yeah, and one last final thank you to Fight Rama for sponsoring and for Chase as well, who without him we wouldn't have this cup.
Everyone as well behind the scenes, the observers that were working throughout the weekend, getting all the plays that we got to see, your favorite Genji plays as well, all thanks to them. Super nice. And even, it just goes from so many layers, right? We talk about the players, we talk about the opportunity, but it also goes behind the scene. And honestly, the way that the Chase and everyone that were hosting this tournament made sure that women and marginalized genders were included in every single aspect of it.
And to the viewers as well for supporting, for donating, hashtag donate in chat if you want to add a little bit more to the prize pool going. I think it's about 8 teams that we actually get to see paid out because of all of the donations that has come through, which is absolutely wonderful, because so often you see some of these tournaments, the prizes only really go to the top 4 teams, but getting to see the rewards being doled out to a whole bunch more is honestly a heartwarming thing, that all of these people really get rewarded, not just in communities that they find, but for a little financial gain as well.
Yeah, and just one last final shout out to the gamers as well for supporting this tournament, and to let you guys know that if you're also looking for opportunities to connect with other players, the Gamers Collegiate program will provide connections and opportunities to those interested in pursuing careers in the gaming industry, and access to dedicated collegiate Discord where they can connect with many other team players across the US and learn more about working in the gaming industry. So a big opportunity as well coming in for the gamers and for the future of this marginalized gender scene in Overwatch and other games that you might enjoy, and any opportunity is going to be there, not only from the gamers, but everyone else that was watching and everyone else that might be motivated to make something like this happen again in the future.
Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. No, it's been absolutely wonderful, but unfortunately, Dryad, I do believe that our time is coming to a close. We've got to see so many plays, we've got to see so many wonderful little nuggets of Overwatch history that hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of its future too.
Yeah, as well. So thank you everyone for watching this tournament. Thank you everyone for supporting these players more than anything. This was really done for the players and for all the marginalized genders that needed a competition like this one. That, I mean, absolutely wonderful. We already talked about it. So once again, thank you to everyone behind the scenes too. This was the Overwatch Empowerment Cup. Congratulations to the #1 victory coming in for Oomphy Aimers and everyone else that competed as well. I hope everyone had a good time. And this was Dryad. Here it was Got Muxy, and we'll see you next time.